Can you close the door though? Because I hate fucking hearing that noise from everybody else.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. I was like, hookahs.
And I hit them with the booka.
We're live. Booka. How's everybody doing out there?
Hi guys.
Welcome to the No Jumper Show. What episode is this? 55?
I lost count after like
54.
10. 54.
Not a
Woo!
palindrome, but you know what I like about 54 is I like numbers that are divisible by 9. 63, 72, 81, 90, 99,
What's
54.
54 divided by 9?
6.
Oh.
My whole life. No, it's hard to explain, but if you were to see
No, I know.
all the multiples of 9 written out, there's like a weird like inverse thing, like 18 and 81, 27 and 72, 63 and 36. So it's like
patterns in the numbers.
I remember learning it as a kid and being like, oh, this is cool. 9 is fun.
I would do 6 times 10 minus 6. So I had to do that in my head real quick.
6 times.
But that your way seems a lot easier to remember.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like Huh? 9 times 12, that fucks me up.
Dude, I just remember like
No, it's 108. Yeah, it's a little bit tougher as soon as you get past that. Yeah, that's
Do you
fair.
remember when they would tell us like we have to memorize this because we're not going to carry a calculator with us all the time?
I know, they were such fucking liars.
Liars.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Do you ever think about that?
A lot.
How like we just maybe wasted a lot of time? Or what about like calligraphy?
You mean cursive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we did more of that than calligraphy.
I was like, what's
in school.
calligraphy?
No, calligraphy is just like better cursive.
It's like when people write like wedding invitations.
Yeah, just like beautiful lettering in general. I've always thought like maybe that's something that I would like to get into is calligraphy.
I don't think I've ever seen your penmanship.
It's not bad. I mean, I got interested in lettering in general when I was in
Tagging?
through graffiti. It just really, actually, I really think like graffiti kind of like stopped me from being able to draw anything besides
Letters.
Yeah, because it just sort of like got me into that mentality of doing letters and not really doing anything else.
I like when they have all the swishies and the arrows like pointing out.
Yeah, and sometimes I feel like when I write my name and I add a bunch of weird arrows and halos over it that I'm just being like a cliche tagger.
Well, you put the halo over the A.
Yes. No, over the whole thing. And then little arrows on the side. Also,
Yes.
how about the humiliation that took place when I tried to do graffiti in my own pool before we got it resurfaced?
I missed that.
No, nobody saw it because
Yeah.
it just didn't really. I realized that the surface of the pool that I was trying to spray paint on was like not like painted properly and stuff, so the paint was just like seeping in. It looked like shit. I was like, what am I doing?
Yeah, I would. You know when you look at the roof of like a classroom and has all those little like pointy dots and shit?
Yes.
Is that how it was? Because I can't imagine like drawing over that.
It just didn't have like a good solid shiny paint job to like paint on top of.
Do you want me to take you to like a junkyard?
To just do graffiti? I
Yes.
feel like in LA there's probably gonna be like some demand for like junkyard spots to do graffiti, right?
I just met someone who owns like 16 wheelers and stuff, and he was like, I'm gonna get rid of these anyways. You can come anytime and graffiti on them.
Really? See, I was thinking the other day about how when I have a kid, I really want to take the kid and go tagging with her or him. And then I remember that that's illegal and I probably shouldn't.
No. What, you're gonna hang your baby off the freeway and have them tag something?
Upside down, hold the feet. Good job. Every time we drive by, like, you did that. Isn't that cool? She just gets addicted to getting up from a young age. I know, but that's what sucks is that, like, once you have a kid, you have to be very, you can't just, like, steal a candy bar and, like, tell the kid, like, it's all good. I forgot my wallet.
Yeah, you have to teach them what's right and wrong.
Right.
And you have to be the utmost right.
Yes, you have to be very explicit because as soon as you start to look like a hypocrite.
Isn't it crazy that you don't teach kids how to lie, but they just do it anyways?
Yeah,
think
nobody
about
needs
that.
to teach you to lie. I think about that because, like, you know, what's going to happen when they go to when they're in school and the people at school start telling them like not to do drugs, and then the kid's going to be like, but my dad smokes fat backwoods to the face on the daily since the day I was born.
Are you gonna smoke in front of your kids or do it in like a...
Blow it in their face, all that. No. I'm going to keep it far away from them as much as possible. That's why I've slowly becoming like weed pen friendly, because it's like I can imagine what it's like to be a dad, and I'm kind of like, oh yeah, like smoking a spliff is going to be more and more of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, and then when you just like that smell just does not go away in your hands no matter how much you wash it.
I was on the beach on Saturday, and I was smoking the weed pen on the beach, and I was just thinking, like, God, like I could not smoke a spliff here. I could not smoke a blunt here. It's way too fucking loud. Like, just everybody's gonna be smelling the tobacco. It's gonna be super offensive. The kids around. That's another good reason to not do it. The weed pen, nobody even looks at me. Nobody thinks, oh, that guy's hitting this pen. This guy's high as hell sitting here on the beach.
No, the funniest thing is, I forget where we were going, but we were in line to get on the airplane. Your fucking crazy ass just takes a rip of the
House
weed
phone's
vape.
here with a huge box.
Is that for us?
It's not for you guys.
What's in that box? Why we got a Gunna shirt?
This is the shirt we were talking about
Oh,
last
this is the
week.
shirt I was talking about.
Oh, you got a new little chain thingy.
It's a picture of Gunna.
Show the camera.
Sitting on the thing of whippets.
Whipboard trap.
Look at what's on his head.
And he has a canister on his head.
That's so funny.
Shout out to Drown.
Hey, I just interviewed Taurus, who's
Oh, the DJ,
Gunna's
right?
DJ,
Yeah.
who's like an underrated drip
Yeah.
guy. You know, he's out here dripping and
Oh,
stuff. He's on
no.
tour with Gunna, so he's up close and personal to the drip.
Oh, no.
And I think
We ain't even talked about this yet.
Produced a few songs on.
He did. He promotes like 4 songs
Yeah.
or some shit. So yeah, he just got into producing too. Like he just has like been learning all this. So I just interviewed him, and I tried to ask him about the whippets, and he was like, let's skip that question.
He just said that, like, straight up.
He wasn't feeling it. I'm gonna edit it out of the interview, but like, right, anyone sees this will know. But his interview was super good, so I just don't want to like that one question that sort of went over a little weird. But hey,
think
we
you
look
should.
kind of good though. I got like the full red going. You got the green. I wish I had a red hat. I would look super lit.
Shot.
You
no
guys would
hat?
look like Mario and Luigi.
Yo, what the fuck is going on?
I
Why is
like
it so
that.
crispy today?
I don't know.
What?
It's like
So this
extra
is a
crispier.
new like display now. We're not gonna have like the what's it called?
Okay, well, I will explain that. The difference and the reason why what we're viewing looks a little bit different is because of the fact that we may possibly do a call-in with academics on this stream.
Possibly.
Let me speak on what was going to happen. Is I was going to come on this podcast because I DM'd academics Monday morning and said, do you want to do this on stream? Like I'll call into your Twitch, whatever. And he said that he didn't respond until this afternoon. So I had all those 24 hours to think about like me addressing academics on here. I had a whole thing going on in my head of what this might be like and everything. And then he DM'd me back and said, all right, let's do it tonight. But he said that he was going to be live on Twitch like 45 minutes ago, and he is not yet. So I don't actually know if he's going to go on Twitch or if it's going to be late. But either way, we're going to potentially do the call-in with academics. I feel like that is going to be a fucking long-ass whole thing on its own. It's going to be weird.
Do you
But
think he's running?
do I think he's what?
Running away
Oh, you saw the video 6ix9ine? Oh, running away.
No, he meant, yeah.
from you, from the conversation?
No, I think he's probably just not on Twitch yet. But anyway, for the people in the chat, I can't see the chat right now, but if there are people in the chat who really, really want to hear me talk about academics or anything like that, just know that, because, you know, it's like when you talk about each other, it's unlikely that it's going to make the situation better.
That's a
Whereas,
fact.
you know, like, whereas like if me and him talk about it, because he didn't respond to my DM, so I'm really starting to think, I'm going to talk about him on this podcast, and I don't think we're going to be cool after that, because I don't think that it just seemed like we probably weren't going to be able to take it to a point where we were cool after the fact. But if me and him talk about it, I actually think, I don't know how we're not going to be cool if we talk about it, because it's just like a weird thing when you're talking about each other going back and forth. But I feel like if we talk to each other, even if it is on Twitch live for the world to see, then I think we can work through whatever the issues are. Personally, I feel, well, I'm not even going to get into it. I'm going to leave it alone for now. But there might be a chance that me and him will end up doing it on Twitch another night if he doesn't end up
I
on
really
Twitch
hope
tonight.
it happens today. Everyone, go
fun.
tag academics. Tell him to get
Yeah,
on
actually,
Twitch.
go tag academics right now, actually.
All the action.
Okay, as long as we're saying that too, though, R.I.P. FBG Duck.
He
You didn't know this is like
no, I saw that
an hour ago.
I saw
Not
that he
even.
got shot, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
This-
He's
No
pronounced dead.
fucking
When I was doing that
way.
Taurus interview, by the end of the fucking interview, I walk out there and the staff tells me FBG
No
Duck got
way.
killed like at a mall or
Goddamn.
some shit.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
On Oak Street.
Which is fucking crazy too, because he literally texted me, I think 2 weeks ago, and was just like tapping in, what are you doing? Like, I'm telling him, I'm like, come through, do the interview. And he was like, all right, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna hit you when I'm out there and shit. And like, I mean, we planned to do his interview like at least 2-3 times.
Yeah.
And it just didn't fucking happen so far.
You
Well,
guys didn't do like an expose or something like that with him?
no, but
Chicago.
yeah, I've interviewed a few people.
He didn't pull up.
Yeah, I just interviewed Tay Sav and like, you know, actually the dude who represented him was telling me that he was trying to make the FBG Duck interview happen, and like a couple other people from Chicago and shit too. So I was just having this conversation.
God damn.
I seen the video of Duck laid out, bleeding out on fucking Twitter. That
Always.
always nowadays.
That
but
sucks.
it was hella public. Like there was mad people around. We already do not know a lot. Like we don't know a ton about this. It's pretty easy to make assumptions. You know, Chicago,
Of course,
all this crazy ass shit. But I mean, God, that just like that hurts. Like that was like an amazing rapper and just like what seemed like an amazing guy. Like I don't know. I'm just that really hurts. Like.
The violence in Chicago has been crazy for years, and you would think that like during the situation that we're in right now, especially with just like the pandemic and a lot of like crazy racial issues going on, that like you would think that some of that shit would slow down a little bit, but I feel like even more crazier shit is happening now.
Right.
Maybe because people are so angry just being like cooped up at home and shit and thinking about like who they're fucking mad at. I don't know.
You keep seeing those posts about like, 50 people got shot in Chicago this weekend, 100 people got shot in Chicago, 10 of them died, et cetera, et cetera. It's just crazy as fuck to see like Duck actually be one of them. And man, like for that to just pop up out of nowhere today and have it like, it was like reported that he got shot and then reported he was dead like 40 minutes later.
God damn.
He's like one of those people too that I feel like, was either on the cusp or like pretty much like working his way out of that lifestyle. And like, I mean, his hit song was a song about that, but like you would think that, once you reach certain accolades that you wouldn't even be around that type of shit. But like, I don't think he was at a fucking like a shopping place
or some shit. Yeah. And I mean, the crazy thing about it too, though, is that Duck is someone who came out, made a name for himself off of, drill music, fucking beef talk going down on the internet, etc. Then all of a sudden he makes Slide. Slide was huge, 30, 40 million views, whatever. Every rapper in the game remixed it. So like that was a huge moment for him where he kind of proved that he could make a song that would go way beyond whatever kind of fucking drama he's been wrapped up in and all that kind of shit. But then all of a sudden, and he got signed off of that. And
who did he sign to?
I can't remember exactly, but I just remember the labels telling me that he signed a deal and everything around that time. And, put out some other good songs and stuff. But I mean, one thing that somebody I saw pointing out in the comments is that like, I mean, he dropped a diss song like a week ago, or, he had a song about Vaughn like a couple months ago. And I'm pretty sure he put out another video that I can't remember, but I think it was a diss song like very, very recently as well. So, I mean, he was very much still
active in that type of shit.
Wrapped up in some of that shit, but you always just think that it's not going to happen to the ones who are making amazing music and shit.
Yeah. That's the thing. The streets don't give a fuck about that, bro. The streets don't give a fuck who you are, what song you got. Like, man, they don't give a fuck, bro.
And this shit way out in the open because I'm looking through Duck's comments and I'm seeing so much shit from these little shithead fans. And who knows, probably some of them are people who are really out there.
Yeah.
But, man, there's a lot of ugly ass shit being said.
The like non-regard for life is like, that's always just, that's one thing that really baffles me, because at the end of the day, bro, like whatever is said back and forth, whatever's going on, it's like when somebody lose their life, I feel like it's just like that should be the end of it, or like, I don't know, especially if you're a fan and you're removed from the situation and you're just coming through and just saying the most disrespectful, heinous thing that you could possibly say.
Like, trolls will troll. So
no matter
on
what.
A certain level, like, you look at this, it's some fucking 16-year-old white kid saying some shit in the comments, but at the same time, it's like, you are a really shitty person if you're going to be leaving those kind of comments in somebody's Instagram shit when you know that everybody who loves them is going to be in there looking at that shit, and you're just going to be aggravating the situation, reminding them all that stuff. I mean, I'm glad that when I was 16, I didn't have the opportunity to say whatever the fuck I wanted to say to all these people,
So, like, when, like, Kurt Cobain died or somebody like that, I don't know how old you were, but, like, were you fucking, like, you weren't, like, on some online forum, like, fucking, Kurt blew his head off or something, like,
I mean, I feel like by the time I became a Nirvana fan, Kurt had already kind of killed himself, because I remember getting into him at like age 13, and I think he died when I was 12. But to be honest, like, when Tupac died, huge for me. When Eazy-E died, I was crushed. But yeah, I mean, what would I have done? I would have, even if I fucking, in the AOL chat rooms, that's where I was at.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh my
the
God.
AOL chat rooms,
like before AIM.
Yeah. when you
Those
just
were
had
scary.
straight dial-up AOL. I got suspended from AOL because I went into a Hansen chat room. You remember Hansen?
Like Chris Hansen?
No,
No.
like right.
Yeah.
You know?
I do know that song.
I literally went into a Hansen chat room and I said, Hansen is gay. You're a bunch of fags or something like that. I was like 13. And then my mom got an email that said, like, your son is using hateful language and this, an account linked to yours is using hateful language in a chat room. So then I got my mom sitting down with me saying, like, you went in a Hansen chat room and used this kind of language?
That's amazing.
I like how they have parental control even back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how Mom22 had to sit you down about this.
Pretty
Do
traumatic
not
when
call
I think about
Hansen
it.
gay.
Yeah. I mean, what the fuck was she thinking about what she was looking at in that moment? Think about that.
What the hell were you thinking going in a Chris Hansen chat room?
No, yeah, definitely, yeah. Not Chris Hansen. You know Chris Hansen? Like, he got fired off that TV
Yeah,
show.
I just watched a video
and then
about
started
this.
a YouTube. I swear you get the same YouTube recommendations as
I
me
swear to God.
because it's been trying to get me to watch like Chris Hansen from TV host to YouTube scammer.
Yeah, and they were like, there's like a 2-part thing, and I only watched the second part because it was both like an hour long, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck?
There comes like a certain point where I just like people about that are involved in like really interesting drama, but I have to stop myself and be like, no,
Yeah, because it's like,
you don't have 2 hours to watch a
Yeah,
Chris
I
Hansen
know.
documentary on YouTube. This is not an intelligent use of your time.
yeah, exactly.
What is the YouTube scandal or scam?
You got to watch it to find out.
The gist of it, though, is that basically like the same job that he was doing on To Catch a Predator was basically, catching and targeting pedophiles, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He started doing it on YouTube, but
It was a little less
he's done a bunch of
integrity.
stuff that maybe he was targeting people that weren't guilty or I haven't watched it, so
Yeah.
I don't know exactly, but there's a bunch of behavior that a lot of people aren't fans of from
He
him.
was basically just doing anything for money type shit, and just like,
Good.
like how Adam would do like a fucking Fashion Nova thing in the middle of us doing this. Like,
It was the child sex pornography. What is that, by the way?
I put my phone over there, but I think it's still ringing.
He's making an effort.
That was good, though, yeah.
Here, look,
It's Sarah Molina blowing him up.
It probably is. Here, I'll give it to Josh.
Josh will smash it. Josh will fucking
What did I do?
burn that phone. Oh, you kicked the camera a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit. Probably still looks all right,
Yeah, I
right?
think we still look good.
Yeah. You got the chain fixed.
I got another chain.
Ooh.
So niggas in my comments like, you got stripped for the no jumper chain. I'm like, yeah, right.
I mean, we all believe that because you said it to us in the chat room.
It was very, very believable.
I feel like a lot of my stories are believable.
That's real. It's true.
I'm a very good like theatrical
I live to troll.
Because
Yeah,
usually
exactly.
when people make
theatrical troll. That's where they got troll from. No.
Theatric troll.
theatric troll. Almost.
We're
What's
not
up?
even smoking weed either.
Not yet.
And we acting like assholes like
You got,
that.
you got a spliff rolled up?
Can I? No, I don't actually. Can I tell you
Damn.
guys what I did this weekend that
I
was
was
a
just about to
game
say-
changer for me and that I just want to talk about it a little bit?
Go ahead.
I rode a horse
I saw a picture of that.
in Compton.
Compton Cowboys, right?
Compton Cowboys.
With the Compton Cowboys. They were sick as fuck. We went out and hung out with them. We'd pull up. They got bottles of liquor. They got a pack of fucking Bud Light. They rolling blunts, chilling. And man, we
And
hopped
riding
on
horses.
and they were riding horses. And like it's crazy because some of the dudes from Compton, they were saying like the same shit I'm used to people saying about BMX bikes and skateboards and stuff. They were saying that about their horses, where they were like, like my life is like this, I deal with this, but when I get on my bike, like this is what my friends would say growing up. When I get on my bike,
All that
I
goes
forget about all that and I'm able to get away. Rah, rah, rah. They're saying the same exact thing about the horses.
That's fire.
I loved it.
I feel like it's a more personal thing too, because it's like when you're a bike or you skateboard, you kind of just like throw it to the side when you're not using it. But like with a horse, you like take care of
Real
it.
life thing.
You breed it.
Me and AD, I think we were both like gonna pussy out on riding the horse, but then he got a bottle of Don Julio, hit that shit one time, boom, I'm on the horse.
It's not scary at all.
It wasn't
I
that
don't-
scary, no.
It's
That-
just the motion is kind of sus.
doing it from flat ground would be kind of scary, but they had a little 3-step that we got to walk up on,
That's advanced levels of
Doing it from the
getting up
flat
there.
ground?
I'm saying doing it from the step. That's like
Right.
probably an innovation. I've been to the equestrian thing over here in like Burbank or North Hollywood sometime. I don't remember getting up on the step.
Really? They
Yeah.
told
I
me
don't
that,
remember how I got up either.
but they were also telling me about how great it is riding the horse bareback, pause. And
Like no saddle.
yeah, but when I got on it, they had the saddle. I think that bareback is not for everybody. Like you got to level up to that.
Yeah, I don't think the first time you ride a horse, you should do it like that.
But when they were talking about it, like that's the real way. If you really want to feel your horse,
You got to get on the bareback.
get on their bareback. We already talked about, well, you were here for the whole academics conversation.
He wants to do it so bad.
I know. You really want to dive into it.
Has he gone on yet or anything?
He's still not on Twitch. I have a monologue in my head.
I want to talk about what I did this weekend.
Okay, let's hear it. No horses.
No horses, but while you were doing that, I was over at OGZ's crib for the release party that they had, surprise release party they had for the Shoreline Mafia album.
And how was it? I heard that, because we sent you guys over there to vlog. Yuri said that you were 3 hours late, so that was a little awkward. And then you pulled up and maybe it wasn't that vibe.
I don't think I was 3 hours late. I think it started at 6 p.m. and we got there at like 6:30. So I don't know how that was us being 3 hours late. But
I don't know.
But the whole premise of it was, I think it was a surprise for OGZ. We definitely missed that part.
Okay, that would have been a good part. Yeah,
we got there and they were already just like kicking it and chilling. And then, it just wasn't really like vlog appropriate vibe.
Because everybody was getting fucked up.
We were just all kind of, like hanging out and chilling. And it wasn't really the vibe.
To like get a camera.
Like if
start
it was
filming
you,
everyone.
I feel like you would have just walked in with the camera already rolling and everybody would have just acted accordingly. But it was more like
run away.
Yeah,
hide
like
their balloons.
Yeah. It was like, no, the balloons didn't really break out till later, you know?
Really?
It wasn't like niggas wasn't just sitting around just getting fucked up, but like,
I'm not gonna lie. If I pulled up to that party and everybody is fucking doing NOS balloons, I'm doing it. I'm gonna do a fucking 100 of them because I made that whole video about them, and it's really like been in my brain ever since. Like, bro, I want to do some balloons. I'm not gonna get hooked on. I'm not gonna do it the next day, but I'm gonna do it for
the
one night.
sanitary way to do it would be with the balloons, but I was hitting one of our mutual friends' canister, but there was no more balloons, so I barebacked it.
You gotta hit Party City.
Nigga, he lives off far. He lives by, I don't know if you know where Zach lives, but he lives over there.
I don't. What city?
I'm not gonna say it at all,
fair.
but yeah, like they're like neighbors now. That was cool.
I mean, Blueface lives in Santa Clarita, so there ain't no shame in running off to the fucking far off areas.
Why not?
I thought he's from there.
Blueface?
Yeah, I think he is from there.
Is he really?
Like he like
His
went to high
family's
school
from
out there or some shit.
Oh, really?
So how long did this party go on for, and was there other Shoreline Mafia members present?
I mean, I saw a lot of people. Like One Take J was there. Fucking, I don't know, TK and Picasso were there.
I kind of felt guilty about not pulling up because we were
He
supposed
specifically
to
looked at me. He was like, "Where's Adam?" I was like, "I don't know."
We were supposed to do the Compton Cowboys vlog and then a vlog with Bosco, and then I was like, "All right, Yuri and House, we're gonna go pull up there." So I'm not gonna go to that because I know I'm gonna be tired after doing all these other vlogs. Realistically, probably should have still gone, but
He specifically asked me to come, maybe to tell you to come.
That hurts. I should have been there.
Honestly, I left kind of early because once we got there and we realized that like maybe we shouldn't vlog this because it was like kind of intimate, like everybody just kicking it. We missed the part of the
whole surprise.
The surprise part. So it was like, really, what was there left to vlog, But I think they ended up partying pretty much all night because I remember I went back and I was kicking it like at home or some shit. And I was watching this girl's story that like I follow on Instagram, but we never met in real life. And then I'm watching her story and I see like BMW OTX with the balloons and shit. And I'm like, oh, damn, she's over there? I was like, damn, like it's lit. This was at like 2 a.m. So they must have still been going up.
Was there communal lean?
No, but I want to tell this story so bad, but I can't.
Why?
I'll tell you off.
Too turned up?
No, not too
I think
turned
you
up, but
texted the story to
yeah,
us.
I did.
I feel like a good Shoreline party should have communal lean. Because remember once
it's a drought, bro.
Oh, I did. I heard that too.
I bought the last line at the party. That's all I gotta say.
For real?
Yeah.
How much? Like 200?
125 for some walk too.
Remember when?
That's pretty good.
Gleesh was saying 75 on a line, and he's like clowning 75 a line.
Saying
now
that's
125 a line is normal.
That was pretty like a standard. Like I wasn't getting taxed. I want to tell you. I want to tell you who I bought it from so bad.
Who?
I'll tell you.
Andy Milonakis?
Basically, no.
Damn.
No.
Right,
I'll tell you after. I'll tell you
That's
after.
good. I want to know about all the secret drank salesmen out here.
I don't know if he's necessarily a drink salesman, but I had a good time though, man. Shout out to everybody. Congrats on them on the album. TK was like, "How do you like the album?" And I was like, I think it's good, bro. I wanted to be like, I wish I would have put it out a little sooner.
We should put it out 2 years ago.
We would have put it out like a year ago, even if it would have came out last summer. I feel like the impact would have been more because it would have been like they would have had the whole festival runs again, and
So
I don't know.
Has anyone still addressed why that was?
When I was talking to Phoenix about it, it kind of seemed like he really didn't know. Like he really didn't really understand why the label like didn't put it out or what exactly they were waiting for. I'm not sure. Because if you're him, aren't you just asking that over and over? Like at some point you have to get an answer, right?
But then it's like, who are you asking though? Like, because if you're just asking the management, then they are probably asking the people at Atlantic, and it's like a whole circle. You know?
Do you think that Atlantic, like, you know, because the typical reason why a label won't put an album out is because they don't feel like it's good enough, or they don't feel like it has like a hit, like a single, you know? To me, the album, I like it. It's a Shoreline album. It has high points and everything. But then at the same time, I don't feel like there was really a moment on that. There's not a song on the album that to me is better than Musty, better than Bands. There's a bunch of like really classic big Shoreline songs. And to me, the album doesn't really have a song that I would put on that level. And to me, that kind of almost makes sense. Like maybe Atlantic wanted a song that they felt was the big hit song, and
so I think they had two really good big hit songs, Change Your Life and the This Is How We Do It.
Yeah, those are probably two of the better ones.
I would put those two up there with Bands and Musty.
And we'll see.
And I like the remake of the Musty that they did too.
That wasn't
that was just a Draco verse,
but like the re-edit
it was nice
or whatever
to hear
you want to call it.
It was kind of
I'm not gonna lie,
the Musty beat with someone else on it. But
I'm not gonna lie,
the Musty song.
That was a high point of the album for me.
great.
Like I was just
The
like
Draco verse?
Yeah, because I was just listening. Because I mean, I've heard. I don't know if you have either. You guys have heard that before, but it's been out like on SoundCloud.
I was thinking
and shit.
it had to have been out for a while.
It had been out, but it was like it sounded like remastered or something. And I feel like I never really paid attention to it that much. And then I was kind of just listening to the album, and then it got to that part, and I was just like, "This nigga!" Like it made me like miss his music so much more. I was like, "Fuck."
That's one thing I definitely appreciated about the album was that it memorialized Greedo. Well, not memorialized because they're alive, but it paid tribute to Draco and Greedo in a way that I appreciate that hugely, because that was like, you know, they're all parts of the same moment in LA history.
For sure.
That for all of us, I think we all agree is like one of our favorite eras that we'll probably ever experience.
Almost dead.
No, but that's
y'all got cigs?
No, cigs.
I don't smoke cigs. Sorry.
Oh, wait, didn't you used to have cigs?
What,
you
for,
smoke cigarettes
for
now?
spliffs?
I just would.
You would smoke a cigarette right now?
What do you want?
Yeah.
Are you on
On
coke?
camera?
Yeah.
Why?
When's the last time you smoked a cig? I can't remember the last time I smoked a cig.
Bro, so that's what happened. I'm hanging out with the Cowboys. I hit the Don Julio. That's literally my first shot of alcohol in
like
maybe
3
almost
years.
a year, like at least like 9 months or something. I think when I went to the KSI Logan Paul fight, I had a couple of vodka crans or something.
Vodka
Do they smoke cigarettes and ride their horse?
That's kind of fire.
I seen dudes smoking blunts and riding the horse, so that
Wow, I
definitely
love
probably
that.
goes down, you know. But anyway, I hit the Don Julio one time. Boom! I see a homie smoking a Newport. I'm like,
I hate Newports.
let's go.
That if I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, that's the only one I'll smoke. But hold on.
Really?
Back to the Shoreline album. I will say that I think that they still did a good job of making it sound cohesive, and to where it didn't just sound like it was like all over the place.
I agree.
As far as just like the production, just like them all being on the
Academics
song.
is live. Just keep an eye on my Twitter DM. See if send him the Zoom link if you want. You already sent it on Twitter? Yeah. Oh, all right, it's out there then.
It's out there. But like it didn't, I don't know. It kind of made me like it kind of made me more like, damn, like they really are like going through it or whatever. Cause like the project still sounded like all of them together. Like I think Phoenix has like a song by himself towards the end that honestly is that's honestly one of my favorite songs on the whole album. And it kind of felt like he was like maybe subbing
He addressed it on his Instagram story, saying that it's not about any of the members of.
What? Because he
Shoreline.
said can't even trust the homies because we all shady.
Just that whole song just sounded like, you know, like like an internal beef anthem, you know.
That's
but
interesting.
I don't know.
I almost want to say that I think that that other solo Phoenix song that came out a while ago with the video that fell in love, I almost think if that was on this
a good
album,
song.
I feel like that would be the best song on the album. Why is it
Honestly-
not on the album?
Honestly, if you take
Did that come out
Oh, it was
with
on one of the
Party
mixtapes,
Pack,
right?
I
Yeah,
think?
that was on
you're
Party
probably
Pack
right.
2.
Yeah.
Damn, honestly, if you think about it, a lot of those Party Pack 2 songs should have been on this album.
I'm gonna say one other negative thing about the album. I love all the guys in Shoreline, and I fucking wanted this album to be what I wanted this album to be.
What were you expecting from it?
I just wanted it to be like the perfect personification of their style and everything. And, you know, I guess maybe it wasn't meant to be because they've been broken up for a while and everything. But this is the other main thing that I don't like. The Future verse,
I didn't like that.
No, didn't add anything to the song. It's at the end of the song. It just didn't really, if you're thinking about Shoreline, like there are drink sippers. Future is like one of the greatest drink sippers of all time. He's going to join in a minute. Academics will be joining us in a minute. Them together sounds amazing, but then in reality, it just sounded like a tacked on random ass Future verse. It didn't really do it for me. And then also the Kodak one.
I didn't like that one either. It just sounded like a Kodak song, and they kind of like they had a verse open and threw Shoreline on it. I didn't like it, but I thought the album was, I don't know. I thought it was pretty cohesive. Like House one said, there was I thought there was a lot of different
Like
of their spectrum of musicality, and even though Phoenix is no longer going to be part of the group, I think he like put his full effort in. I didn't hear any like lackluster bars or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean,
think also think like okay, one of my favorite songs is the first official song after the intro, with the Juvenile sample. I think I think that could go really big if they did a video, but like, are they really going to do a video all together?
Even all their videos now, like Change Your Life was
it's like a visualizer.
It was like playing back good, like the best of moments of Shoreline, and then like Phoenix by himself dancing in front of his car.
Yeah, that was crazy.
There's weird shit going on too, because I watched like a live Shoreline performance.
Oh man, that was so
the
weird.
Lollapalooza one, yeah.
No, it's like a Monster Energy performance that they did.
Oh, that was a
They did
different one?
another
It's like
one.
live on YouTube with no audience, and Phoenix is not in it. But you got like OGZ starting it out with Rob, and then you got like separate Kato performances that they splice in there and stuff. And like, I'm watching OGZ drinking a Monster. They got a big ass Monster logo in the back. I asked Phoenix about that, but that was a little odd.
I thought you asked him about the
I
Lollapalooza
think
one.
it is Lollapalooza. I don't think
No.
that. No, it's not.
Because this other one, he
It's
wasn't.
another one.
There was no Monster Energy logo. It was at the Lollapalooza one. Did you see the Lollapalooza one?
Oh, okay.
That one was weird too.
But it was like not a live audience.
It was the same. It was the same concept, but they were in front of like a big pool.
It was like in a backyard.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't see that one.
It was like they were at some fucking huge mansion. Cypress is DJing. It was OGZ, Rob, and Kato, and like OGZ and Kato were kind of vibing, and like Rob was kind of just walking around in the back, and then he like spit like one verse on one of his songs, and then just like walked away.
Really?
It was really kind of weird, dude.
That's strange, because it feels like Rob, Kato, and OGZ have decided, like, all right, we're going to be Shoreline Mafia. We're going to keep the brand alive, which was kind of odd because obviously, like, Rob and Kato, like, weren't on tour with Shoreline for however many years for the past couple
Couple
like,
months or whatever.
For a while, it was just Jeezy and Phoenix. And now it seems like they're like I honestly have no idea like how.
I don't know, man.
I don't really understand because like I even said it to Phoenix at one point. I'm like, you guys clearly have like made the decision to not speak super openly about everything that went on between you guys and stuff. He's like, yeah, for sure. Like, we're not gonna air it all out. Obviously, people want it all aired out. I don't even know on like a personal, private level if what went down between them.
Do you feel like he gave enough info without being disrespectful during your guys' interview?
I mean, probably not enough info for the fans to really feel happy about their understanding of the situation. I feel like the fans probably
are like even more confused.
Yeah, but
I feel like you were able to piece things together. They were like
Yuri?
piece things together.
Oh, I thought you said I feel like Yuri's gonna piece things together.
No,
Just totally add a name in there.
You can.
Oh, okay.
The fans, like, who knows? Maybe one day down the road. Actually, like, one member of Shoreline, or not like a member of Shoreline, but someone associated with Shoreline was hitting me up talking about some of the other members of the crew might want to have their say and talk about what the fuck's going on. I don't know. But I mean, yeah.
I think we should respect their decision that they want to keep shit private because it could get really messy and like people choose sides and shit.
Right.
It seems like they want everyone to not have like choose sides.
I respect it because
I feel like will always be weird.
If we were to break up,
Everyone would choose my side.
very true. But I would also, that in my mind is like best case scenario. Say we had some little shit between us that was personal and we didn't like each other, whatever. All of a sudden we can't do a podcast anymore. I respect people who don't air it out publicly because I think, if you're really cool with somebody, you should like pay respects to the history of your friendship but not dissing each other. If I broke up with my girl, we've had that talk. If we break up, we are not going to slander each other on the timeline. We're going to keep it moving. And, I think that shit's trashy. So I respect them even though like the fans clearly want that
for sure.
knowledge.
I mean, do you think it comes down to how shit like plays out, like if we all got into it and I don't know, like somebody just did some super disrespectful shit in the open, then it's like at what point is it like, all right, all bets are off?
Yeah, because I mean, if somebody gets so in their feelings that they have to air it out, you know, like you know, if a house phone made a video saying, man,
This
fuck
is why-
ADAM22,
this is
blah,
why
blah,
I left.
blah. Yeah, then like, all right, then it's like, then everybody has to just talk about it once that shit's out in the open, you know?
Yeah.
But I mean, before you get to that point, it's
Yeah.
like, maybe you could just avoid getting to that point because, I don't know, like when you really share like a friendship with somebody for years and years, never mind like a relationship,
Yeah.
I mean, you obviously are just going to end up knowing so much personal shit about the other person. It's like, why, once you then decide that you don't want to be cool anymore, does that all have to become part of the public record? That's a very like YouTuber mentality to me, to just
hate
air
that.
shit out, you know?
Yeah.
There's a lot of like big time rap beefs that have taken over the years that we still don't really know why they took place or what the exact situation was. And, you know, I respect that if people just don't want to put all their business out there.
Because I feel like you said, if you know the other person so well and they know you so well, you're just both gonna be dragging each other through the mud.
Just gonna
and,
be
like,
just trying to do low blows and all that
Yeah.
shit. I don't know. At the end of the day, it depends on just like how the person is built, what type of morals they got, and just what type of like loyalty or whatever. Like, you know, because you don't have to be loyal to someone after you're not friends with them. But at the end of the day, like it's just messy and just weird and just like, I don't know, bro.
It's clearly just so much better to avoid that. But then what is the benefit of everybody knowing your shit? Is pretty much just attention. Just
Yeah,
clout,
that's it.
just having something to talk about. That's why all these fucking YouTubers and TikTokers make exposed videos about each other.
Every fucking other day.
It's just because it's content. And it's like at a certain point, it's like one of the conversations I keep finding myself going back to is like there's who you are as a person and then there's who you are as an entertainer. And they are two different things. But don't let what you're doing as an entertainer
Overlap.
affect who you are as a man.
Person,
Yeah.
You know?
That's facts.
I think that's important.
I mean, like, if we had some super falling out, like, I would not hold my tongue talking to, like, my friends or something in, like, a private setting, but I don't think I would go out of my way to go, because, like, you would just look lame as fuck, bro, and just, like, I would much rather be known for just, like, doing my own shit and, like, taking that route than trying to, like, bring you down to elevate. I don't know, but and it wouldn't even work out that way. Like people think that when they expose someone and they like whatever, like make some huge like scene, that is gonna like bring that person down and elevate them. But really, at the end of the day,
You look stupid.
More often than not, yeah, you end up looking like a disloyal, petty, fucking gossipy, weird ass person. More,
Facts.
which in hip hop, you know, in that whole TikTok or YouTuber world, it might not really be that big a deal. But in hip hop, there's a big priority put on, you know, being a respectable person who's not going to be fucking airing out secrets and all that kind of shit. That kind of shit just, you know, all these Chicago rappers beefing with each other, all these drill rappers, whatever. Like, you don't. What we know about their conflicts is more often than not what we've gleaned from somebody else talking about it on the internet or what the cops tell you about what happened or whatever. Like, you're not getting the version. Like, you know, I've been talking to Lil Reese about doing an interview. I already know that I'm not going to say one goddamn thing about FBG Duck because that was from the other side with his shit. And I know that he's the kind of guy who's not sad, maybe. I can't say that he's not sad, but I'm just not. I know he's not going to say shit. So why even ask him an uncomfortable question? Because to them, they understand that this is all their private shit that doesn't need to be aired out to that level. And if he does that, then that's some goofy ass shit. And I know he's not going to do that in advance. So
didn't something like that happen where like Whack 100 started like just speaking super candidly about Nipsey, like out of nowhere? Was that on here?
But Whack, he did it on Instagram, but then he also did it on the podcast where he's basically like, he was rating Nipsey's legend status. And basically saying that Nipsey had not accomplished enough to be considered a legend, which we discussed this the other day about the Peep thing, you know, like we consider Peep a legend. So obviously Nipsey is a legend too. Like Nipsey's music meant so much for this fucking city, for this community.
Yeah, it's like at one point do you gauge numbers and commercial success versus like the impact and the way that people felt and the way the community felt about someone, you know?
I agree. And also, like, I've seen a lot of people say, like, oh, Nipsey and Whack had, like, pre-existing situations between them, and that's why Wack felt the need to come out and say that, which that is the only thing really that it makes sense of that, because it's like, of course somebody might die and I might see someone call them a legend. I have 0% of a desire to say, actually,
they're not.
I don't think that he's a legend because he doesn't have enough views on his videos or wasn't on Billboard or whatever. I mean, there's no reason to throw that into the mix, because like, you know, if your family member died and they were a rapper and they had 2 songs, like to you, that's a legend.
Exactly.
You're not expecting everybody else in the world to know who that guy is.
Yeah.
But to you, that means something, and I think everybody should respect it.
Bro,
Especially,
even like, you know, knock on wood, whatever, like when A$AP Bari got into that car accident the other day, so many people are tagging me like, oh, I bet he's happy. And I'm like, bro, at the end of the day, I might joke around. I think this shit is hideous, whatever. But like, I'm not gonna fucking be like, oh no, he's not a legend, or like I'm gonna be happy that this nigga died or something. Like, it's never that big of a deal, bro. And like, again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about the value of life nowadays. Like, people just like, everything is like, oh, let me get a joke off to get some fucking comments on, like, to get some likes on Instagram. You feel me? Like,
before we keep that going, I just want to say shout out to Water Wave, because this is the dude from Minneapolis who sent me the shirt and also interviewed me while I was out there. So I have to send a huge shout out to him.
When the fuck were you in Minneapolis?
For the Kendama contest
Pokemon thing.
like 6 months ago or some shit. So everybody go search up Water Wave ADAM22 and drop a comment and say that you want a Nav and Vlone collab. Shout out Water Wave. And this is a pretty cool sticker too.
So it's like a store and he like resells shit like that?
No, I think it's just a
he sells
YouTube
water?
channel, and maybe he does some reselling.
He just so happened to have this shirt to give to you?
I don't know why he had it. Maybe he sells vintage drip, you know?
Maybe he bought it on Grail to give it to you.
I think he sent it to me very fast.
Let me see the back.
Is it Nav's face? Oh.
Hey, did you see?
Branded for life. I'm thinking of getting this on my whole back.
You should.
Don't you have a back tattoo already?
No, I don't.
You don't? You just
I'm saving space for the
You have a huge empty back piece?
Yes, and it looks kind of weird. And like my legs too. Like I have like my shins, but not my thighs and stuff. Like this, I look like a real tatted up guy when I have like shorts on or like pants. But as soon as you look at my back, it's like, whoa.
As soon as you're naked, it's like, oh.
Yeah. So that's why I don't get naked.
Well, Yuri would know because he watched your porn, so he would know where you aren't tatted.
He watched it?
We talked about this we talk about this every week about how you watched it.
Do a review.
Yuri, you're a nasty dog.
Oh, hey, you're gonna do that, right? Like the watching my boss's
porno.
Reacting to my
boss's porn.
Did you tell him the sour worm or the worm story?
Oh yeah, okay, so
What is a worm
okay,
story?
wait. First of all, shout out to, was it like Fatima Grill? I don't know. It's this fucking IG good ass Mexican, like IG sponsored Mexican food like truck or whatever, where they put like hot Cheetos and shit like on the Mexican food. And I've seen this on Instagram a million times, and they were catering the OGZ party. It was fucking delicious, and they had these fucking shits called dirty worms, right? Where basically they're like sour worms, but they were like infused with Kool-Aid or whatever, right? And I was off the drink and I left them in Yuri's car, right? So I went to sleep after the party, and I woke up off the drink, and like I just had like a That's So Raven like vision of Yuri eating my fucking worms or whatever. So I lied to him and I told him that they were like psychedelic infused, so he wouldn't eat them. And I Ubered them from his house to where I was at.
That bad.
Have you ever woken up with like lean munchies? Yes, you have. No.
She never did a lean.
Well, that reminds me of the story that Blasey told me, that they have a name for what that is. And well, they used to do
nigga worms,
but they would do it with gummy bears.
the same shit, yeah.
Yeah, and then like
That's like some high school shit, and like
people in high school would sell it, and then they have I forget the Mexican version. It's something bears for that, but they would put like chamoy and like lime.
Beaner bears.
I think that's what it is.
What's the shit when you get the styrofoam cup and it comes with the Mexican beer flavoring around the rim and
that's
shit?
fucking
Michelada.
I hate that shit.
I
Yeah,
love
me
it.
too.
It's
I
so good.
can't.
You know
It
why?
doesn't taste
I
good to
hate
me.
tomato juice, which is
Same.
primarily
Not a
what's in it.
margarita guy.
Me either.
No.
Margaritas? You mean Bloody Mary?
Same
That.
shit.
I love
whatever.
Bloody Marys.
Bloody
Anything,
Marys, can't do it.
Love it.
anything with tomato juice in it, I'm good. I don't want to
It's
drink
good
it.
for your prostate.
Shit.
What about tomato soup?
I'll eat some tomato soup.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'll dip my fry in some ketchup.
I'll fuck with ketchup. Yeah.
I'll eat some pico de gallo, like some salsa.
Well, you know what I really don't care for so much as a cold ass tomato on my burger.
Bro, I will literally
Not for me.
I would.
Really?
I had a video that went viral when I was in high school because I told the person no tomato on my sandwich at Jack in the Box. I've been doing asshole shit my whole life. Now that I just thought about it, god damn.
Remember the PacSun incident?
This is way before that. So I told him no tomato, and the nigga was like not paying attention to me, and I could tell that he wasn't paying attention. So when I got the burger, I was really mad, and I like threw it back at him. And then he's closed the door on my hand, and my hand was fucked up.
That's one thing I can say. Is
I was like 17.
I never assaulted an employee at a fast food restaurant, so at least I feel good about that.
And he's done that more than once.
I was like 16. I'm sorry.
But
I apologize.
The reason why is because I feel a lot of empathy for anybody who's working in fast food, because I know that job must suck.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I never would want to be rude to them or like be shitty to them.
Anyone that's working like a minimum wage.
Anyone
job,
who works at any job, you know, I've been there before. I've worked plenty of jobs. I understand. I had people be rude. I had a nigga when I worked at PacSun. He didn't do this to me, but he put out a cigarette on my like manager's arm because we worked at the one on the promenade in Santa Monica, so it's like open. It's not like
he should have got fired.
He should have got fired for getting a cigarette put out on him.
No, for putting a cigarette out on him.
No, it was like
a homeless man.
The homeless guy.
A homeless man walked into our store smoking a cigarette, and my boss is like, "Yo, what the fuck? Like, get out!" And this nigga is like, and put the cigarette out on his arm. And then it was funny because like this was the homie, but he tried to act super tough for like he tried to act tough after the homeless guy like walked out already. He was like, "No, like let me go," and like grabbed a stapler like he was about to do. I was like, "Bro, if I was you,
like this guy with a stapler, that's the only weapon worse than a cig."
Bro, listen, I'm like, bro, it couldn't have been me, because if that nigga would have put a cigarette out on my arm right then, I would have got fired because I would have beat the fuck out of him. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't have not waited until he walked out of the store to like cause a big scene.
You think you would get fired for that?
Yeah, for sure.
I could never fight a homeless person though, because I would just be grossed out about touching them.
He wasn't see like there's like levels of homeless. There's like homeless by choice, like just like street walkers, like street like crust punks, I guess you want to call them, shit like that. And then you got like actual like mental illness, like most of them have probably not showered, but like there's levels to it, you know?
Or like sleeping in your car, homeless.
This guy was like on the cusp. Like he probably just lost his apartment and was just chilling on Santa Monica.
That's the thing I love to see when I go downtown is people who are like, they're part crackhead, part like psychopath living on the street, but then they're still part like hipster that moved to downtown LA to try to do something. And you could see that they're still in the transition. And maybe if you see that guy in a year or two, he's going to be full homeless guy screaming at the wall. But for right now, he's still like hanging on to a little bit of like actual society and stuff. Downtown is where you see that shit. I was in Santa Monica this weekend and I seen like a lot of people, like a lot of fucking weird ass people, like you're explaining.
Santa Monica's crazy.
Yeah.
Santa Monica, Venice, that whole area is fucking
and those
insane.
are like the top tourist places for when people come to LA. They're like, I want to go here, I want to go there, and it's like, bro, you low key don't want to go. Like it looks nice, but like you don't really want to hang out there.
Like anyone that comes from another country, they want to go to Venice Beach. I'm like, no, you don't really want to go there.
But that's the weird thing about LA is that you have like rich ass areas where there's no sketchy shit happening or very little, and then you have
it's hidden
pretty much everywhere else, because it's like
I was gonna say it's only like West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and that way, but then everything else in LA is.
I lived in K-Town and there was homeless people outside my fucking spot all day. I lived downtown, there was homeless people outside the spot all day. I lived in Long Beach, there was all kinds of ratchet ass shit going on in Long Beach. I'm sure there's plenty of other decent areas, but it seems like any area where you don't have like the police like fully in effect trying to like keep shit under control, shit will get kind of out there.
Yeah, I have a friend from Vancouver who like her whole life dreamed of coming to LA and like what it was gonna be like.
I never understand
and she
that.
comes here and she's like, oh my god, this looks like a second world country. And then I started looking at it, I'm like, it kind of does.
I mean, third. What's second?
Yeah, what is it second?
I don't know, between first and third.
Yeah, I didn't know. I know first world and then third world.
It's not like, I don't know, I feel like it's not like war torn yet.
Right.
Speaking of second and third world countries and shit. Did y'all see that crazy ass explosion that happened in Lebanon?
I woke up and that happened like 5 minutes before.
But what was it that exploded?
They were saying that there was a huge, it was like a fireworks factory, and that there had been a huge amount of nitrate. I'm probably saying it wrong. There's some chemical that's like super explosive that they had confiscated, and it was being stored near there. So then there was that big ass fire going on, and you could see fireworks actually going off in it. And then all of a sudden it affected this fucking storage of nitrate or whatever the fuck it was. And
That
so then you
shit.
got this craziest. I saw 25 people died earlier.
That looked like
thousands
people.
of deaths. Like, I'm sure
you
they
see
don't
how-
know all of them yet.
Did you see how
but
far it went
The
back?
impact,
Like
yeah.
from the, that shit was fucking
there's people whose
insane.
houses were destroyed like 6 miles away from it and shit.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, god damn, that shit looked really scary. Like even like the initial video I saw of someone recording it, he seemed like he was pretty far away, but once it started
Yeah.
coming back, it was like, oh shit.
It's
like,
crazy because so many people were. It's like 9/11 because people are already filming it because of the one
so-
explosion and then another one comes. And
explosion of kendamas.
NoJumper.com. These are available right now. We only got a few left.
You should make a. Never mind.
A Travis Scott thing. You're gonna say?
No, I was gonna say you should make a kendama with like a red top and be like,
Well, we talked about doing one for AD. That was like the blue,
one?
and then like maybe do a red one for
Speaking
somebody.
of merch, I think it's about time for some Cam Girl house phone merch to be re-uploaded to the.
New Cam Girl merch. Get it now.
Cam Girl got her
if
own
you guys
merch
got
ready.
an idea, let's roll with it because AD does have a fucking shirt that is crazy that is coming
How
out very
crazy?
soon.
How crazy are we talking?
I mean, it's partially my idea, and it definitely involves a grizzly bear with metal arms, and he's crippin'. So, we got that in the works.
Okay.
I thought it was gonna be like a at the end of the day merch.
It does say that on it too. Also, yeah. So
Oh, that's kind of fire.
we got those in the works right now, and I'm very excited about it. Not as excited as I am about my Vlone, but pretty excited.
I think this is honestly one of my favorite shirts that I own.
That is
And it says
unbelievably
"Whip or
funny.
Drown."
Whip or drown.
Shout out to Drown. I think that's the name of the. Is that what it says on the tag?
Well, you know what's crazy is
I
that
can't see.
when I was doing that
no.
interview, they told me that Gunna was about to pull up,
Ooh.
and then
the DJ Taurus one?
yeah, so I think that we might have missed Gunna coming here by
I
like
wish you
10,
wore that
15 minutes.
shirt.
And imagine if Gunna saw that shirt, he probably would have actually. I think he would be hyped.
I think you would ask for one.
You know what's funny? So I was at Dave's Hot Chicken, and I was
Which
in
I
line.
also got Sunday night. I think I ordered dish.
That's funny.
That was
I,
Dave's.
I think I was there. I was also there Sunday night. So
I
went-
ordered in just for the record.
I went there. So I was in line and I saw some dude wearing Vlone The Weeknd collab, and I started taking a video of it, and I was just so excited. I said Vlone Nav collab. I was like a wild Vlone Nav spotted, and I like zoomed in or whatever, and then Hesh replied to my story and was like, "Nigga, that's The Weeknd," and I was like, "Oh fuck!" So then I had to make a follow-up video on my story, like, "Sorry,
I was geeked up,
I wasn't even geeked up. I
but
just
geeked up off the Vlone.
exactly." And then AKADEMIKS, of course, made a whole post about me
Of course.
drip, miss drip.
Representation.
But maybe I should just work on my Vlone collection from here because like, what about that Juice
Oh,
World
fucking
Vlone? Maybe I should get my hands on that.
Are you just gonna
don't
just
even
keep
know what that
asking
one
for
looks
people
like.
to just throw it to you?
Well, if they send it, I'm gonna keep wearing it. So I mean, it's out there.
You should
What's our
try- you
PO
should-
box?
You should try to get every single one.
Go to Twitter and search Adam22 P space PO space box, and let us know.
This week we got to do it. You already know.
Oh, the
Friday.
No, I can't. I'm going Friday. I'm going on a kendama trip for a couple days.
All right, when do you want to do it?
Next week though, for sure.
We doing it before the show?
We got a lot of packages. We got some shit.
Oh wow.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever sent in like a box of shit?
There's a lot of shit out
No,
there.
like
There's
an actual box of
Like
like
a box.
Oh, actually, yeah, but one
Actual
guy
box
did,
of
but it
poop.
was like a service online that lets you send
I've seen
shit to
those.
people in the mail, but it was like it was all closed off and it's like dog shit. It's not
That's super fire.
it's not people shit.
My friend sent me the link.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know the link. It's like a prank thingy, and then like they have like fart bomb ones too.
It's weird. You can it's a legal way of sending someone poop in the mail because it doesn't like it doesn't stain because it doesn't. Can you turn that down?
I got some crazy something in this box that I won't reveal, but I'll show you guys
Yeah,
after.
is that drip you're gonna give us or what is it?
Hell
what is
no.
that?
You'll see once I pull it out. I haven't even looked at it yet.
Oh, but
It's
it's
some-
not for us.
Some
No.
gear you got in the mail?
Just know something I've been working on for a long time.
Oh, okay. All right.
Interesting.
It's finally in my hands. I haven't even looked at it yet.
I'm excited for. I want to share this. Is that BFB the Packman came in and most importantly he posted Yuri
I did
on
see
his
that.
Instagram.
Really? I saw Yuri post it. I didn't see BFB post it.
Isn't
did
that
post it.
insane? He walked in here. BFB the Packman has such good energy. He's immediately hugging Phil. He's calling Phil his N word. He's fucking because like they're sort of
They're
similar looking. He's
yeah.
like, oh, this is my brother. This is my brother. Like he's freaking out. He's hugging Yuri. He's like, he showed everybody so much love. He had such good vibes.
We love that.
He kind of reminded me of you a lot. The gay jokes, That pose that he did with Yuri, where he's just like this.
I have done that to people before.
I've seen you take photos like that before. I was like, man, this guy kind of reminds me of a house phone type character.
So then let's just air it out. Why are you trying to pit us against each other then?
No. He said that. He's like, what house phone say about that thing? I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I just wake up one day and I am getting all these tags on BFB Da Packman's Instagram. I'm like, what's going on? And I just like listen to it, and he's like, "Little house phone, you a bitch. You're trying to keep me from Adam or something." I was like, "Wait, what?" And I was just so confused, and I started commenting like, "Wait, what?" And then I get a DM from him, and he was like, "Yo, Adam didn't tell you?" I was like, "Tell me what?" He was like, "He told me to diss you," and I was like, "What?"
You have to diss him back.
I was honestly kind of going through some personal family shit, and I wasn't really in the jokey joke like mood.
Should have thought of that. I messaged him. I'm like, man, you got to do a house phone diss song. It'll be so fucking tight.
I know,
It
but
sounded
now,
pretty good, too.
now that I'm in a better
State of
headspace,
mind.
I think I'm gonna go record.
Come diss me. Come diss me, BFB.
I'm coming back.
Also, speaking of good energy, our last guest, I thought we did pretty good with him.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the better guests because he didn't just make it about himself the whole
Totally.
entire time.
He was able to engage in different
In our
topic conversations.
conversation, he was like aware of other shit that was actually happening in the media cycle.
I was already relatively confident in 24K Golden's career, but after that, I was definitely like, you know what? Yeah, he's
gonna be all right for
go
sure.
far. If you could just like jump into this scenario and like
And just-
manage to have a viewpoint, be articulate and everything, that says a lot.
And he came with his own segment with the CD and
I
made
loved
it
it.
literally funny as fuck.
Do you think he really burned your songs?
No, not at all.
No.
But it was hilarious though. And it's like, how will we ever figure it out?
There was a moment where I thought that he was going to break the table when he jumped on it, and that would have been a whole thing, although also might have torn my ACL depending on where my leg was positioned.
I don't think this
I would've
table
died.
would have broke.
This table's pretty sturdy.
I saw the table flex a little bit because when he was jumping at first, he was jumping all the way down on the end.
Ooh.
It was close to
breaking?
breaking it. I saw
it
a little bit
wasn't.
of flex.
What was
my
gonna
God.
fly off? Fuck no.
It would have been really funny if we had to continue the podcast while
the
like
half a table?
holding the table. We're all just holding it at the same time.
That would have been kind of funny. I thought this table was like sturdy enough to. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean the older table I feel like we had at
Oh,
the
are
store
you
would have
shitting
been
me?
a little stronger.
Oh, I thought you meant the older table would have like cracked. I'm like, yeah.
The one at the old store downtown, that one would have fucking collapsed and fallen apart. That one was
That one was disgusting.
that was like 4 black IKEA desks like put together.
Together.
Oh,
And
So
then
by the
all-
end of it, all of them are different heights and shit. Yeah, they're all-
And then also, it would have been like an explosion of a million roaches just scattered across.
literally
God.
so much ash. It would have been the fucking explosion.
one of the greatest things I ever seen was Hood Rich Pablo Juan almost walking the fuck out because he saw a roach. He was not feeling that.
Does that mean that he's like not really from the hood or he's from the hood?
I think it's more like, he probably grew up around some roaches and shit, but then he's at the point in his life now where he ain't really trying to be around a roach.
Or let me play devil's advocate that he's not from the hood, he's from the suburbs and he's never even seen a roach before. So the fact that a roach in his presence was like, oh my God.
I don't know. For me, I mean, I've seen roaches. I've been around some roaches.
You never been around roaches unless you poured a full bowl of cereal, poured some milk, and you went to go take a scoop and a roach climbs
That
out of the
happened to you?
milk cereal. No, not to me, but to other
Oh,
people.
God. I would fucking puke.
I don't think I could ever eat again.
No,
Yeah.
one time
Yeah.
though, I remember because I've been living where I live now for a pretty long time, but before that, we used to live like in South Central, like by Washington High School, and I remember we used to go to this little liquor store over there, and we bought some bread. I remember I was a little kid, but I don't know how I remember this, and I remember I opened up the thing of bread, and there was just like a cute little hole in the beginning of the thing, and like I had ate a couple pieces of this bread, and by the time I got a couple of like slices into it, I realized that the same hole was going through the entire thing of
it
bread,
ate its way through the fucking loaf.
and it was a fucking like little green maggot that had eaten its way through the loaf.
You found the maggot?
Later on,
It was dead on the end?
I don't think it was dead. I think it was still alive. Because this was only
That's
like this is
disgusting.
only like a day or two after, like I like made a sandwich with the bread that night, and then the next day I'm like, wait, hold on.
I saw some videos of like Sainsbury's, which is like a supermarket in London. They were having maggots in their broccoli, and people. There were so many videos of people like chopping up their broccoli and like a green thing just sprouting out. I'm like,
Fuck
Oh.
no.
What if you? I seen videos of somebody cutting open some broccoli and it was cake.
Oh, I
love
hate
those
that.
videos.
I hate that.
I love those videos.
It's like fried chicken, but it's cake.
I just want to throw you for a loop there.
That shit's
You
so
really
stupid.
did.
And then I seen the memes where they're like cutting open the moon. That's cake.
I hate that. Everything's a cake.
Everything's a cake. That's how I'm living.
I'm trying to think what kind of
She
crazy.
hella thick and she hella cakey.
I love that song so much, and especially when the beat changes when Phoenix comes.
Honest
I love that
question:
baby.
has anyone ever said cakey in that fashion? Like, has anyone
I-
ever looked at a girl and said like she hella cakey?
She cakey.
I've
I
heard
never heard that.
households say, "Oh my God, cakes."
Yes, but the cakey thing kind of took me by surprise. I'm like,
think
oh,
that-
Jeezy, where did that come from? I never
I
heard
think
that.
he finagled
in
it
the
a little
vibe,
bit, you
yeah.
know? He vibed it out. Sometimes you gotta vibe out. It don't gotta be the exact cadence or whatever.
But what or word? But and also he said 2 perks on geek gay. Is geeky a word?
Yeah.
Geeky?
Geeky is a word.
I'm geeky.
Geeky.
But you ever pop enough perks that you're geeky?
Yeah,
Or geeky?
Yeah.
Yes.
She getting
Not
free
me.
Not
K.
you.
I'm geeky. Getting free
Geek-K.
K.
I just want academics to call it. I feel like we're just stalling. talking
Josh
about
is over
nothing.
there. Yeah, we haven't even dived into any real talk. Well, we talked
Should
about
we?
we talked about Duck. Talked
Yeah,
about
that's crazy.
R.I.P. man.
yeah.
Still
I can't even
insane.
believe that happened still.
You think he's doing it right now?
I'm listening to the stream.
There's a part of me that wants to take a piss right now before this pops
Do
off.
it.
Actually, maybe I will do that. Yeah. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna urinate.
What'd you do this weekend, Cam Girl?
Dude, I'm trying to think. All these fucking weekends just blur together.
I know, right?
I don't know. I don't know. Research for this podcast because I'm such a good podcast host.
I feel you. Honestly, I didn't really do much either. I just
I just listened to the Shoreline album, stayed at home, got some work done. Oh, I DJ'd on Twitch. Everyone go follow me on Twitch,
you did.
twitch.tv/Campbell.
Hey guys. Shh. Thanks. Yeah. So let me hit that one time. Okay. So
Like I almost said.
what other topics or
Well, since
Points.
he's not here, let's look at our phones.
my phone's all the way over there.
Oh, look. Oh, Takeoff and 4 p.m.
Oh,
That's probably
fuck.
the craziest story.
That was a
Migos
really good
in
one.
general is like.
What'd you say, Yuri?
Your fashion show, because you got hella packages.
I know we're gonna.
We talked about
he
it a
just,
little bit.
Yeah. He just said that he's gonna be
But
out of town
anyways,
this weekend.
Did you hear about what happened to Takeoff?
I sent the topics. I know. I'm
I'm trying to just make conversation here.
okay. You wanna dive in?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's what. Anyway, okay. So I could not find any video evidence of this. One, there was really no credible sources.
Because
That-
at least with the Offset one, there was video
Yeah.
proof.
And like with this, it was like I had to really dive into some really street hood random YouTube pages, but like all the reports were leading towards the fact that Takeoff was at a restaurant, leaving the restaurant, ran into Lil Baby and 4PF, and apparently they handled him,
They got in a little
or they chased him.
scrimmage.
They chased him
Oh, in
around.
a car, yeah.
What are we talking about right now?
4PF versus Takeoff.
There's more shit unfolding with that because I ain't seen it in the real rap news, but I seen a
I
couple of
didn't-
YouTube titles trying to draw me
Exactly.
into it.
Yeah.
No, I mean
Did you guys see their interview with what's his name?
Rosenberg.
Yep.
Migos.
Who?
Migos and Rosenberg. They asked.
They did like an at-home interview, and
Rosenberg asked, "So did you listen to that new Lil Baby song? What'd you think?" And
Little bit
their
lit.
response was, "For show."
Damn. So
Well-
that's out in the open now, huh?
well, Takeoff and Offset just completely didn't say any. They didn't even
It was
speak
so
one word.
awkward because it was like a 3-second moment of silence, and in an interview like that, it's like it
Yeah.
feels like forever.
But
And then their response is, "For show."
to play devil's
Oh
advocate,
shit.
what?
We might be on live with academics right now or soon.
To
Do
play
we get to see him?
That I don't know.
Oh.
to play devil's advocate,
Uh-huh.
it kind of felt like, since it was like a Zoom thing, it kind of felt like it could have been a pause because of that. But really, they just didn't have anything
I
to
don't
say.
think so because I heard the other questions where they answered.
Yeah, and you
Pretty
know the rules
immediately.
of the game are like you show love to other rappers unless you don't love those rappers. Like if they ask you about another rapper from Atlanta and you don't say shout out to Lil Baby, that's actually very clever of Rosenberg to ask about the song instead about like the beef.
He asked about the whole album. He was like, "Oh,
And then
like
he followed it up with another question, and then the answer was very awkward too. He asked, "So have you listened to the song yet? Have you listened to the project?" And they're like, another long ass pause. Yeah. That's it.
It was
Really?
weird.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Super
But
weird.
not even, and it's not even about just being another artist from Atlanta.
On
Being
your
another
label.
artist
Same
from Atlanta
label.
on your same label and like someone you've been around.
Done music with, I assume.
I was trying to think, like, did
they?
They probably have one song,
have
of
to.
I
course.
think they have songs together on like the QC compilation album stuff.
Right,
Like I
yeah.
think they got on the what was That's My Dog.
Because there was definitely a period in which Lil Baby was probably like dying to get on Amigos song.
Fuck yeah.
You know, like up until pretty recently. Are we ready? You ready? Yeah, let's do it. Headphones off.
Oh.
So we're going to be able to just hear it out loud? Well, this is going to be interesting.
Academics going to think he's looking
This
at
is what
himself.
they can see. It looks pretty good.
Academics is connecting to audio, guys. No video?
It always takes a second. So nerve-wracking to try to do Zoom calls on live because you never really know what the fuck's going to happen.
Ooh.
He's on Twitch right now.
Because he's trying to
Interesting.
do this on his Twitch too, right?
Exactly. So there's going to be two different versions of the same conversation. I don't care if we don't have the video of him.
Oh.
You can hear Camera
Hi,
on his stream.
academics, if you could hear me.
But
we
is there a
can't- but
chance
we
we're going to
can't
hear
hear
him in
him.
the headphones? No?
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, no.
Because when he's talking, the green moves, and so I just saw it move. So he is talking, but we can't hear it.
But we can't hear it. Well, that's a shame.
I think
be
we're
very-
I think we're gonna get it
It's
figured
going to
out.
be very negative for the fans. He's got it all hyped up, too, because his fucking title right now is Academics versus ADAM22 on Twitch.
You guys need to do a versus.
So this is some
battle.
WrestleMania shit.
I love it.
We're going to get a hot new hip-hop article. Yeah,
I love that. I love that camp. Like, my storage is too full on my phone. So Cam Girl, you sent the screenshot earlier, and I don't know what it was. And Cam Girl was like, "Oh,
It
it's."
was a conversation between you and academics.
But Cam Girl made it seem like you guys were about to box.
You
Did you-
believe it.
I know she lied about what it was in it, and I'm just seeing you believing it, and I'm like,
It's pretty believable.
Yeah.
yeah.
I would love to see you in
I
academics
don't.
box.
I don't think that it would be a because like don't you have to when you box it has to be like by height and weight and shit like that.
Yeah, he's
Is he
not-
shorter than you?
Yeah,
He's
like
shorter,
a lot. He's
but
pretty
like,
short.
But like,
Is he taller
maybe,
than me?
I think he's shorter than you, too. Wait, how tall are you?
Like 5'10", 5'9"?
Who do
I'm
you
not
think,
sure.
Who do you think weighs more?
Me or House, or me or Academics?
Yeah. Because you have the height on him, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably me, I think.
I think you guys should still box.
I don't think.
I think it would still be a fair fight.
I think it would be embarrassing because I've never really boxed anybody, and I feel like it would be awkward to box somebody who's so much shorter than me.
But if you got beat up by him, it would be crazy.
Yeah, whereas if he got beat up by me, then nobody's gonna care because it's like
I think they would probably try to
think
give
they'll
him some
care,
weird.
but
They
it's
would
like
respect
you know
you.
I'm supposed to win that fight because I'm taller. Which also, by the
Yeah.
way, why are we turning this into a fight thing right before we start talking?
Like I feel like it would
Because
be.
it's so fun to imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they're over there trying to fucking mastermind this.
They
thing
look like
right
young Thug and Lil Durk
now.
off that
I know.
meat.
Josh-
Yeah.
Academics.
Hey!
What's the cracking? What's cracking? Hold on, I got my little Casamigos here. Hold on, we're gonna get this shit right. Now, I understand you guys are also on stream or live or whatever on your podcast. We don't get this right. Just give me a second. I use
Yeah.
them all the time.
It sounds good to us, so we don't have the video, but we see the
Oh,
large.
no, you're gonna get the video.
Oh, we're gonna get the
Trust me.
video.
You gonna get the motherfucking video. Everybody gonna get everything. You feel me? Listen,
Okay.
first of all, you do this for a living and I do this for a living. So number one, it has to, we can't look like fucking idiots, right?
I support it.
Let me know if y'all could see me. Hold on, let me see. I do
Throw up some gang signs real quick. Let's see if we can see you.
I do not throw up gang signs, sir. Just want to let you know. I'm a
he's live on
law-abiding
his Twitch.
citizen.
You don't throw up CN?
CN.
Oh, the chat niggas? Nah. We don't got no gang signs or nothing like that. We don't want people shouting.
Oh, I thought
you
it
got-
meant
you gotta
Complex Network.
Hold on. Give me a second.
That's their gang sign.
It's both, really.
It could be, yeah.
Oh my god, that's actually one of the funniest things I ever heard you say on here.
I'm very funny.
Well, all right.
You don't spend enough time with me.
Damn, he always got the crazy Grateful Dead shirts on.
Those are real
I
too. You've
have
been
a
wearing
Grateful
that since the
Dead shirt, I'll sell it
'90s.
to you.
Why didn't you?
That's real vintage.
Did you get the Grateful Dead SBs too?
Wait, let's talk to academics.
Yeah, what's up, Ak?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to get the video. I might have to get a second camera in here or chat. I might have to cut my camera because I want them to see me. You gotta see the sincerity in my face.
So then what does he
They're
do?
saying
Oh no,
you
I got it. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah.
We can hear it, yeah.
Chat, I'm gonna cut my camera on here because you can't use the video feed for both of them.
Right.
And I'm gonna send it over to them on Zoom, and I'll just full screen that whole thing through Zoom. Okay. I think that works. Here I go. So I'm out of this, and I think,
You ready to box him?
Just getting ready, you know.
I think this should work.
Can you see us?
No, I can see y'all. I can see y'all. Failed to start. Please select another video camera in settings.
You see Adam? You see Adam wearing the Vlone Nav collab?
Hey,
I didn't even think about that.
Is it that? Well, first of all, like, I know you and Nav got some secret business, or he's paying you a bag. Every time.
Nav sent it to
you don't
him.
got a cap. You don't got a cap. Yo, first of all, nobody got their shirt but you. Okay, I got a million people. The thing is, I'm just not a hater. Nobody got their shirt but you. So you tell me that if you really wanted and supported, you're the only one who got it. Adam, you're a little bit too smart. I'm a little bit too smart for all of this. Let's not play all the way dumb, right? You know, give me 1 second.
No, I in my personal estimation, this is the drippiest item that dropped this year, the Nav Vlone collab. Go get it at navvlone.edu.
It definitely is not
.edu.
fucking available anymore.
No?
You don't think it's
What if the guy just got his own screen printer to just
and made
screen
that?
print it?
Let me see the
I
tag.
want to see the tag.
All the
yeah.
respect.
Let me see the
too.
tag.
Is it real?
It just says Nav. I thought it would say V. I thought it would say V. I thought that would be more of a Vlone issue.
Nav
that they
and Bari.
academics is saying that nobody got their shirts. So we
Oh,
They
wait,
get
you
their
mean-
shirts, bro. Yeah.
Oh, nobody got it in the mail? No, he's saying that nobody bought it because it's whack.
Wait,
'Cause he
wait,
hates
wait,
Nav.
wait. No.
No. Got it
They
yet.
bought it. They bought it. The people bought it. Yo, it's Vlone. Niggas buy Vlone. Niggas love Vlone.
Oh, okay. No,
People
yeah,
didn't
I
get
mean, I got it. I got it from a fan in the mail. Shout out Waterwave for sending me this shirt.
Don't lie on stream. Shout out to Cash XO. He dropped Adam the bag for the promo, and of course he sent him. Of course, you probably got that in all colors, right? Yo, send me an XL. I need that.
No, this is the only one, and this is an XL, and normally I wear a large, so actually I'm going to mail this to you as soon as we get off this call, assuming it goes well. There'll be a little Vlone in it for you, Ak.
All right, yeah, I've never really worn Vlone. Okay,
You never wore Vlone before?
I'm gonna be honest. I think we gotta blame Vlone for the people not getting their shit, not Nav.
Nah. See, yo. Hey,
I'm not
by
a
the way,
Vlone.
by the way, oh, yeah, you see, I'm trying not to get into it too quickly, but hey, I know. By the way, you guys platform, salute to y'all, but also my platform. People look at us. We stream on Twitch. You guys do your thing on YouTube. I believe Adam also is on Twitch, and what happens is people kind of look at us and we seem almost like the regular fan, but y'all deal with a lot of labels. Y'all deal with a lot of artists. Y'all are very educated. And if you act ignorant, it's because you're either getting a bag and you want to act ignorant, or you're just trying to fool the fans. You know, this is exactly why Billboard just changed that rule.
Yeah.
Niggas was selling shirts that they didn't have. That's why the new rule they just changed to say you must have this. You sold a medium to fan, like his name is like Michael Johnson. You must have that T-shirt in a warehouse. You can't say we'll make it later. That's what Nav. Who would that benefit more?
But that's
Vlone or
interesting
Nav?
because there's shitloads of clothing companies now that do print
Yeah.
on demand.
Already
Like
do
they take pre-orders and then they make as many as they sell.
I agree.
And also, they have a fulfillment company that does all their shit for them. So, who's really to blame?
I mean, if you want to be honest, obviously it's gonna benefit Nav and his album sales more. But you got to think about like Vlone is only afloat right now still because of those collabs. So it's mutually beneficial for them too. That shit is not like the hottest shit in the streets right now. As far as like
You got to go if you're going to diss Vlone.
huh?
You got to leave.
I was gonna
You
say
can't diss Vlone
he
on the
thinks
show. No, I'm sorry.
otherwise.
I'm just kidding.
Yo, Adam collected the bag. It's cool.
I have never taken money from Nav. I would like to do a Nav interview. I'd like to make that clear.
Nah,
but
hold on now. Let's
I have never taken $1 from Nav, Nav's label, Vlone, or anything associated with this. I literally got this shirt from a fan who watches the podcast.
A fan.
He's angry already.
No, nobody's getting their shirts, but a fan sent you their only shirt.
Yes.
I think this guy also resells shit like
Yeah,
this.
I think he does the vintage thing, so that's probably why he has it.
All right, okay. All right.
I'm not I'm not the nigga to defend Adam at all, but I will say that multiple people have hit me up to get, because Adam's been making this joke about how he wants this shirt.
I finally got it.
And other fans have hit me up to be like, yo, I got a medium for Adam. I'm like, that nigga can't fit a medium,
No,
dog.
that's not happening.
All right, bet. Hold on, just give me 1 second, because I want y'all to see me. I just gotta plug this fucking camera out and back in.
I gotta adjust if I'm gonna be looking over here the whole time.
Yeah, I kind of got to pee too.
Go do it.
I'm gonna sit over here by Cam Girl too, so I can
Oh, really?
look academics in his eyes.
I keep smelling cigarettes, and then I realize it's a fucking, it's a
What is it?
spliff. I think it's a joshspliff.com.
Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Oh, yes. Here we go, baby. Hold on.
He's saying perfect, but we ain't seeing him yet.
Yeah, you ain't seen me yet, but you about to see me. They see me on my stream. I got everything going on. Yo, give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 second. Do not move. 1 second.
I love that I'm doing this in a Nav shirt. I didn't even think about the fact that you guys
So
don't like
perfect.
each other when I put it on today.
So perfect.
I didn't know we were going to be doing this when I put it on either, so. Nav's going to see this. Nav's going to watch this and be like, that man has my shirt. That's a good guy. I'm going to do an interview with him. The brown boy is back.
All
You
right,
can't hear? Oh, no, there he
bet.
is.
I got my shit ready. You know?
We still don't see him.
No. You're gonna see me 1 second. Relax, Adam.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know.
Here we go.
There
See
it
the
is.
game?
Oh my God, he's
There it
here.
is.
The red cup
I've
ready?
been in person, man.
He got champion on. We got Vlone on.
These, I gotta say, Complex Con. These are free.
What's that hat say? Zone 6?
Zone 6, you know what I mean? I was up in the trenches, you know, of Atlanta. Feel me? And I was, fortunate to get a Zone 6 hat. Had to do a couple of things, you know what I mean? That's cap, but I'm pretty sure the internet will still believe it. Anyway, hold on, let me just do gallery.
You got a
view.
crack in that wall over
Perfect.
there?
That's Adam's gift.
Nice, a little, little mishap, Adam.
You got
Anyway.
you threw an elbow on a Henny night.
No. See, Adam, we're not gonna do false narrative tonight.
You turn up on the stream, you start throwing elbows. That's what we got to look forward to tonight.
No. See. We're gonna start off. Hold on, let me make sure. Oh, my audience can't even fucking hear me. I had to make a new thingy. Oh no, I should be good. Fuck. Chat, give me 1 sec. Wait. Chat, y'all can hear me, right? Wait, Adam, speak.
Check.
We're good. Perfect.
Oh, here we go.
Perfect. Okay.
Oh shit.
So number one, we're not gonna do false narratives today. We're not gonna, whatever.
Can we turn him
I don't
up?
know what type of bullshit I don't.
I
But
think it's
that
good.
doesn't look like Hennessy at all.
Hey, I brought the bottle of fucking Buffalo Trace straight whiskey bourbon, just to
Okay.
Let's set the tone.
set the tone.
Oh, now pardon me for my ignorance. I obviously don't have it. You two other individuals, could you just? My name's Academics. What's your
Hello.
name?
What's up, academics? How you doing, bro?
We've told him he looks like you before, so this is kind of like Inception.
I get this joke all the time that I look like you.
No. There was again, pardon my ignorance. This is no eagerness. This is literally ignorance, or really just not knowing. There was another individual y'all used to say the same joke about. There was another black. Yo, Adam,
Yeah.
you be having a token black guy, and you call all the token black guys academics.
Now
I don't
look,
feel like I started it, but,
but what you gotta realize is I'm the OG. I've been here since like 2016.
it's true.
Oh, word?
Yeah, the other nigga, that's when Adam was trying to replace me when I wasn't really fucking with Adam like that. So he tried to get another black nigga to take my spot.
Oh man, no, but that dude was Jamaican, so you guys had mad
And
similar
I'm
linguistic things
and
going on.
And I'm also half Jamaican too, so it's like a weird Jamaican inception.
I'm not gonna lie, man. That's definitely some white corporate shit. Replace the black guy with another black guy.
Oh.
Oh no, we got mad black guys, and we got a Korean girl.
And we got the Korean
Don't
homegirl.
make me the token Korean.
Is Adam trying to convince me over here that he checks off all the diversity boxes?
He's like, I got a woman.
Yo, homie. What's your name? Again, no disrespect.
I go by the name of House Phone.
Little house phone.
House phone. Okay, little house phone. I remember you said that a long time before, but I thought it was the other guy. So you were beefing with him, and you got the other guy in.
we wasn't really beefing. I wasn't fully like committed to the idea of being a podcaster. I feel like, yeah.
And then he got the no jumper chain.
And
now he's
then
here.
Adam gave me the no jumper chain, so now I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. What happened to the other guy?
I don't know. He used to work in the store. He got fired.
Adam,
People ask that question all the time.
Oh no, you see, this is why academics is here for the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. By the way, whoever that nigga was, that nigga hit me up trying to expose you, Adam. Just to let you know. No. Well, this goes into all the conversations I want to have, because when people hit me up trying to kick your back in and throw you under the bus, I never looked at those things as opportunities to make you look anyway. I take a mental note and I keep it moving. I saw him, he made a couple videos, a couple people sent it to me. Like, again, I don't even know if it was he who hit me up directly, but there were some people, I don't know if they were connected to him, trying to get us like, yo, you should bring him on your live. You should talk about Adam. And I'm like, why would I do that? You seem shocked. Why?
That's the first I heard of that. But, honestly, I would say the same thing, because I had your ex-girlfriend trying to come on the podcast a couple weeks ago, and I told her I'm not really trying to be throwing dirt on AK or whatever right now. She said, we don't have to talk about that. I said, that's the only thing to talk about. Okay,
wait, hold up now. And this has been a source of discussion, and I'm so glad we're live. Who's my ex-girlfriend?
I believe this was Angelica.
Okay, so she was trying to come on recently to talk about what?
I don't know exactly, but my response was like, not really trying to do the Academics ex-girlfriend interview right now.
Okay. So, all right, so let me ask you a question, because I think this has been the thing. So if say an ex-girlfriend or a girl who, I don't know, I fucked in the past, whoever, if she wants to talk to you and she want to get on your podcast or your platform, does it get the checkbox alone to satisfy whatever requirements you have to say, as long as she talks about academics, we're good? Because usually when people, and by the way, that particular person told me that usually most of people who have been associated, I don't have bad relationships with people in the aftermath. They tell me, hey, Adam's another platform that we want to, he does a lot of interviews. We want to go talk to him. You know what I usually say to them, but I also say to you, leave me out of it. Leave me out of it. Like, if you want to, you shouldn't ever, this is what I just think on the media side. You shouldn't want to just interview my ex-girlfriend just because she's my ex-girlfriend. Do you agree with that?
No, that's how I felt. I felt like I don't really know what this person has to discuss besides being Academics' ex-girlfriend. And at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not really so invested in somebody exposing you or having, if they had something like incredibly newsworthy and interesting, maybe that would be something to consider. But at the same time, I do feel like, I consider you a friend, or at least hopefully we're going to remain friends, Academics. And to that extent, I don't really have a reason to be trying to put dirt on you. So I said no to the interview because, and for the record, I've never interviewed anybody with the sole purpose of exposing you or whatever. The two times that I think that you've taken issue with is the fact that I interviewed Selena and she had some shit to say about you. And then I interviewed Sarah Molina and all I did with her was ask her about you.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. How many times has Selena Powell been on your show?
I think 2 to 3 times. 3 times maybe.
Okay. I'm also, again, by the way, salute to my chat niggas. I keep telling y'all, I only tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Are you planning to have her back on again?
She is supposed to come on again soon, and literally, if you were to ask her for the text records of me and her talking about her coming on the show, you would see that one of the things I said before I agreed to have her on the show was, I'm not trying to do a whole bunch of Academics talk, because I know she's kind of butthurt over some shit with you right now. But that literally is something that I said to her like a week ago.
All right, I'm gonna be honest with you, and again, that's why I'm so glad it's live. I've seen multiple messages from people who have been connected to me, who show me messages or conversations that they've had with you, and they specifically say, "I get it, you might be interested in talking to me, but I have other things going on. I do not want to talk about academics." We'll talk about the two people. My ex wasn't trying to go on to expose me. She got a whole Instagram live. She get on there like I'm exposing this bitch nigga act. It'll probably move around. That's not what she was gonna do. She wants to do music and a few other things. And based on what she's perceiving that you have, you know, like been, like you posted a video one time. Like, let's be very clear now, Adam. You or one of your employees posted a video of my ex in a studio rapping, right? I was sleeping in the background, but she was rapping. Are you?
Oh yeah, that was funny as fuck.
Okay, I get it. No, it was funny.
But that we posted that just for the fact that it was funny, the idea of you being in the studio with your girl and you fell asleep. I mean, that wasn't an anti-academics thing.
No. I'm not saying it was. But I'm asking you, would you understand how that person might look at it to say, wait, Adam is previewing my music?
That's that's kind of an optimistic way of looking at it, because I've never heard said person's music. I didn't even know that they were serious about their music career, and I definitely didn't know that the reason why they wanted to do an interview with me was to talk about music. I thought for sure that she just wanted to expose you, because I didn't think there was anything else that she would have talked about. So that was what I said to her. I said, I'm not really trying to do a whole academics dissing podcast or whatever, so I'm good.
Okay. All right. I understand that.
That's what I said to her.
For anyone who I've talked to, or they'd be like, hey, just letting you know I'm going on No Jumper. They usually say, truth be told, not gonna lie to you, he's probably gonna allow me on his platform because we're talking about you. But really, I'm not here to talk about you or make you look any type of way. I got other things going on. I want to talk about my OnlyFans. I want to talk about like my love and hip hop possible career. I want to talk about other rappers. I want to talk about just me doing music, whatever the case is. And I think, again, you know, they all send me screenshots. Like Adam, I've gotten a million screenshots of you texting all these songs.
No, but I would love to know anything I've ever texted that you take issue with, because I don't feel like I've ever had a conversation. I'm trying to think of anyone besides Selena that I've ever talked to that there was any sort of conversation about you beforehand, before we did the interview, because I don't think that's ever happened. Who else have I interviewed that like would have confidential information about you or whatever?
Well, it's not even about that, right? All right, let me go with my ex, right? My ex hit you up. She wanted to, you know, she's trying to broaden her horizons. She wants to talk to other, you know, like, you have a slightly different audience than mine, but we share some audience, right? She hits you up. It appears, and by the way, there's some rappers, I call them out. I don't give two fucks. I call everybody out. It appears that y'all are interested in somewhat of a conversation with her. That's what, and if you tell me you never messaged her back or blah, 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 you're a liar. That's a fact.
Wait, who?
Angelica, you never messaged her back?
Oh no, I messaged her back, but I basically said that I wasn't trying to do the interview, and that I asked her if she was still with you, and I think she said no. But either way, I was like, I'm not trying to do the interview. I just wasn't trying to interview her.
Regardless of the case, I remember her telling me like, yo, like, Adam is trying to like be careful. Could you just let him know you have no problem if he interviews you? And I think I even reached out like, I don't give two fucks, because she's like, what I'm trying to say is that for the most part, all of these people who you think are anti-me, we'll get to Sarah Molina, and we'll get to that whole little conundrum, which I think has caused all this. But what I'm saying is that they're usually not trying to expose me. Right. They fuck with me, but they'll use me as a crutch. Now, they're looking at you as you're a sucker in terms of if we tell him we're talking about academics, he'll let us on the platform. But really, we got mad other things to talk about.
Right, but nobody, I can't think of anybody who's ever hit me up trying to be on the podcast like, oh, I'm going to say this about academics. That's never happened. I did the Selena Powell interview, and she ended up talking about you, and I ended up agreeing with you that I kind of went over the line with just buying into the narrative that she was selling about you kind of doing like a cuck thing with 6ix9ine. I agreed with you when you took offense to that or were not a fan of that. I totally agree with that, and I do owe you an apology. I forget if I ever actually apologized to you for that, but that I do agree that you're right on, because I sort of allowed her to sell me on this narrative of this sort of like weird-ass situation with you and 6ix9ine and her. You were right about that for sure, but that's the only person I can think of who I ever had on the podcast that I would have even thought about discussing the fact that she was going to talk about you beforehand, but I don't even think I talked about the fact that she was going to talk about you beforehand. The only other one is Angelica mentioned coming on the podcast. I basically told her no. Basically, because to me, the only thing that I could really do an interesting interview with her about would be tell us about dating academics. And like I said, I wasn't really trying to do that because, again, I felt like our relationship had been somewhat strained after the Selena Powell interview. And that's why I didn't want to talk to her about that. If we were in a completely different place, like me and you were super cool broing down.
He's muted. I don't know.
You don't think he can hear me?
I don't know if he can hear you. I'm not sure. But he's muted.
Interesting. Look at
They said they
okay.
couldn't hear?
They can hear us.
Yeah, you guys are fine.
So now we have control of the Academics Twitch stream and they can't hear him. Follow at ADAM22, at CamGirlX, I guess, at Lil House Phone. Doesn't have a Twitter anymore.
Fuck
No, follow me on Instagram.
Like and subscribe.
Follow me on Instagram, chat.
What could have happened on his end?
I don't know. Maybe click some button.
But didn't he say he was turning off one of them before, and that was what was going to allow this to happen?
He was gonna turn off the video for
can't hear you,
his
Ak.
OBS or some shit.
I wonder if he can hear us, even though
think he
they can't hear him.
Did you hear me right now or no?
Now we
Now we
can.
can.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
All right. I don't know what the fuck just happened because I was like, yo, this nigga keep ranting. I'm like, yo, I'm cutting you off like a million times. Bro, I ain't say like there's 1,000 people who told me that shit, nigga. I'm just telling you that, listen. Bro, it's just motherfucking weird, bro, that 2 girls I was intimate with, bro, like all of a sudden, to keep it true,
Who's that?
like, you hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yo, you're not interviewing both of those women to really talk about shit. By the way, Selena been fucking rappers since you know, in Jamaican terms, we said since Wapi Kill Phillip. You feel me? Which means she been doing it forever.
Right.
If you ain't trying to ever get on your podcast, nigga, or some shit happened. I get there's some 6ix9ine shit with it. I get it. But Shorty's been saying whatever with me and her. Cool. She went on your show and she heavily talked about me. And also my ex. That's 2. Yo, that's 2. Like, it don't got to be 5. It's 2.
But I
What
said
I'm saying
no
is
to
that-
your ex.
Hold on. No, you ain't say no to my ex. That's cap.
Yes, I did. I said no to Angelica.
No, unless she lying. Well, let's call it a liar then.
Let's see it,
I like
because
it
I
too.
told her,
Hold
my
up.
conversation with her was like, nah, I'm not trying to do a podcast about academics.
Yo, she told me, could you let Adam know I am okay with him talking to me?
That don't mean
We
you
were
said
cool.
Yeah,
She was still in my crib at that point. Yo, I'm like, yo, I get it. If you're trying to get a little bit more exposure, blah, 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 which, by the way, I just think anybody just point blank, period. Nigga, I'm on fucking academics. If you need to go holler at another nigga, which, you know, this is a different topic outside of you, Adam. You go holler at anybody else, there's something fucking wrong with you, period. But anyway, she said, yo, what's up? Like, a no jumper interview could be cool with me. She said she hit you. She said basically you brought up the fact that, yo, I don't want to piss Ak off, but if you cool with it, she told me, she said, yo, could you just tell Adam you don't mind it? I think I hit you and said, Adam, bro, Adam, don't look at me crazy, see?
No, but my whole thing with her is there's no reason to interview her unless it's talking about academics. If I don't want to talk about academics, then I don't want to do the interview.
No, this is where niggas trying to Kanye you. Adam, facts or no? Did I not hit you and said, bro, you could, if you want to, because by the way, I didn't tell you to answer her messages. You did. You were communicating with her. She said he is a little bit apprehensive because of you. And I get it, you don't want to step on toes. So I told you, I said, Adam, if you really do want to interview her outside of talking to me, please do just leave me out of it. Now, for whatever reason, it didn't happen. But if everybody who's listening to the sound of my voice didn't get it, the reason why it didn't happen is because you realized it wasn't gonna be about me. So if maybe it was about me, and I said, oh no, give her a platform, you would've, right? Yes or no?
No, the first thing I said with her was, I don't want to do an interview about academics. I could find the screenshots. It was something along those lines where I just...
I'm gonna get my volume right. My bad. Go ahead.
Because of our, again, like our strained relationship, academics, after this Selena Powell incident in which you felt some kind of way about a conversation I had with her about you, that made me not want... It made me reconsider doing an interview with anyone really who's like dating someone in the media or whatever. You got to admit that interviewing Selena Powell is one thing because she's obviously got tons of shit to talk about with all these different rappers, but interviewing Angelica when the only thing that I'm really going to be able to talk to her about is the fact that she dated you, I just didn't want to do it. So that's why I didn't do it. And then you hit me up and said, "Oh, I'm cool with you interviewing her. Just don't make it about me." That don't even matter because I didn't want to interview her.
Okay, all right. Well, she lied then. I love. Listen, I like facts. So
I would love to show you every. I will send you every message between me and her, and I promise.
That's on her. So now we know the world is watching. So now she needs to know you ain't never want to interview her. So me hitting you, this is what you're saying. You ain't never really want to interview her. So even me hitting you said, bro, I have no problem. I don't have no beef. It's cool. Just don't talk about me. If she can't prove, right, like somebody's lying. If she cannot prove, right, that you were basically down to talk to her if I was cool with it, she's lying. Or if she proves that, yo, he was down to talk to me, he just wanted to make sure Ack was cool, and I told you when talking to you, I don't care what you interview her about, just leave my name out of it. Now, so somebody's gonna be lying. So it's either you or her. Again, you on here with us, it's on her at this point. Now, let me ask you this question, Adam. Real talk.
Okay, and for the record, I never planned on interviewing her, never really thought about it. We might have had a conversation like a long time ago because obviously I met her that time that you came to my store, but I was never planning on interviewing her.
Adam, let me tell you, let your nuts hang, bro. Don't clean it up. No.
I'm telling you what's real.
All right, let's get to this.
And I will send you every conversation I ever had with her just so we can double check this.
No. We ain't got to do that. It ain't even that serious. Like my thing is that, like, yo, chicks and I ain't gonna say the B word because I heard what y'all said.
Bitches, you could say it. It's cool. We say it, right, Kim? Bitches.
Well, y'all not on complex, so anyway, let me just bring this up, and I guess this is where I ignored it for a while, but then I look at it and I say, why isn't he being a little bit more careful? Let me ask you this, Adam. Adam, do you remember when you came on even my Twitch channel? And there was some allegations. This is when you had a label deal with Atlantic, which eventually got dropped. By the way, I love that record. That what was it? Something hard with Take It. Actually, was fire. Anyway, they dropped you because of some, the SJWs came for you. They said you like raped some chick or you had like predatorial messages. They were trying to sully your name, whatever the case is. I'm not here to adjudicate that case or even say that they were lying or even say you were telling the truth. However, you came on my platform. And I tried to be fair to both sides. I knew you. Again, I've never, ever, ever seen, heard, whatever, that particular, those allegations for anything to be like, yo, that's the type of guy he is. So I gave you the benefit of the doubt, right? And
I appreciate that, yeah.
Okay. So let me then ask you, and by the way, this is even a better question. Would you have appreciated that I went and found the girl who allegedly said you raped her? That's what her story was. And I brought her on my show, and I basically did let's call it a podcast. I did a podcast with her. And all of a sudden, she's telling all the quote-unquote vile things that Adam did, and we're bringing up the screenshots of certain messages you wrote, whether trolling or not. And basically, she's positioning and saying you're a predator, a rapist, and then before immediately coming to you, I'm over here almost joking about it.
Okay, you're right. That I appreciate the fact that you didn't do that. Whatever. That was very nice of you to not have done that. But my question is, what have I done that is even close to being the parallel example of that? Because I've never had anybody on the podcast who was there to talk about you besides the Selena Powell one where she did end up talking about you at length. And again, I said that I rethought that and everything. But that's the only person that's ever been on my podcast that had a lot to say about you.
Adam, I'm glad you said that.
But what are the other examples? Like, I can't really think of anything.
Adam, I'm going to answer your question, but
okay.
I didn't even ask mine.
Okay.
My question was one sentence question. If I did said thing, would that be disrespectful in your mind? Or maybe not disrespectful, but you're like, this guy, I can't consider someone who I could confide in, trust in, or someone who's a you might consider me as a competitor in whatever field we're in, but like someone who's we're in the shit together.
Right.
Would you, if I did that, would you then say I could still fuck with Akko? Would you be like, yo, that nigga tried to sink me?
I would have definitely taken that as an example of something that like a friend clearly would not do to another friend, or not even a friend, but like people who generally have respect for each other in media or whatever. I would have thought that was kind of out of line. I would expect somebody who doesn't like me to do that. I would expect somebody who generally did like me to not do that. So yeah, sure. Okay.
So then I ask you. Well, actually, I think you had a question, right? So let me answer.
Right, but my question is.
Your question is what equates to.
Right. What have I done that's anywhere close to that? Because I've never had anybody make any serious accusations about you on the podcast.
Yes, you have, Adam.
What?
Adam.
What?
Let me tell you this. When you play with the pigs, expect to get money. I have done it myself.
But hold on. Let me know your example. I want to know the example.
This is the example I'm giving. I just have to get it off. You know what I mean? I get a little one-liner. You know what I mean?
Okay.
No, don't worry about it. I'm entertaining. What I'm saying, Adam, is this. When I repeatedly hit you, not even repeat, I think maybe it was once. And I say, yo, bro, what Shorty said that happened with rapper A, and this is where we intro 6ix9ine. 6ix9ine enters the chat. Oh, Ak was there and he handed 6ix9ine a condom to fuck his self-proclaimed girl. I know you're white. I'm black. Let me tell you this. Niggas look at me different. Adam. Adam, don't laugh at that. I see you with a little chuckle. Adam, the first time you came on my podcast, when I podcast my stream, you had Lena sitting on your lap, and you said to me, Ak, I will. You'd be like, yo, you said, Ak, I want you to fuck Lena.
It was a joke. I had just met her.
Okay, no. That's not the point. No, I wasn't trying to make that a thing. But at that point, that's what you think. Let me tell you, in black culture, if I've ever around a girl, ask the homies, bro. I'm black. That's what I'm saying, that you get away with shit that I can't. If you think, imagine if there was a clip. By the way, the only girl I've ever dated in this shit is Angelica. Imagine if there was a fucking clip where I said, I ain't gonna lie, man, if Drake wanted to fuck Angelica, he could fuck her all types of way, blah, blah, even if it was the first fucking day. Again, keep in mind that I now have met her. Because, by the way, she did come on my stream, and I don't know what. But what I'm saying is, imagine as a black guy me saying that. Bro, they're going to kill me, bro. But what I'm saying is that you could get away with that. And by the way, you know what's up. You hit me later. We took that. Like, bro, that's water in the bridge. Yo, listen, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for your newborn. I don't even want to bring the stress to you. I just feel like you stink this to me, right? So, what I'm saying is that when you put that narrative out via that girl, that AKADEMIKS, who mad rappers don't like, is such a bitch, because you don't have to say the words. That's how it's looked. He's such a bitch that he has a girl in a room with a rapper, and he hands him the condom, and he says, even though I love her so much, just fuck her. Bro, see, you're laughing right now because you know how it plays. You're white.
Because, you got to think about what happened. Selena Powell's on the podcast. She gave me that version of events. The only thing I did wrong was that I just believed it, and I kind of laughed along with it and allowed her to spin that narrative that you were not appreciative. And I believe your version of it. I believe that this was not something where you're sitting in the corner and you're jerking off and you're watching 6ix9ine fuck her. Like, I believe you, and I believe that she was trying to sell me on a version of events that was probably far off from reality. And again, that's what I've apologized for, is that I felt bad about accepting her version of those events on the podcast.
You did that privately. That's why I'm glad we public with it now. So you said, when I told you that, you're like, oh, okay. But here's what the thing is. That video, Adam, I could look up your top 20 most viewed videos. When Selena comes on your platforms, views. That's facts.
That's true. That one got a lot of views.
Tell me a lot. And you can't lie, because she's a demon too. If you lie about that, she gonna violate you.
That's real. I still talk to Selena all the time. We're cool, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So when she's on your platform with one of your most viewed videos, given a version of a story that is not true, that you are giggling with and even continuing to make a joke about, again, you white. It's cool if you a cuck. Like, yo, yeah, I let everybody fuck my girl. It's cool. I'm black. A nigga fuck your girl. That's the end of the world. Look how much they, yo, shit, even for Shorty even being around some other rapper, look how much I got shit for that. You get what I mean?
Right.
I'm talking about somebody else. What I'm saying is that, to me, I looked at it and I said, yo, Adam, especially if I reached out to you, I would have rather you be like, yo, could you come on my show and just like give the real behind it? And this is one of the major problems I think does exist with you. And by the way, we got to eventually get to the 6ix9ine shit. You've interviewed the janitor around 6ix9ine, the driver, the nigga who used to go get the condoms, the nigga who used to buy the red rags. You care about everybody's story and you validate it. But not for a second do you care about the actual guy. Here's the thing though. Adam, let me ask you a question. And I know we're kind of moving about certain shit.
For the record, I just want to say that if you had wanted to come on the podcast to correct the record of what she said, I don't know if I ever acknowledged it on the podcast, but I would have been happy to. I didn't know that was something that you wanted to discuss on the No Jumper podcast. I believe you covered it on your show.
Adam, it's your biggest fucking viewed video, my nigga. You, like, if I talk to you in private, again, I don't really, I love Vlad. Trust me, I love Vlad. And, Vlad asked me to come on the couch a long time ago. Me in certain trying to gauge my trajectory in this and third, I never did. And I love Vlad. Trust me, I really do. But what I'm saying by that is that, me reaching out to you, and this is courtesy, bro. Vlad has hit me and be like, yo, I'm hearing you got fired from Complex. Is that true? Now, keep in mind, if I didn't respond, you might have ran a story saying I got fired from Complex. I told him the real. Did he run that story? No. What I'm saying is that you hit me, or I talked to you, and I said, what Shorty said about that, which is one of your videos going viral, is not true, and not for a second did you just stop to say, yo, by the way, I know everybody's looking at this and it's so sensationalized, but I talked to Act, it's all cap. You ain't even have to do, I ain't even got to come on. Just be honest. That shit's all cap. Shorty cap it. That nigga wasn't in no fucking corner of the room giving a condom to 6ix9ine and fuck no chick. That's not so how some shit. You laughing because it's funny. But Adam, this is where you get into that sensationalism shit. You get into the media takeout realm. The dope story is worth way more than the truth. So because that, Adam, you want me to look up right now? I'll look up right now. I'm going to your channel right now.
It's got like 2 million views. I'll save you the time. But for the record, I just didn't know that you wanted me to publicly come out and make a statement about the nature of the group sex situation or whatever was happening with 6ix9ine.
20 YouTube videos or not?
Yeah, it's up there. It's got a lot of views.
Absolutely. So would it be in your best interest that even if you're a nigga that thought him and you were cool, told you that's cap, that you would not go and at least be on your platform, even if that video got 2,000 views, to say, yo, I'm gonna be honest with you, I know that shit going viral, but I talk to Act. That shit cap as fuck. You ain't even do that.
I mean, but I don't have any proof about that, so it would have been a weird statement for me to release. And it also sounds like you're basically saying that the same thing that she said happened. You're just saying that it wasn't a cuck thing. You didn't hand him the condom, but you were there, and she did get smashed by both of you. It sounds like she was applying a different motivation to it, but it's basically still.
Adam. This is where you go into what I call white speak.
Oh God.
You try to. Let me rephrase it. That says I'm not lying. Adam, trust me. I block her on every single platform. Like, mirror is some shit. You know what I mean? Like, again, I have an actual girl who's in the middle of that who I'm trying to tend to also her feelings. I'll call Selena right now on my phone. Look at this phone right here. And she will say to you, Adam, I lied. That's cap. Take the video down. Would you take it down?
I mean, it's been a while. It seems kind of pointless to take it down now.
No, it's cap. It's cap. So if she says it's cap, would you do it?
I mean, if you guys both wanted it removed, sure, I guess I would take it down or at least edit that part out.
No, what I'm trying to say is that as you tried to hit me with a white speak, well, I don't really know what the truth is. I'll get her to tell you the truth. Do you want that? I get it right now.
I've spoken to her about that situation, and I believe that she's still sticking with that version of it.
We on the spot. I get her to tell you the truth right now, and I don't talk to her. I get her to tell you the truth.
I mean, if you want to call her, that's totally fine. I mean, I don't really see what that has to do with me.
No, because you tried to do the white splain shit, which is, I'm gonna defend the content by saying, even though I talk to you as a man, just like imagine if you were upset that I interviewed allegedly a girl that you supposedly raped, and she's saying all these things. You tell me, yo, act, this ain't blah blah, this ain't true, blah blah. And I then come on here and defend it by saying, well, I don't know if Adam didn't really rape her though.
Right, but again, like a rape accusation is a very much more serious thing than the accusation, which is still, you're not denying that it's true that you and 6ix9ine fucked a girl together at the same time.
I don't like niggas lying on my name because I don't lie on people's name. I don't lie on people's name because if I had any type of energy, I would have violated you and lied on your name.
But you realize I can't fact check every person I'm interviewing in real time. Like a lot of these corrections have to be issued after the fact.
No, that's not. You didn't even issue the correction, my nigga.
I believe I did speak on this. I can't remember exactly where, but I definitely spoke about it on the podcast. I don't know if I titled a video fucking AKADEMIKS proves that actually when him and 6ix9ine fucked this girl together, it was actually different and he didn't actually love her.
See, let me stop you again. Me and 6ix9ine's never fucked no women together. I tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. Before, and by the way, Selena should be a queen to your platform. I don't feature on my platform no more. But I see you talk to a lot of bum bitches who don't get a lot of views. When Selena pull up to your, no, that's facts. When Selena pull up to your platform, she get it lit. Whatever she's talking about, sometimes she might be capping, sometimes she's telling the truth. This is what I'm trying to say, right? Everything that happened there, you are looking at it in a different perspective than truthfully what even that person would say to you. And by the way, the person told me that they told you some of the same things because I vowed to never talk to that person before. I actually fucked up and, you know, I don't like giving people second chances. They were like, yo, yeah, I made a mistake, whatever on Adam's show. I shouldn't have blah, blah, blah. I said, well, it's already out there. You're to kick my back in. Did you tell Adam that? So they told you that. But of course, you care about the content. Adam, let me tell you this. You're me. And why you're so shocked about me mentioning a possible rape victim talking about you, let me tell you the backlash with me. And by the way, let me tell you why it's so complicated with that person. Because that person has so many allegations against everybody in the industry that, you could act all you want, that you don't be talking to nobody. My nigga, you are a huge platform. There's like 6 of us, bro. We all talk to the same niggas, my nigga, bro. I keep it 1,000. People hit me and said, act, I fuck with you. But I'm going to be honest with you. I heard that shit on Adam's podcast. Shorty said, you did that. Shorty said that you try to ruin so-and-so's career. You try to ruin so-and-so's marriage. Now, you might be thinking some rape shit is just only about, like, going to jail. But when you have people who are top artists in the entertainment industry that care a lot about their livelihood, and they're saying, well, yo, I fuck with you, but Shorty just said on Adam's podcast that you the nigga who was behind it. And don't act like you don't remember her saying that, like, oh yeah, me and Act, we did all that shit. That's fact. That's false. False.
Wait, so what?
These people.
Again, it's just, I want you to view this from my lens. I had a girl on the podcast. The intent was not to talk about you. We talk. She ends up telling me this story about you and 6ix9ine, and I thought the story was very funny, so I went along, I laughed at it and everything. I understand how, from your perspective, the story was displayed in a way that was inappropriate, whatever. Okay, fine. I can't fact check her in the middle of the interview. We did that interview live for the record. That was live.
Adam, Bro, stop the fucking cap, my nigga.
What is the cap?
I'm gonna tell you what the cap is. Adam. So let me now say names. And I've never said names before. So when Cardi B hits me up and says, I cried for 3 fucking weeks because I just saw, no, she said, I was going through a real life fucking issue, right? And I just seen that this bitch went on this nigga's podcast and said, academics set this whole fucking thing up. You know what my reputation goes to? Yes or no? And see, this is why, chat. I told you to watch my tone. You see how Adam's looking around like I'm like being belligerent? I gotta chill.
But why would Cardi B give a fuck about you fucking a girl at the same night or the same time as
He's talking about when she lied about the Offset shit.
Adam, you make too much money off this culture to act ignorant.
But what am I acting ignorant of? You got to tell me.
Hold on. You're acting ignorant that when you're why are you interviewing Selena if you're not talking about me? Tell me why.
She's got 50 other rappers we could have talked about that we probably did talk about before we talked about you.
Perfect. Thank you. Name me the top 2 other rappers.
Tory Lanez and fucking, I don't know who the fuck else it was at the time, man. She's got such a long list.
It's not Tory. Hollywood Life, E-News, TMZ covered a possible cheating story with Cardi B and Offset. And she was supposedly a baby mama. Bro, you talked about that. Yo, Adam, I can't stand the cap, bro.
But by the time I did that podcast, we already knew that she had lied about the Cardi B thing, and we talked about that on the podcast.
Hold on. All right, perfect. I'm glad you said that.
I'm kind of confused about what point you're trying to make here.
The point I'm trying to make is that you, on some free reign, basically not giving a fuck about other people, especially other media platforms. And this is where I call equivalent to, because what is a rape allegation? It's about your reputation. It's about your moral integrity. Yes or no?
Yeah, of course. I just don't think that the idea of you 6ix9ine fucking the same girl carries the same weight as a rape accusation.
We're going to get to 6ix9ine. Stop it.
But that's the whole thing. That's the only thing that Selena talked about that you're upset about. And I already acknowledged that I wish I didn't have that conversation with her and that I wish I had handled it differently.
Adam, go watch an interview with her.
I might have to after this, because it feels like you got something different out of it than what I got.
No, Selena, if you know why I don't talk to you, it's because I told her this. 5 celebrities said to me, yo, Shorty went on Adam's show and basically said that you and her plan to fuck us over. Now, Adam, what I'm saying is that when a chick says that, it's not her saying that, oh, she fucked over a couple dudes. She involved me. And you laughed it off, blah, blah, without actually saying, wait, whoa. So you're saying Ak did this? Bro, that's a serious accusation. Some of these people are married, my nigga.
But I don't think...
Hold on, Adam, you got a baby mother, bro. If a nigga say something about your baby mother, you ain't a man if you don't feel some type of way. If you feel that, say, my man Lil House Phone did something to upset her or even put out a narrative that could have people fucking with her like, oh shit, yo, House Phone said this happened. You're telling me you're not gonna look at him and be like, yo, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro, yo, don't show up to this podcast for a couple weeks. If you don't say that you won't, you don't love your girl. That's facts.
But I'm confused what you think that I did regarding the Cardi B situation.
Can I explain it to him for you? Because I feel like he knows.
Yeah, somebody explain, because I totally lost what point he's trying to make.
Just the fact.
House phone. I'm going to see how much of a real nigga you are right now. Because you know exactly what that is. Go ahead. Let me hear you too.
All right, so at the end of the day, I think he's saying, he's saying that the fact that she said that her and Academics together concocted this plan to fake the pregnancy.
Oh, okay.
About Cardi B.
But did she say that?
I mean,
oh my God, yo, Adam, this is where I be snapping, bro, and this is where like the little white version of you come in.
But I think you need to understand that you're paying and possibly reading into the stuff that she said that I didn't necessarily read into, because I don't even remember her saying that you were involved in that whole thing. Did she say that?
Adam, I won't, because I fuck with her. I won't. I could play a voice note from Cardi B right now saying, I fuck with you. By the way, Cardi B fucks with me. And she said, Yo, I watched No Jumper podcast and I heard a girl say certain shit and I was like, yo, it's no way that you could fuck with me as I think you fuck with me, and that could be true. What I'm saying is that was my reputation on the line. That you joked about, that you didn't care about, and then you continually encouraged and brought up little jokes or welcomed that individual to reiterate some of the stuff she said. Even when I even hit you and I didn't want to say some of these things aren't true. So you know what people in the industry are saying? Yo, Ak, I fuck with you, but damn. Me and Walker had that conversation.
This is the first time that I ever heard anybody say anything about Selena Powell making that accusation about you on my podcast. I never knew this was a thing.
Adam, I used to think the same way too. But listen, I don't really talk to her and shit like that. And she, by the way, she's in a different place in her life too. You know what I told her? You think that everything is cool? There's people's marriages, there's people's livelihoods. That some of the things you may have been capping about for clout, or some of the stuff, whatever, you fucked up a lot of things. Now, some of the shit you did was true. Now, what the shit that you did was true, it was true. But and by the way, you are the only platform that's given her the opportunity to vocalize, louden, and say blatant either lies or give a version of the story that's going to cause people harm. Yo, let me ask you this, and then you can say whatever you want to say. If I interviewed a homeless dude, and the dude was on my stream and said, yo, Ak, yeah, I'm one of the homeless dudes in LA, and I'm like, oh, word? Like, yo, you ever met nobody popular, blah, blah, blah? And he said, yo, Ak, let me tell you this. Me and 10 of my homeless niggas ran a train on Lena the Plug. I see how you laugh. No, don't laugh. Don't laugh. It's not funny. It's not funny. Okay. And by the way, I'm not trying to make you feel no type of way.
It's kind of funny.
All right, so you would have no fucking problem if 10 homeless niggas, and say people are believing it, and also, I don't know, say that's reverberated to other people who Lena works with, or you work, and be like, damn, yo, 10 homeless niggas ran a train on your girl? You don't care.
Wait, so if you were interviewing a homeless guy, there's a lot of layers here.
Oh my God. I'm glad you're going to do it. I'm glad you're going to do this.
Would I think that was inappropriate of you to have interviewed a homeless guy who then for some reason felt the need to make claims about my girlfriend? I would think that was pretty weird.
Hold on. It's not about the homeless guy. See, you're doing the white splaining shit again. You're trying
I think you're misusing that word.
Yeah, I kind of am. But it's not about the homeless guy. It's about the fact that, first of all, are you and Lena expecting a child, yes or no?
Yes.
I would imagine you have a different type of commitment, a different type of care for her than when you first came on my stream. I watched the whole thing this morning.
For sure, yeah.
Exactly. So if 10 homeless dudes came out and said we all ran a train on her, and that was becoming a narrative in hip hop, would you not at least say, especially if you know it's capped, to say that's false? Yes or no?
Would I say that it was false? I mean, I'd probably leave it to her, to be honest, to deny the homeless gangbang thing. Yeah.
Wait, you would not give two fucks?
About the homeless guy? I mean, I'm not going to fucking hit the homeless guy up and tell him, like, hey, take it back.
No, what I'm saying is that, bro, you're going to be a father of a child, my nigga.
Right.
That's your girl. That probably is going to be your wife. So you're telling me that if niggas are lying on her, that you give no fucks? Again,
no, I'm
showing to my audience why you're white. Because you know what happens in the black and Hispanic community? When you have a Spanish chick from the Bronx hearing that her nigga is fathering a kid from another bitch from another state, it becomes a little bit more serious when everybody's believing it. Yes, it does. Especially when you're Cardi B, and especially when everybody just saw that you accepted a proposal on stage. If you can't understand that, bro, I think we're talking two different languages, and we might as well move on and just get to the 6ix9ine shit. And then
y'all niggas are going back. Y'all going back and forth right now.
You're right that I had no idea that anything that Selena said about you, Offset, or Cardi B had caused any confusion or any kind of turmoil for anybody. That's
A
totally
lot
new
of
to
pain.
me.
A lot of pain. I'm telling you that. And then what I'm saying is that maybe you didn't know that. It's cool.
I didn't know. That's
for a
the
while.
first time I've heard about this since that podcast came out.
All right.
And if you had hit me up and made it clear that you wanted me to issue some kind of like, if you had something to say about that, then I think you should have said it, and I would have probably covered it.
Adam, I'm calling you a cap tonight. Okay, great. So
what is the cap?
No. I'm telling you I'm telling you the reality. There's multiple top rappers, Waka, Tammy, everybody who Selena's, and I've told her this. I said, by the way, she's doing good in life. But I told her, I said, you shitted and you pissed on a lot of people to get to where you're at. I hope this is worth it. But here's the thing. There's a lot of people picking up the pieces. Now, let me say this to you, Adam, because, again, you're about to welcome her on your platform again. Would you ask her about any dealings with Tory Lanez? Yes or no?
Oh, yeah, of course, because I want to hear about the settlement that she allegedly got from him.
So you're devoid of actually being in this shit.
Huh?
Where you know that, first of all, so pretty much you're saying for content, you don't give two fucks. First of all, Tory's going through some shit. He's in a fight not only for his permanent visa, not only for his freedom, not only for his career, but he's in a very temperamental space, right? A situation with him and Selena is neither here nor there compared to what he's going through now. But you're willing and welcome to bring Shorty on here, knowing where he's at. And you know that first of all, you've already told me that you ain't gonna be fact checking whatever the fuck she says. Now it's different if you're fact checking, but you're just saying you're just gonna give free reign. So she comes on here, by the way, let's just say whatever happened with her and Tory. She comes on here and says, yeah, Tory is a fucking abusive nigga. That nigga's a bitch. To keep it real, he actually said to me, yo, he was gonna shoot me. So to keep it really, probably did. You're gonna allow that on your platform. I'm just asking. Knowing what I just said to you, because you said you never knew that. Trust me, I had Shorty on my platform for a while. I looked at it very differently when I had my own personal situations that could have affected. But also when people told me that their entire livelihoods, marriages, and other things was going to have been affected by some of the content I was putting out. So you know what I tell Shorty? Yo, I got no problem with you. I'm kind of even, proud of even where we did and where we came from. I've tried to learn from that. But I can't continue to give you a platform when I've realized that, to be honest, some of that shit is hurting people.
I do think that you're making I think you're making a fair point about, the fact that Selena at a certain point might not really be considered a trustworthy enough source to put on your platform, at least from the perspective of somebody who cares about the authoritativeness of my platform. That definitely makes sense. And I actually feel you when you mentioned the thing about Tory and maybe I should be more sympathetic to Tory. The problem is like, why are we being more sympathetic towards Tory when it comes? Her story, Selena's story about Tory Lanez is mega relevant in light of what happened between Tory and Megan.
You're right about that. It's not about Tory. That's why.
It's what?
It's not about Tory.
I gave you an out with saying Tory. You have just said to me after I told you that certain shit wasn't incorrect, that certain people were hurt, that certain families and situations went through super pain and turmoil. Kids had to be like, do you want your baby mama to be in mad stress right now while she's, I don't know how far pregnant.
Wait, but academics, you've done that same thing in a lot of different areas, in a lot of different,
I'm glad.
So like you antagonize situations and stuff. So like, how is it any different? And also, I was just never aware that the Selena interview had any effect on Cardi B or you.
I've had those situations and conversations, but once I knew, I didn't know. And what I'm saying is that I get you saying you didn't know. I'm telling you. I'm telling you all the destruction that's caused. I'm telling you all the cap that's been there. So while you're saying that certain shit's relevant, are you, and by the way, you're not no little nigga to the media. You're in this shit, just like I'm in this shit. Are you still willing to throw them people who are real people that I know Maybe you don't talk to, but maybe you talk to the manager. Maybe somebody on your team talks to the manager. These are real people. Are you still willing to not give a fuck about that just for the fact that when Shorty come on here, yeah, I might get like little 50,000 views for some regular shit. When she come on here, she gonna get shot up 1.5 mil. What up? You down for that?
I mean,
Because
when I interviewed,
trust me, yo. If
I interviewed Selena because the audience finds it interesting. I find her very humorous. I enjoy her company. I mean, I don't interview her exclusively because I think she's giving out bad information about celebrities and stuff. And if anything, the last conversation I had with Selena was, I don't want to talk about academics on the podcast. I can show you. I'll send you it. You can see the timestamp.
Okay. Well,
that was from a few days ago.
Honest, I saw the timestamps that says, yeah, I'm coming there, but please. They already initially said no academic shit. It's fine. Neither here nor there.
So you did see that. That's good. Okay.
I see everything, bro. Trust me, I do. It's neither here nor there. I felt like I was only trying to give you, because I've been wrong too. I'm glad, salute to my man. Was it Little House Phone? You're right. I was wrong too. And by the way, doesn't mean because I did it means I would repeat it.
Yeah, you got to grow and learn off top.
Yeah, after seeing some of the damages that did, I realized in reality, it didn't help me, it helped her. Because while she's going down this disruptive path, and yeah, I beef with niggas, Adam, I get it in with like, I go at rappers this and third. My thing is not trying to ruin like relationships, marriages and shit like that, or not even that, fuck all that, giving false narratives. So again, I thought you were gonna be like, okay, now that I know that, I'm going to be extra careful. I thought you were going to have some type of like emotion to say, I have a baby on the way. I have a girl. And if somebody says something about her, that whatever, I can understand what these rappers are saying. Maybe they haven't vocalized it to you. They vocalized it to me. And honestly,
yeah, that's the first time I heard of anyone being upset about Selena talking about Cardi B and Offset. And I mean, by the time I interviewed her, she was already admitting that she had lied about it. It sounds like you're the only one who's like concerned about it because she said that you were somewhat in on it, which I haven't even thought about the fact that she suggested that since we had that conversation, because I never saw anybody make a big deal out of it. And also, I never really considered you to have been involved in sort of perpetuating the myth of Offset having gotten her pregnant. That's new to me.
Cardi B hit me and she said, "Ack, we talked a long time ago when you were just a YouTuber and I was just a Instagram personality. And I'm glad where we both have grown to. It was very devastating and it hurt me." She said she cried for weeks when she said it wasn't only about this young woman who made accusations. It felt like someone who she thought understood a bit of her life was also in on it as well. And I understand that. And I understand if you don't understand it, but I understand it. And I even said to her, I said, listen, you know what? Because my thing, I always, I defend friends. People like, yo, 6ix9ine snitch, blah, blah, blah. That's my friend. 6 is my friend. So we could talk about whatever he did, but he's my friend first. Oh, Selena, blah, blah, blah. She was my friend. She was my friend till she wasn't my friend. Now, I want to get past that because it doesn't feel like we're going too much with it. And by the way, that wasn't what I like even addressed you for. I guess it kind of came to the point, right? 6ix9ine got released like a couple months ago after COVID was just announced. And truth be told, even before then, I even said it. People have to pick their sides. You got to pick, are you cool with him coming out and having a career? Are you cool with him in light of, quote unquote, the excuses or whatever the case is? Are you cool with that happening? And you're not going to like say, fuck this guy? Or you're going to say, bro, this guy's a fucking snitch. Like, morally, I could never fuck with him, right? Now, again, with 6 and with certain people, I have friendships first. And I am not ashamed to admit it. I don't have secret friendships. There's no like 6ix9ine bringing me $1 million in the middle of the night. Like, yo, I just make sure my career. No, it's my homie. Now, I don't care or even know what you have with him, but I kind of do want to ask about that a little bit. But I felt offense. I took offense. So all the other shit before, whatever. And I think we talked about certain shit, but you know, everything's water in the bridge. Recently, as 6ix9ine has not only got out, but also, you know, he's back on his shit. It feels like your opinions about him has not only stayed to him. Now, I'm gonna compare you to Vlad. Vlad knows. Vlad told me. Vlad said, I don't fuck with that nigga. Vlad interviews all the OG niggas who used to be in Death Row, Bloods, this, that, and third. I get what Vlad is saying. By the way, if you say I hate 6ix9ine, I get it. But I respect Vlad enough because Vlad ain't gonna hide behind the nigga he's interviewing to say something bad about 6ix9ine. He ain't gonna hide behind Boosie.
Right, and I think it's weird that you seem to think that I am, because I'm pretty upfront about the fact that I'm not a fan of the guy. I sometimes have interviewed people who, I mean, you'd have a hard time finding someone who is a fan of him in the rap media world, the rap world overall. I've made it perfectly clear that I'm not a fan of him since the indictment, since he decided to snitch, etc. Not a fan. But I'm not. I've never hidden that. Like, I'm the exact same way that Vlad is, where I've interviewed people. Like, he interviewed Sarah Molina. I interviewed Sarah Molina. He was pretty clear about the fact that he's not a fan of 6ix9ine. I'm pretty clear about the fact that I'm not a fan of 6ix9ine. I don't really see how me and Vlad are different in this way in any way.
All right. Again, I could be wrong, and this is where I'm going to rely on my audience, and I'll rely on yours as well. Y'all are both watching us on both our respective platforms. I want to ask you this. Chat niggas, rope gangs. What's a rope gang? You know, that's rope gang doing anything. Rope gang still exists, right?
We still say it a little bit, but
not really like
not
that.
too much.
Okay. Yo, I ain't gonna get into that. I was getting that later. Anyway, a rope gang took a new meaning. I fucking saw you on Pornhub, and the rope gang felt like it was some other shit. So I'm like,
rope always referred to jizz. For the record.
Wait, so are you admitting that you watched this nigga porno?
Oh shit, really?
Oh, no. I'm admitting that there was a point that I felt that Adam was taking a turn from, you know, there's a media personality group, and I felt like Adam was exiting that pool and trying to do porn.
I could do both. I'm a legend in both games. Pee Wee Kirkland.
I get that.
Right.
You know, I get that. And by the way, you know, a lot of people can do a lot of things. J. Cole right now thinks he could play basketball and be really good at rapping.
At 36, I respect it. 35,
he probably won't be good at both of them, or he has to like pick one. So recently with all the porn stuff I seen you doing, I'm like, you know what? Adam is money focused. Me, I've always looked up at the rafters. I see Star, Charlemagne, Howard Stern, Wendy Williams, Big Boy, even Sway, and I'm just trying to be in the mix. First of all, I'm fat, so porn might not be the best thing for me, right? So once I saw you with the porn shit, I said, I get it. And by the way, I know, because you know who was my ex. Your girl probably is telling you, like, yo, she's trying to pop off. By the way, ironically, too, as I was watching the first interview, she was telling you that she was open to porn. You claimed to tell her, or in an emotional moment, you were crying, saying no. That was a clip I was watching this morning.
Wait, what did I tell who? What? I told Lena to not do porn, or what?
Yeah, you told her you didn't want her to do porn.
Well, she never wanted to do porn back in the day, and she only started doing it really like because of me and her. Like, when I met her, wasn't interested in doing anything besides the private Snapchat shit by herself. Slowly got into it with me, you know.
On the episode where you both appeared on, while I was saying, yo, shorty, my audience is watching you on Snapchat. Why don't you just do it all the way? And you jumped in and co-signed what I'm saying, because, you know, by the way, that is the hard on thoughts philosophy. Like, yo, all right, go get it, girl. Once you said that, she looked at you and said, yo, don't you remember 2 nights ago when you were drunk and you begged me, you said porn was one of the things I should never do?
Shout out Xanax. Yeah, definitely.
So I'm guessing you had to change your mind.
No, I'm just saying the second night that me and Lena hung out, she then the next day told me a bunch of crazy ass shit that I was saying off the Xans. I didn't really remember a lot of it.
You were in love.
She definitely gave me some shit for some of the crazy ass shit I said to her off the Xans that second time we ever hung out. But for the record, my attitude on her and porn, there were 2 separate occasions, because when we first met, I didn't really give a fuck. She was thinking about getting into the private Snapchat thing more. I was like, yeah, you should do it. I never like encouraged her to do actual porn or anything. And within a couple months, we were actually in a relationship, and obviously I didn't want to do porn then. And then we started doing it together.
Adam, stop the fucking capping. I watched the whole stream today. I'm obsessive. You came on my stream for the first time and you was trying to be one of the chat niggas in terms of saying, oh yeah, I told her she should do porn. She called you out on it saying, bro, don't you remember 2 nights ago when you were crying and in your feelings saying I should never do porn?
I wasn't crying for the record, but
no, hold on, that's what she said. That's the audio. I'm telling you, I watched.
She could correct this. There was no tears shed on that particular Xanax.
Yo,
night.
Chosen, come here, nigga. Come here, nigga. I am obsessive, Adam. I'll let you know this. I watched every archive today from 2016. Chosen, bring your ass in here, nigga.
Who's Chosen?
Oh, no. Chosen one.
The chosen
no,
one.
He's my ghostwriter. By the way, he's my next artist. Get up in here. Oh no, you got a chat nigga hoodie on. Come here. By the way, I found him in my chat. He's a great writer. I'm putting him on. By the way, he writes all my songs.
Hey,
I'm about to give him rights.
What's up, my nigga?
I'm
he
about
got
to
the
get
chat
him
nigga box logo on.
I've never seen another dude on this stream with you.
Yeah, well, today's a change. By the way, he got some good placements. I'm gonna make him rich. I met him in the chat. Chosen, didn't you see me over there and you looked at me like I was a lunatic, right? Do you remember the conversation that I said, I want to be prepared for my conversation with Adam tonight because I don't want shit to be mixed up? Wasn't there a point where I was telling Leonard to say, all my chats watching you on Snapchat, you're teasing, you're doing whatever. Shorty, how about you just get naked and just start fucking? And Adam jumped in and said, yeah, she should do that. And she was sitting on your lap. She looked at you and said, bro, a couple nights ago, you were in your feelings off some shit and you begged me not to do it. Am I capping?
No, these are facts. These are 100% facts.
I mean, he doesn't have a mic, but for the record, this did not happen.
Yo, Adam. Hold up, Adam. You say that one more time. I got the footage. I promise I got the footage.
Wait, are you saying that Lena didn't say this, or are you saying that it didn't happen at all?
No, I definitely remember joking around about telling her to go into porn or whatever, but I was never begging her not to, and I was never crying. And she could confirm that you might have heard something on the stream and taken it more literally.
Adam, I'm glad, yo, done niggas. Yo, hold up. Adam, you see, I like to keep historically correct, my brother. I don't cap about a fucking thing.
Oh, yeah, I think you might have misunderstood that conversation, though.
No. I'll send you the clip that you could play for your podcast, but I'll also play that everybody could know. I don't lie.
All right, let's hear it, yeah.
All right, perfect. 2016, July, I think, was it July or? No,
I feel like you're on trial.
Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Yo, you know me. Yo, this nigga looked at me and said, yo, he said, could you eat something? I said, bro, you know how obsessive I am.
This nigga wasn't even drinking.
For the record, I haven't seen this since 2016. I've actually never seen it. This happened 2016. You're saying?
No, don't cop, please. Down. Hold on. We gonna get to it.
And also, why does this matter? Who cares?
No, what I'm trying to. Oh my god.
No, but it's a good point, right? Like, who cares if I told her not to do porn and then I ended up doing porn? Like, who cares? What is this? What does this prove? And also, we can't hear him, for the record, at least over here.
All right, he says you're copping, please. All right, you know,
Yo, Chosen, we need a mic, bro.
Imagine he used Axe mic.
No, I'll give him the headphone.
Let's do it, yeah.
I'll give him the headphone. I'm fine.
All right, let's go.
Even when I tell the truth.
Chosen, you whispering, bro. We can't hear you.
Yeah, we cannot hear Chosen.
Y'all can't hear me?
Oh, there it is.
Now, there we go.
All right, yeah. Walk one.
Wagwan.
Toronto Ghost Rider here.
We're saying that now. Okay.
Are you corroborating this story, Chosen?
I corroborate the truth. You know what I mean? Like, you know, he's speaking facts. I gotta go with the facts. That's how it goes. You know.
I mean, I would be perfectly happy to review the footage again. I haven't seen it in 4.5 years, but
we about to review it right now.
Let's do it. Yeah. By all means, let's do it.
Yo, wait.
This nigga looked at me and said, why do you have videos from 2012? Nigga, I clicked about 35 tabs. You know why?
Wait. Look. This is the thing, though. So it might have been a different tone when like they had just met each other.
Yeah.
I might have been the one who gave him the Zans that night that he started doing all this whatever.
We were hanging out that night, yeah.
You know? But
the point what I'm trying to make is that listen, niggas go in different directions, my nigga. When Adam first came on here with Shorty, of course he didn't know he was gonna wife her, but he was all saying, she said he's begging me not to do that. And I was saying, yo, you told me you had a train ran on you by 6 niggas, you might as well do porn. Why not do the porn?
She takes issue with the 6 thing, by the way. She wants to make it clear. She said that she had a threesome with 2 guys or something along those lines.
Adam, do you want me to play
She said that she didn't say 6.
Okay. Anything.
And also, I don't care. Like, you know how many threesomes I've had with 2 dudes and with 2 girls?
No, you're right. Hold on, Adam.
Pause.
Me being one of the 2 guys.
Pause.
Adam and 2 dudes.
Adam and 2 dudes.
Yo, hold on. But Adam, in all fairness, I know you say you don't care, but let's also be very factual. See, I'm all about being factual. Did you ask me to take down footage of her talking about having a train ran on her by 4, 5, 6, 8? How many of it dudes? Yes or no?
For the record, I want to go on the record as saying that she's adamantly denying the 6 number.
Hold on. Did you ask me to remove a clip? I could. If you said a word right now,
I asked you on her behalf. She asked me to ask you if you would remove the clip, and I did. Yeah.
Okay. So all that I don't care shit. That sounds good.
But it wasn't me who wanted to remove. She personally was embarrassed of one of the clips that she did on your live stream before she was popping on the internet or whatever. And I asked you as a friend on her behalf if you could private the clip, and you did so, right?
Were y'all on the stream together?
Me, her, and him. Yeah.
No, she came. By the way.
Oh no! Previously, she did the stream before.
She did it by herself.
When Adam
before
came
she
on the
even knew
stream
me.
with her, Adam said he met her that weekend. She was on my stream two months before. It's almost.
How the fuck did you know her 2 months before that?
Just random.
Bro, my chat niggas is demons. They found the biggest stats online. Chat niggas stand up. Chat niggas stand up. We found the biggest stats on earth.
You're out of pocket.
We had him do the Arch of Back challenge. Yo, when she got on stream, she was fully naked. I said, baby, please, I'm telling you the truth. I said, we're on Twitch. You can't like have your whole joint out like this. My chat was calling me whack. Trust me, I reviewed everything today. You know why? I'm like Tom Brady. I studied the film.
I'm like Tom
Studied the film.
Yo,
I looked at the film and I said, one of the first 2 things that you see me, because I'm gonna tell you how, like, even while I'm studying the film today, I got so upset at Adam. Adam said, act. Yo, Adam, if you cap about this, I got the footage. I played the whole thing. Just give me permission because I took it down before for you. I played the whole thing. This is when you came on my stream. You had her on your lap. You even said the first 2 things out of your mouth. You said, act. You said, act. I will make her fuck you. Facts. That's facts.
I wasn't in any position to make her fuck anyone in particular at that time.
No, but it's not about that. And you're right. We're not chauvinists. We're not sex traffickers. You can't let no woman do anything.
Right.
What I'm trying to show is that I understood your demeanor while coming on my stream when we had a certain type of wave. And then when you started taking her serious and you made certain requests on either her behalf or yours because you loved her, I acquiesced because what? I had respect for you.
Appreciate it.
If I was wifing up a girl and she said she let 6 niggas fuck.
For the record, she says that she did not say that.
Yo, Adam, you know,
Do we have to do the highlight reel? I'm just telling you what she said because I feel like she would be upset about the idea of you misrepresenting that. Yeah.
Yo, that's your pregnant girl. I don't want to do it. All I remember she's saying, I said, how did that shit go? I said, did they all fuck you at once? One in every hole. I was asking her what holes. And she says, no, we took turns. And I corrected her. I said, y'all ain't take turns. They took turns because you was in it for all of them. But it's fine. It's fine. It's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to say is that, Adam, have I not been a really nice guy to you in that realm?
I mean, yeah, that was nice of you that you removed the clip up for her. I mean, yeah, that was cool.
Now, again, this is what I don't know, so I want to ask you. Have I been fucked up in terms of either dealing with your girl? Have I ever hit her up to, like, after you wiped her, to be like, yo, come on my stream and just, like, show your pussy, or come on my stream and I'm going to just have her do these things that you might not be appreciative of? Have I done that since? Just if she told you, let me know, because I'm a demon.
No, because, I mean, obviously, once we started seeing each other, she wasn't going to go on your stream. I think she only went on your stream once or twice prior to that. I mean, yeah.
But, Okay, so you're just taking whatever she says. You're not looking at it from a fact that, bro, she was chasing clout then, my nigga. I could have brought her back on the stream and I had her wilding even more. But I didn't.
Right.
What I'm trying to say is that when I see you with my exes, and you might be thinking they're all trying to expose me, these chicks love me.
But for the record, the only ex that is even in question here is Selena Powell. And again, we already had this conversation.
Selena has not been my ex.
But then what other ex of yours have I been around?
No, nigga, you were in conversation with Angelica.
Yeah, but the whole conversation was me telling her that I wasn't going to interview her.
All right. Okay, cool. Again, I don't want to keep going back.
I mean, I'm just speaking facts. That's a fact.
All right. Yo, chat, I won't play. There's no need to play no audio, whatever. Like, he's not disputing nothing. He says she's disputing 4. She's disputing 6. Adam, and I know you love her, so I'll challenge your love. I got $50,000 against you right now. Now, I want to see how much you love her. I got $50,000 against you that what she was describing was not 3 people. It was at least 4 to 5 or 6 or 7 or more. But if you want to dispute it.
I've never seen it, so and again, also I don't care what she was doing sexually before we started seeing each other.
Gotcha. All right. Great. All right, so you're not disputing it.
I've probably had 100 threesomes with her, so I mean, it doesn't surprise me that she hooked up with multiple people at the same time before me. And also, like, I understand that holds a lot of weight to you, and I think that again, this is the black versus white divide that you might be talking about. Doesn't seem like a big deal to me. Seems like a really big deal to you.
Let me ask you a question. By the way, you try to run with it too, and I remember the little tweets, and I was like he's trying to gas like that bum ass nigga. What's that nigga's name? The irrelevant broke nigga.
Oh God, who?
Chosen, come here, nigga. Chosen, enter. I need it.
Are you talking about Tracy?
Lil Tracy. A very unsuccessful bum.
Wait. See, look. That's where you got him fucked up. That because you want to like put everything into like some
house phone. I compare people to me.
But bro, I never had a conversation with Lil Tracy about your girl.
Yeah, no. But I seen you gassing it.
How? How?
Adam.
Hey, look, you don't gotta care what I think, but you don't gotta care what I think. But your girl also was in my DMs and also was texting me too, so you don't have to care what I think.
Whoa. By the way,
I'm just keeping it real.
Hold on. No, I saw that. Yes, she was clout chasing trying to get on your show. And by the way, I'm glad you say that because now she could realize how much of an idiot she was. Because
but it wasn't even no shit like that. But you gonna try to like play me to the side like, oh, I don't care what you think. But nigga, she obviously you gotta check your girl because she is with this irrelevant rapper and all this shit.
No, she's not my girl. Bro, it's not about him. Yo, the thing where all y'all niggas be fucking up, like even like whatever with that Freddie Gibbs nigga. Nigga, I'm flexing on rappers too.
Nah, talk your shit. Talk your shit. Flex.
What I'm saying is when I caught that Tracy nigga, I was flexing on him too. Adam, you don't understand. You acting mad dumb. Adam looking like you don't understand what the fuck going on.
I don't understand why you're bringing up Tracy fucking your ex. Yeah.
Well, that's a different discussion. She said it happened. If it did happen, I would like to know the truth about that. I'm glad you mentioned that. Great.
I mean, I don't know anything more than what was said on social media, but I mean, I believe that was the story.
Okay, great. I'm glad you said that. Listen, I got smoke for everybody. Oh my God, we got so much shit to get to. So Adam, what I'm saying is that you want to know what I feel is disingenuous in you and gassing it.
Let's hear it.
Is that I seen and I got $20,000. You got money. Like stop with the bullshit, nigga. You say I'm bossing up on rappers. You got money too. I know you wildin', but you're white, so you handle it really good. I got $20,000 with you. That you didn't retweet what Lil Tracy said to me and almost shade me in the tweet, almost saying, yo, it's crazy like Act thinks he's more relevant than Tracy. Bet me 20,000 right now. I am locked.
I don't remember ever saying anything about that, but I would love to see
that you retweeted it.
Adam, just lock it with me. I want $20,000 free dollars.
I have no recollection of this. I'm obviously not going to bet on what I tweeted 2+ years ago.
No, not that you tweeted it, you retweeted it.
Adam, that's what I'm saying. What you're doing is pussy shit.
But you're saying that I retweeted him saying something to you?
Yes, nigga. And
RTs are not endorsements.
Hold on. No, you tried to make it seem like I was a retarded nigga to actually compare to a rapper. You tried to do that.
When did I ever do that?
Adam, I have $20,000. You could get free $20,000. I'll buy you.
You don't have to bet $20,000. You just have to show me the tweet.
I'll buy her crib. I'll buy your baby all the toys. I'm telling you. That's a form of sneak dissing.
Show me the tweet. I want to see the tweet. I have no recollection of this at all.
Adam, if I'm gonna put that, my chat niggas will put up right now.
But again, they're gonna have to because I don't remember this at all.
Okay, of course you're not gonna remember when you're taking shots.
It's been 2 years. Why would I remember any individual tweet like that?
I remember every shot. Any nigga who ever take a shot at me, I remember. Let me tell you this, Adam. If I retweeted a nigga right now that said he fucked Lena around the time y'all met or whenever, like 8 months, I don't give a fuck. And I was almost looking like, oh man, niggas think they're also the father of Lena's kid.
Oh, shit.
You wouldn't think that's disrespectful? Yes or no?
Yeah, that was disrespectful, but you have to acknowledge that me seeing a rapper that I like their music, I consider them relevant, like Lil Tracy, and AKADEMIKS beefing over a girl is fucking entertaining and hilarious. I can't believe you're trying to take that away from me.
It's not about a girl. It's not about a girl.
She was your girl back then, though, for sure.
Wait. You seen what I said. You seen what I said to Freddie Gibbs. So let me ask you now. And don't bitch out when I ask it. Am I more successful than Lil Tracy? Yes or no?
Financially, I'm sure that you're more successful than him.
Yes, no. Don't say yes or no.
Okay, yes, I'm sure you are, yeah.
So why the fuck at that point would you even retweet it and almost try to, I'm telling you, yo, Grand Wizard, pull up the fucking chat. Pull up the tweet. What I'm saying is that, Adam, you doing bitch nigga shit, bro. I don't take slick shots at you.
For the record, this was over 2 years ago, and I have no recollection of this at all.
All right.
And I also just want to say, you don't think Lil Tracy's relevant. To my audience, Lil Tracy's very, very relevant.
Yeah, that's
cute.
a fact.
Hold on, that's cute, but he ain't act. That's the point I'm trying to make, nigga. All right, so you laughing now?
Bro, come on. You can't talk like that and expect us not to laugh. That was crazy, bro.
All right, hold on. Is he me? Is he more relevant than me?
Hey, and you got to realize.
I think you are more relevant than Lil Tracy. I don't know why you need me to tell you that, but yes, I think you are more relevant than him at this moment in time, yeah.
All right, okay.
You got to realize that they were friends, too, at one point, too. So it's like.
All right, perfect. So what you were doing is the pussy shit of supporting your friend by sneak this to me. Nigga,
I don't think I sneaked this. I would love to see the tweet that you're describing. Why do you have records of everything besides this tweet?
Oh, my God. If you cool with me, I'm cool with Matt. I'm cool with two niggas who beef. If I don't have a side in it, I'm not retweeting one nigga and trying to laugh at the other.
That is a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
I would have to see this.
Nigga. Yo, Adam, bro, I understand you white, bro, but stop the fucking cap.
How is this cap?
Yo, you didn't retweet me and say, yo, why does Lil Tracy think he's more, like he got more whatever than AKADEMIKS? You didn't say that. You're saying this now because I'm in your face asking you. But
I don't remember what I fucking retweeted 2 years ago. You're right. But I definitely think that you and Lil Tracy beefing is something that I'm well within my rights as a media guy to have a conversation about. He's a rapper that's relevant to my platform, and you're one of the most relevant people in hip-hop media. How am I going to avoid talking about that?
No, you don't got to avoid talk about it. But don't cap because you dick riding him.
I want to see the dick ride. Pull up the receipts, Ak. I want to see the dick riding.
I got 20,000 on it right now.
Why? You don't have to bet money. You just have to pull up a tweet.
I like money. I'm a money guy. I want 20,000.
Okay, I'm obviously not going to bet $20,000 on anything, but especially not what tweet I sent 2 years ago.
And we got to have a vote. Your chat and mine.
We don't need to vote. We don't need to bet. You just got to show me the tweet. I want to see the tweet.
Yo, Adam, you're doing the white person thing. Wait.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking to see a tweet.
Yo, show me the
You're bragging about how you have receipts for everything, and you won't show me this tweet.
Because my chat niggas gonna find it, but I want you to be penalized for fucking dick riding a nigga, and then when I talk to you to your face on live, you're saying different.
There is nothing that I did in regards to AKADEMIKS versus Lil Tracy that could possibly be regarded as dick riding in any way. I'm very, very comfortable saying that because I very clearly remember observing this situation and not taking a side because I was cool with him and because I was cool with you.
Grand Wizard, please message me now. Grand Wizard, chat nigga, Notorious Dre, message me now.
You fucking with the Grand Wizards?
Yes, my niggas, we really, first of all, my chat really run a net. That's facts.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is that, yo, That's sneak this, my nigga.
I know, Jesus Christ.
Yo, Adam. I'm glad this is how you think, because watch. The next bitch who said you fucking try to fuck her when she was 14, I'll retweet it and just LOL, be like, yo, she actually thought Adam fucked her. And I'm gonna bring light to it. Knowing that you bring light and even your chuckles is making a nigga look crazy, bro.
Academics. Number one, that never happened. So there's nobody saying I fucked them when they were underage. Let's start with that right there. Number two, I already told you.
Whoa. So, Adam, I have a lot of 20,000 tonight.
Academics, let me finish this thought. Number one, there's nobody saying that.
I have 20,000 that I might could even get her tonight. But latest tomorrow, I get a girl that will come on here and she will detail how when she was underage, you were trying to fuck her and you were way overage. Now, what I'm trying to say to you, that's sucker shit. Given every conversation I've had with you and I understand that you believe I have. So when you're telling me that, I don't think I was like picking sides. Great, I'm not picking sides. I'm just talking to this girl that clearly says she wants to talk about
Academics, you're doing an extreme false equivalence thing here because, again, the one thing that I did that you're offended by is that I had a conversation with Selena Powell in which she mischaracterized you and 6ix9ine fucking her. That's it. That's all I did. That's the only thing. And what I really, this is the thing that I take issue with, Academics, is that we, at this point in time, like over the past couple of months, you've had everybody in the rap world, etc. No, I can't say everybody. I don't want to over exaggerate, but you've had an insane amount of people shitting on you in the rap media. Am I one of them? No. I've very much avoided it.
Adam, let me tell you how I look at these rappers.
Just acknowledge that what I'm saying is true, that you've had so many people in the rap media world coming at you, and I'm not one of them. But yet you're coming at me all crazy because of what? Because over a year ago, almost 2 years ago, I interviewed Selena Powell, and she told me a story about you and 6ix9ine fucking her. That is what you've decided is going to be the thing that you're going to really hone in on here?
I got $20,000 you ain't messaged her in the last 2 weeks, maybe even 2 days, that you was about to have her on your platform again. Yes or no? Tell me.
Selena, yes, I was going to have her on my podcast, but I also told her that I didn't want to talk about you.
Nigga, you about to talk to her again. What the fuck you think she about to be talking about?
But again, I already told her I didn't want to talk about you. How to you is that a sign of disloyalty? I made it really clear. The thing I said to Selena, I didn't want to talk about academics. The thing I said to Angelica, I don't want to talk about academics. Those are literally the only two girls that I know who have slept with you, hung out with you, had anything to do with you. And I very clearly told both of them that I didn't want to talk about you. How is that not good enough for you to feel like I'm being somewhat of a good friend, a good actor in terms of how I deal with people talking about you on the podcast?
I'm going to tell you why. Because it's clear you want to talk to me. You entertain conversations with Angelica until I told you, I don't care if you talk about, I don't care if, like, first of all.
No.
Hold on, wait.
It's not true. I don't want to interview her because the only thing that we could talk about is you. And I don't want to talk about you on my podcast because I see you getting hurt over it.
Hold on. Yo, Angelica, whoever it is, I don't care what nigga you with, I hope you realize the nigga's calling you a liar. So you should defend your name.
I might have a long time ago briefly had a conversation about her coming on the podcast, but any conversation I've had with her in the year 2020 has been, no, I don't want to interview you. I don't want to talk about academics with you.
Adam, let me put in your own words what you're saying. Yo, I never ever tried to talk to a girl about you. Then I say, but Adam, don't you remember when like you were actually talking to my ex and I had to come say to you, like, oh, no, I have no problem. So you were clearly interested in something. Why are you messaging if you're interested? You're clearly interested in something. And I told you, I said, oh, yeah, I don't care if you talk to her. Could you leave me alone out of it? Because, like, this is some other shit.
From what I recall, she talked about coming on the podcast with you, and that was what I entertained. But I was never trying to do an interview with her because what the fuck am I going to talk to her about besides you? The only thing I know about her is that she fucked you, dated you, whatever.
All right, Adam, are you going to be naive that in the last, I think you've brought Selena on here multiple times. By the way, you know what's so funny about it is, Adam? All these people that you're like saying that whatever, they're all calling my phone like, let me expose this nigga. They're all saying you're lying. Even the
About
they're all
who?
saying like, yo, this thing lying.
About who?
As I said, Selena would say you lying.
Selena would not say I'm lying.
How about
I
y'all just
guarantee I
call
can
her?
look at my
or
phone right now and Selena's not going to say I'm lying because I am telling the 100% truth about my dealings with her.
So it was never a case where you are interviewing her because you are trying to seed information or content about me or 6ix9ine.
I don't think that I ever had a conversation with Selena about what we were going to discuss on the podcast, except to tell her that I didn't want to talk about you this most recent time that we were going to do the interview because I said that I just didn't want to talk about you, which again, I'm having a hard time understanding why that's not good enough for you in terms of me making it clear that I'm intent on not making
Y'all
weird
niggas are-
videos about you.
Y'all are just going in circles at this point.
I
Y'all both
feel
are
like
saying the same
honestly,
shit.
This is a really long podcast
wait.
for us. This is only
Okay.
3 hours. Jesus
Wait,
Christ.
let's get on to this last
Yeah,
issue
let's
because-
get to the stuff that you really consider important here because I feel like we're going back and forth and that
Okay.
I've yet to
All right,
really understand
great.
what you're mad about.
I'm mad about you throwing stones and hiding your hands. And what I'm saying is that, Adam, and I'm being very clear with you. That's why I didn't want to say to you in text. The more you try to interview women or people that have been involved with me and have a problem with me,
Which
especially
again
when you,
is again one woman. One
all
woman.
right, okay, well, all right, well, all right. You know,
And
I'm
that
not-
was
we're not-
2 years ago, and I made it clear
Hold
to her
on,
that I
hold on.
didn't want to
I'm not
talk to
gonna
her
argue
about you
that
anymore.
anymore. I'm not gonna argue about that anymore. I'm just trying to tell you the type of demon shit I like. Because you know who I like to interview? When I see people doing that? I want to find every girl who felt you tried to coerce them in sex while they were underage and you were overage. I want to talk to everybody who they felt that while you were doing all that blog shit, which all came up in the media, was, you know, I was very like, I want to talk to them to get their side now. You know what? Because this is what's really intriguing me now, right? But not only that, even your baby mama or your baby mama to be, I want to know all about all the 6 niggas who ran a train on her. I want to know about that experience. Let's really chronicle. Wait, so who was first? You? Or you were first? Okay, bet. Condom.
But again, this is the
Condom,
false
that's crazy.
equivalency
Hold on.
thing is
Did she
how is
veto
me
you?
interviewing
She
Selena
vetoed you now.
Powell
Hold on.
once
Wait.
2 years
So she
ago
vetoed you.
equivalent to what
Wait,
you're now
did
describing?
y'all spit roaster? Because I ain't gonna lie, I just learned this term on Pornhub. Spit roast, whatever that. Y'all Eiffel Tower there? Y'all was dapping it up? Bet.
Again, okay. I just want to know, like, what did I do that you think is comparable to what you're now describing? Because again, my conversations about you include the interview
Adam.
with Selena Powell where she started talking about you, and then I asked Sarah Molina about you, and she talked about you for what, 1-2 minutes?
Okay, I've been trying to get to the 6ix9ine topic, so great.
Yeah, let's talk 6ix9ine. Yeah.
All right, so this is a great segue. When you talk to Sarah Molina, when you talk to her, hold on. By the way, you know, I'm a demon, but there's another demon watching. 6, you on the string.
Oh God, here we go.
6, you on the string.
6ix9ine. We can't hear him. Put it close to the mic.
He asked me, I'm not violating. Yo, 6, I told niggas, if they got issues with you, 6, keep it with you. When you start having niggas' baby mamas, I beefed with this nigga's baby mama while he was in jail. I offered to buy her bum ass a fucking $50,000 Jeep customized because I know she was salty at 6'9". I wanted to be a good guy. She came with this, you fat bum, blah, blah, blah. I'm a demon. Niggas was saying, you think I don't got to call 6 about nothing.
We can't hear him for the record. Yeah.
You got to put the mic to.
Oh, my bad. It's Mike. Hold on. What do you say, 6?
Nah, I said that train. They really ran a train on his girl.
Adam, this is for you to answer me. I don't want to he wants to know, did they run a train on your baby mama? What up?
I mean, number one, whatever my girl has done in her private sexual life prior to me, not really my interest. So I mean, I don't feel any need to speculate about this at all.
Basically, say you don't care, 6. Like, yo, what's up?
6ix9ine, your baby mama fucked everybody in New York when she was working at that strip club, bro. It ain't no different. All these girls are wilding.
I'm gonna just keep watching you.
Oh my god.
Okay, all right, well, all right. Okay, all right, whatever. Yo, 6. All right, well, he's just. Anyway, I don't know what's up with you and 6.
What was that? I barely heard anything you said.
No, he said he doesn't care. He thinks you're a fan or whatever the case is. He's just gonna keep watching.
So I mentioned his girl. He fucking hangs up. All right.
Okay.
Okay, let's get to your point, because this is the longest podcast I ever did, and we really got to get to the point sooner or later.
No, we lit, man. We lit, yo.
I got to pee also becoming an issue in my mind.
Yo. Adam, don't do that. Adam, I clicked on your show one time. I seen you reviewing some like bum ass niggas. I know they were throwing you the $100 bills, good shit, but it was like 800 people in here. I'm like, what the fuck going on in here? Shit look light. I'm like, Adam's a star. What's going on? Adam, I know you probably got like at least 8K up in here. You probably got 10,000. This ain't long enough. Okay, let's
when I'm
keep
on
this
stream,
content.
I still have to pee though. It's still a thing.
Oh, you can go to pee. We'll talk to your co-host.
No, but please tell me what you think I've done regarding 6ix9ine that was wrong. I want to hear what I did regarding 6ix9ine that you take issue with. Let's hear the answer to that.
Okay, now when you phrase it like that, it makes it feel like I'm like some boyfriend who's defending him.
No, I just want to know what you take issue with regarding my coverage of 6ix9ine.
House phone, I see you even laughing at your boss. Don't get fired. Relax, okay? But what I'm trying to say is this. I do have a couple questions about 6ix9ine. I just care about me, because it's like everybody else. Adam, you have a multi-million-dollar brand with no jumper. If you let niggas violate you and act like you ain't shit, that's on you. You're white. You can bounce back. Me, when they violate me and shit like that, they move on to the next thing. That's the difference between black and white people. House phone, he understands. So me, I gotta scrap with these niggas. They could say, yo, 6 just called up 6ix9ine himself. He's watching. He called up and said, no way, Act. Did people really run a train on his baby mama? You could just laugh it off. I don't care what she did. Like, that's in her past. You think I can say that?
I mean, I don't care. Why would I care about how you and I are viewed differently sexually because of our race? Why would I care about that?
Adam, you have to acknowledge this to recognize your space and my space in hip hop. You are linked with a girl who is pregnant. I have been linked with one woman who I took really seriously. If it was accepted, or even if she said it out of her mouth, that 5 or 6 rappers ran a train on her, do you think that I could become, nigga, you clown me just supposedly for being there while motherfucking 6ix9ine fucked Selena, and Selena was never my girl.
I didn't clown you. I laughed at the scenario she was describing, and I still feel like I'm within my right to laugh at the idea of you passing 6ix9ine a condom, which is again what she said.
Oh, okay. So why didn't you laugh when 6ix9ine asked, "Yo, did 6 niggas run a train on this nigga's girl?" Why didn't you laugh? You didn't laugh at that one.
I don't think that's that funny. Yeah.
It wasn't that funny. You know why? Because
you handing 6ix9ine the condom is that was funny.
No, I think 6 niggas going back to back to back. I got the clip.
She's gonna really take issue with this characterization. It's not my job to defend whatever that story you've spun here is.
Hey, hold on. I'm glad you said that. So she might come out and say something to whatever. So if I later on put up some of the stuff that you asked me to take down, or I put up shit, because I don't lie. I told you, I swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. So if I put up the footage of her talking, trust me, Chosen, you saw the footage this morning. If I put up the footage of her admitting the train and she was loving it, I'm just only defending myself. I'm just trying to say to you.
Okay. You're saying shit you already said. Why are we talking about this? Talk about the 6ix9ine thing, because we really got to move on with this podcast.
No, I only brought this up because you were just trying to say, why does he care? Why does it matter? And I'm like, and you're like, it was funny. And I'm like, well, when we talk about your girl, it doesn't seem funny to you. So I'd like to point out the issue. And also I like to point out that when you're talking to his baby mama constantly, like, while you might even be saying shit and even thinking shit, like, and I hear you even, like, you kind of like low-key said to me, was like, well, you're kind of pretty much saying that she fucked Shotty. You're going off just her word. You're not even saying, yo, 6. Listen, I'm trying to be objective here. Did this happen? Give me at least a statement. One thing I give Dom is love. One thing I give Dom is love.
For the record, everybody says that she didn't fuck Shotty. She says it. Billy Otto said it. Seiko Billy said it. Snow Billy said it. Everybody seems to think she didn't fuck him besides you.
Who's everybody?
Huh?
Who's everybody? Name them slowly.
I just named them. Billy Otto, Seiko Billy, Snow Billy, all these guys.
No, stop. You said Billy Otto. Now, I'm going to ask you and see how keen you're on your own interview skill, because I watch your shit.
Right.
Did Billy Idol not say the reason why he's not indicted is because he wasn't around for most of the shit and he stopped after the J Prince shit? And did 6ix9ine or any allegations say that that Shorty was fucking whoever before the J Prince shit? So basically, you're asking niggas who never was around. You know who you should ask? Ask the niggas who was around. Ask the niggas who was around past the point.
But I mean, I'm not going to interview somebody just to ask them about that for the record.
Yeah, but that's the point of the conversation that you talk to her for 20 times about. Don't you have another interview with her coming out? I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying.
I already did an interview. I interviewed her like 3 times, and it probably came up on all of them.
Okay, and so when you say nobody's saying it, you're not also admitting it. Like you're looking clueless. I love you. I love white people. Yo, he's looking like what?
But you seem so certain that Sarah Molina fucked Shotty. But I mean, all I'm saying is I've talked to a bunch of people on the podcast who all said that's not true.
Adam, me linking with you and doing this is not to tell you what's happening and what's not. I'm trying to tell you that you like to sneak this and you have narratives.
Who did I sneak this?
You sneak this me. I already told you. You said we're going back and forth on it. I told you. The way how you were talking to people who used to deal with me and you're laughing at and you're running with narratives that they say about me, which also affects me in the industry, you wouldn't want me to do the same thing to you because it would be bad for business. And
okay, again, I've already acknowledged that I regretted laughing along with Selena's description of you guys hooking up with her that night. Not sure why we need to keep discussing this. I already acknowledged and apologized, in fact, for that.
Okay. So we already got through that. Listen, you interviewed a bunch of cap bitches about a bunch of cap shit. It got you a lot of views. By the way, Selena has gifted you a lot of shit. Salute to Selena, whatever she's doing. You know what I mean? But she's going crazy for you. And trust me, Selena, in terms of personality, she's a star. She knows when she's on your platform and she look at the rope gang. She said, I don't think rope gang looking too strong tonight. The chat niggas will look a little stronger. So you know what I'm gonna do? Yo, matter of fact, Ak gave me the condom. Ak watched 6ix9ine, fucked the shit out of me, and Ak was crying right there.
She didn't say you were crying. That would have been a little different.
The way you laughed about it, it appears that Adam, I'm black. Let's not get to semantics. You know
she made it out like you were into it, which I get why you're offended by that, but that's what she said.
That's the same thing.
I'm black. I'm black.
She didn't say you were crying. That's a different type of threesome.
Hold on. Adam, nobody can say a bitch, a chick, any person who's a female who I have any type of, I fuck with a bit. I sit there, hand a condom to another man, and he fucks her. Never happened.
Okay, again, we already covered this. I'm trying to talk about new stuff. We don't need to recover stuff we already talked about, right?
No. It matters. It matters.
But we talked about this exact thing for like an hour and a half already.
No, I'm gonna tell you why it matters. Because you started your stream, I don't know. Like you came from BMX. I probably played some Tony Hawk music. I came from Bumbleclot, Spanish Town, Jamaica. That's the narrative that I gotta live with. I'm what the people who I looked up to and my greatest favorite musicians, not Drake, is Vibes Cartel. I go back there and say, oh, you a Bumbleclot gal clone. You pass a condom to another nigga and he fucked the chick you loved right there in her face. You a gal clone. So yeah,
I don't think anybody said you loved her.
Where you from? Like, where's your ethnicity from? Like, where?
White.
What is your? Huh?
White.
White, but what country? What country?
Europe.
Europe love that shit. You ever watch Game of Thrones? They fucking everybody. Nobody gives a fuck. In Jamaica, we are alpha males. We can't tolerate that shit.
You can't fuck another girl with your friend because you're from Jamaica? I'm pretty sure the Jamaicans are out here running trains, bro.
Oh, I like how Adam just he said you can't fuck another girl.
I mean, I've heard it. I've known a Jamaican or two in my day who told me that they ran a train or two.
Adam, you can't be in love with a girl and let your nigga fuck her, and you sit there. No,
but who did that? Nobody said you were in love with Selena. Can we talk about 6ix9ine? I thought you were going to bring up something different here. We can't just keep talking about the same thing, Ak.
I point out the hypocrisy. Let's talk about something else. All right, cool. Let's talk about 6ix9ine. All right, cool.
I want to know your issue with my coverage of 6ix9ine. Give me an argument. Give me something real.
All right, great. So I don't have a problem with your coverage, but I think it's pussy. Straight pussy. I'm gonna tell you why. I think Vlad has made his whole thing straight about 6ix9ine and how he covers it, even though I disagree with a little bit.
But again, I already told you, I'm pretty sure my way of covering 6ix9ine is exactly the same as what Vlad has done. So you got to explain the difference.
And by the way, I have this conversation for both of y'all. By the way, this is white institution. By the way, this is at a point you used to manage X, right? Yes or no? Say yes or no.
Sure.
Yeah. God rest his soul. I love XXXTentacion. Me and X, we became closer after that, you know. And let me tell you what X you hated, especially, you know, I got onto complexes and third. I've said that complex. I've talked to the bosses. I've said it to them. I've said it in meetings. I've said it on stream. I say it because, again, while I do work with and for them in certain capacities, I am not no slave and no puppet, right? Let me tell you how white people treat shit, and let me tell you how people who are just only chasing the money and the agenda change.
Can we talk about things that I've done and not talk about what white people do?
No. It matters because you're doing it. I'm telling you what you're doing.
Just talk about me. Don't talk about white people in general.
Well, you're white. You're not white.
Right, but me being white doesn't really define my existence. So I would rather talk about things I've done.
Wait. You know the reason why I bring that up? Because what I'm saying matches.
Could you imagine if I was like, oh, academics, you do this because you're black? It's like that's a crazy way to think about the world.
After that. Niggas, we not running for that. Anyway, this applies to you, Vlad, in a sense, but I respect Vlad because Vlad actually just keeps it real. And it applies
again, I've said the exact same things as Vlad about this topic.
Even applies to complex. By the way, you have to realize how independent in my thinking I am when I could even say that someone who is a partner of mine, which we get a lot of money together, I could say they're guilty of at times. Donut. Adam, I got another 20,000 for you.
And we got to keep this moving, man. You got to say something here.
Hold on. Yeah. As I said, I got another 20,000 for you. What I'm saying is that whatever you about to make off this podcast, I'm down to give you 20,000 if you call me out, whatever I'm saying. I got another 20,000 out for you, right? If you will say that the views that you have on your channel, when you're talking to 6ix9ine's janitor, you got to talk to 6ix9ine's butler. What about like the guy who tied 6ix9ine's first rag? No. Hold up. Yo, there was a guy who actually dropped 6ix9ine to like middle school for the first. We got to hear the whole story.
For the record, you're referring to this. You're trying to draw an equivalency between me interviewing two different interviews with former gang members that he was associated with.
Oh, I love that.
How is that different than what Vlad does about everybody?
I'm on your channel. No, because
right, the Seiko Billy and Billy Otto one and the Snow Billy one, right?
Hold on.
And then his baby mama.
You know why it's different? Because at least Vlad just says fuck him. You be acting like you don't know what's going on.
What are you talking about? I said fuck 6ix9ine a million times. I'm totally transparent about not liking him.
And also, if you love X, let me tell you what X said about Complex. X knows this. X tried to book a private jet while he was on probation, while he was going through all the shit in Florida to try to come to Complex. You want to say this. And this is what most of these young artists, you're not black. And I know 6ix9ine is not black. But these are what a lot of these minority artists feel about platforms that don't be fair. I know I'm not trying to get you on that level. But what I'm trying to say is that they look at it to say, if you could interview my baby mama 20 times, if you could also interview the nigga who used to tie my shoelace, the nigga who dropped me to kindergarten, the nigga who bought me like a soda pop, the nigga who he held me down at one show, you can interview, that's half of your content. As I said, I got $20,000, that's half of your views. 20,000, just tell me that.
Half of my views? You're talking about 3 interviews.
You break it up. Nigga, you put up like 5, you put up the same interview 5 times, like different parts.
Each interview might have done a million, a couple million views at most. You're talking about like 5 million views on a channel that might have like 1 billion views total.
What I'm saying is I could call 6ix9ine right now. By the way, look at me when I talk on 6ix9ine live. Do I then put it up 6ix9ine full episode? 6ix9ine talks about this 5 minutes. 6ix9ine, that's what y'all do, and there's nothing wrong with that. I understand it's a hustle. What I'm trying to say is that, you know what X hated, and you have a sweet and soft spot for X, is that these artists, they're not mad that you might not even like them. They're mad, and I listened to the podcast that you did with Vlad. Y'all blatantly both agreed, if 6ix9ine goes plat, not newsworthy. But if 6ix9ine almost gets swung on at the ball, let's post that. You know why?
Right. But I mean, 6ix9ine going 1 isn't really that newsworthy because it's so fucking obvious that he's just doing the bundling shit. It's a fake number 1.
Because he's a rapper. You have to be honest. X used to call me and say, yo, Ack, why are you still at Complex? I said, what's wrong? He said, bro, I just dropped a whole fucking music video, and I see they clickbaited it, and I clicked the article, and they mentioned it for 2 lines, and the rest of the article was about my case, my criminal case. They were going out their way to try to let people not like me, but they're making hella money off me. I love Complex. I could call them out. They hired a nigga and put him inside a courtroom for 6ix9ine for 6 months daily. That's a whole job. I'm not saying you gotta love him. Morally, you don't. Same with X. Well, I'm saying same with Melly. You know, you cover artists, I cover artists that are going through shit. They're imperfect souls. For you to do it, you look crazy.
How is 6ix9ine going through shit? He got out of jail. He snitched on everybody. He did the COVID thing. He got out of jail. How is he going through shit? And what is wrong with me covering him? And how is what I'm doing any different than anybody else in the media? In the media, sorry. Ran out of air there.
Hold on. You see me? I'm glad it's
Give me an answer. How is my coverage of 6ix9ine any different than the rest of the media's?
Because if you had a spine, if you actually believed what you're saying, you wouldn't cover him at all.
That's not true. And this is a very bizarre idea that you keep pushing, Academics.
My chat right now.
Academics, this is a bizarre idea that you seem to have, that you shouldn't cover someone if you don't like them, because you clearly do not live by this code. You cover people all the time that you don't get along with.
Who? Tell me, please.
I mean, I guarantee the war on Chirac, you're telling me you were a fan of all these artists?
I was.
Right. You were?
No, Adam. You see, you talk a lot, but you're not. You see me? I want to put my money where my fucking mouth is.
Okay, but you tell me why I shouldn't cover 6ix9ine just because I don't like him. Everybody in the media is covering him because it's a big story. You don't have to like someone to cover them.
Covering him. That's why niggas look at certain shit we do and call it culture vulture, nigga. You know why? Because if you don't like it, don't cover it.
So you're telling me that if you didn't like 6ix9ine, you would stop making videos about him? How does that even make you a journalist? That makes no fucking sense.
Adam.
I have a question for you also. What about all the people at the New York Times writing articles about Trump? How is it any different? How is it different? Tell me.
Adam, you're sitting here bullshitting with me.
No, I'm not. I'm giving you total facts and you're just kind of ranting.
No. Adam. It's so crazy you're even saying this to me. You know why?
No. You got to explain to me. How is it any different than the New York Times covering Trump when we cover 6ix9ine?
Fuck Trump. I'm showing you personal shit.
Tell me what the difference is between the New York Times covering Trump and me covering 6ix9ine.
Adam, let me say this to you.
I just want you to answer that question. Give me a real answer.
I got the clip. I got 20,000 for that too. 2016, when you came on here, you say, Ack, you and your success has inspired me to do what I'm doing. Let's get that out the way.
No, yeah, I've always been a big fan of your content. I've always made that super clear.
No. That wasn't what the point I was trying to make. That's obvious. I'm a father to a lot. That's not the, you don't got to do that. You can do whatever you want. But what I'm trying to say is this. You know, when you're trying to like equate it to Trump, you might not know my history, but my history goes, I was covering some mainstream rap shit, I had some extreme opinions, blah, 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 and I got to war in Chirac. I was covering the war in Chirac, and some of these artists didn't get it. And you could put it on anybody's soul who's dead or alive, and I don't do that. There was a nigga named Lil J. He was, every time I covered him, he got mad views. People used to whatever. And he said to me, fuck that nigga Ack. I don't fuck with you. Don't cover me. And you know what? He offended me. And now let me tell you what that is. Morally, I couldn't fuck with him. So you know what morally I did? Was not try to make money off a nigga that don't fuck with me. I don't do that.
You think that we shouldn't cover one of the most popular rappers in the world because we don't get along? I don't get it. I'm not sure how that could possibly make sense to you.
Adam, you're older than me, but I'm about to school you.
I don't know.
No, I am. I'm telling you, I am.
It hasn't.
We create the shit. How could 6ix9ine how could you get rid of 6ix9ine if you're fucking covering him all the time?
How am I trying to get rid of him? You think I'm trying to get rid of him?
Yo,
I don't fuck with him, but I'm not trying to get rid of him.
Adam, I don't fuck with Vic Mensa. I don't fuck with Nav. I don't want them to be around. I will not cover them. Do you understand that? You say you don't fuck with 6ix9ine because what he did morally, why are you covering him?
You might not want Vic Mensa or Nav to be around. That's not how I feel about 6ix9ine. I think he has every right to be around, and I think we have the right to cover him and say what we want to say about him.
That's a classic culture vulture way. As long as I can make a buck off you, I don't care. Meek Mill, ask everybody about fucking chat.
Academics, how am I doing anything different than what everybody else in the game is doing about 6ix9ine? Everybody covers him. Nobody likes him. You're the only person who likes him.
Hold on. Because I'm the only one who moves on code. And what I'm saying is that you won't disagree with what I said because X also agreed with it. Right? X said, I would rather Complex do not cover me. How about you address that? I know he passed away. Maybe you're just taking me on face value for saying this.
I don't think X has any right to tell Complex not to cover him or had any right. I don't think X had any right to tell Pitchfork not to cover him. Obviously, media institutions should cover whoever they want, and they shouldn't make those decisions based on what the artist wants. What the artist wants is totally irrelevant. You're compromising your entire platform if you only cover artists who want to be covered.
Yo, you muted.
I got to pee so bad. I'll be right back.
You're muted again. We can't hear you.
Wait, you can't hear me?
That's right here.
So confused.
We can't hear you.
I think he understands.
His chat can still be.
Oh. I mean, he not lying about the Meek Mill shit though. Like him and Meek Mill got into it. He stopped covering him.
Meek was hot as fuck. I covered him for a year. Yo, this nigga's literally telling me.
I can hear him, but like barely.
Hold on.
I don't know. It's very, very quiet.
Is it in the headphones? Oh.
You're very, very quiet.
It's on automatic adjust volume because I'm shouting because you know why I care. Let me just say this to you, house phone.
It keeps dipping.
Yo, could you hear me or no?
Yeah. Hey, look, you weren't lying about the Meek Mill shit. Like you stopped covering Meek Mill for a long time.
Brother, I don't want you to get fired because your boss clearly is in disagreement. What I'm trying to say is that he don't fuck with 6ix9ine, but if you really don't fuck with 6ix9ine because of whatever moral ethics, how about you stop covering him? Focus on the niggas you do.
You know that's not realistic. You know that like you can't.
No. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Why is it not realistic? Because you're chasing.
It's not realistic because
Because you're chasing the cash. No, you're chasing cash. By the way, let me ask you a question. Playlist right now. They don't care what's going on. They're not putting 6ix9ine on. Radio. They don't care what's going on. They're not putting 6ix9ine on.
No.
Why do you have to do it? Because you're chasing a buck. If you don't
No, because
fuck with
it's
him,
what our audience wants to hear about, and it's some of the most relevant shit that's happening in the rap world right now. How could we not talk about him?
All right, and hold on, let me get this back on the screen.
If 6ix9ine tomorrow decided I don't like academics, would you stop covering him? And to what extent does your audience who follows
he's kind of so petty he might because he's petty.
I violate him in the worst way because you know what?
Yeah.
I helped build that nigga.
You did. You're right. But I mean, again, like
that nigga.
a lot of people, presumably, a lot of the people who follow you want to hear about 6ix9ine. So if 6ix9ine decided he didn't like you and you just stopped covering him, doesn't that feel like you're betraying your audience? Because that's how I would feel if I were you.
Hold on. How do I exit minimize? Okay. You said what now?
If 6ix9ine tomorrow said I don't like academics, and you stopped covering him, wouldn't you feel like you were kind of betraying all the people who follow you to see stuff about 6ix9ine?
And expose the fuck out of him. And after I'm done exposing him, I don't need to cover him no more. You know why? Because listen, Adam, this is where niggas like you and niggas like me differ. Adam, you could act like this is all just happenstance or whatever. This is the white people shit. Adam, I talk to the most important people in music. If I do, you do too. And if you cap, I get you cap. What I'm saying is that, Adam, you make the conversation. I'll get 6ix9ine on here right now. He'll say it. The blogs make the conversation.
Academics, he has 36 million views on his new video. I think it's pretty obvious that me hating on him and the whole media hating on him isn't really doing much to stop him being a popular artist.
When 6 got locked up and the blogs were like, oh man, we were getting all this content from him. Oh my God, what's gonna happen? Let's find the next one. Enter Blueface. Tell me I'm capping. We make the conversation. You acting like you're following the people that's what tells me Adam, you're beyond a platform. You're a tastemaker. You're actually a curator. And if I say to my audience, if you love Meek Mill, go over there. I'm not covering that nigga.
You still have to explain to me why I should only cover artists that I like and support, because I don't think that's the role of a journalist or a content creator. And in fact, if you look at all the rap YouTubers, I mean, they're all making videos about rappers they don't like. I don't know why you want to take that right away from me.
Whoa, I'll stop you in the tracks because I always try to stop myself in the tracks. You think you're a journalist?
I don't go around saying that, but I think anybody who's a content creator who's documenting the culture, you can't just make content about people you like and get along with.
Hold on. Let me tell you about what journalists do. If somebody came on your show and said something about 6ix9ine, despite your personal beliefs, you should go and try to prove it. Have you done that with anything? Yes or no? Or you're going on people's word? Yes or no? Again, I'm a talking head. I'm somebody who has
You're
my
right.
own bias.
If I was going to be writing an article about 6ix9ine for Complex or for the New York Times, I would then have to investigate any claim made about him to a much, much more serious degree. Whereas I'm a podcaster, people come on here and say whatever, and I just have to kind of roll with it, right?
No, I was tipsy as fuck talking about what like 8 different people told me about Meg Thee Stallion. All the other blogs ran it. You know why? Bro, we are the important people who are the new media, new personalities.
I get that, but you still got to tell me why I shouldn't talk about artists that I don't like.
If you're not going to be fair, right? So
how am I not being fair? I think I've been totally fair to him.
How have you been fair when you literally just admitted to me, yo, Ak, you're the only one who thinks this didn't happen? And I said, who's everybody else? You named a bunch of people. I said, all of them predated the incident that happened.
Yeah, but I mean, they're in the streets. They talk to people. They probably, you could assume, know something about what's going on.
I'm giving you more information. Let me give you a date. Every time you get somebody on it and ready to talk about, oh, nah, man, like, yo, somebody ain't do whatever with 6ix9ine's girl or whatever, say, hey, were you hanging with them after July 2018?
Why do you care so much about his baby mama having slept with? Like, why is this something that you think deserves a level of inspection that I clearly don't apply to anything else that I do podcasts about? We do podcasts, people talk about things, sometimes people disagree with things, and then they sort that out on their own platforms. I don't know why her allegedly sleeping with Shawty is so different.
No, because you're saying a bunch of shit that's going in circles.
No, I think that's really more of a you thing right now.
No, every time when I slip up and I call myself a journalist, I check myself because sometimes if it was something with Nav, I don't really want to go to extra mile to go figure it out. You've admitted. You're like, nigga, you're literally admitting here you're not doing no fucking like journalist shit.
Right, I shouldn't have said journalist, but I'm a podcaster, I'm a content creator, like right?
So what I'm saying is this. Here's the integrity part of it. When Meek Mill says something that might be disrespectful to me, or I feel Meek don't fuck with me, or whatever, or even if he asks, or blah, 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 or I don't like Meek, or whatever artist, I don't like, no matter who. You know what I say? I don't only depend on, I need some money, so I need like to cover Meek Mill. I said I'm not covering that nigga. You're telling me that you will cover 6ix9ine even though you morally disagree with everything he done. You don't really fuck with him. You actually said fuck him. You'll still cover him, but it's not for journalist integrity because you're not doing journalist shit. You're only doing it to basically get money.
Well, my audience is interested in it, and the views very clearly illustrate that story.
No, when you say views, you say money. Adam, I look at your channel.
Yes, when you get a lot of views, you make a lot of money. But in general, my audience clear. That Billy Idol interview, one of the most popular interviews I ever did. It got 2 million views. People loved it. Why would I not do that interview? I like him, actually. I like him and Seiko Billy. Why would I not want to talk to them just because I don't get along with 6ix9ine? It's crazy.
Adam, I'm glad you brought that up. If the views dictate. Let me point this out. I'm gonna show you this. And by the way, I know you're gonna switch the topic really quick again, because you don't like when actually people just have an honest opinion that's actually like based on integrity. What I'm saying is just based on complete integrity, right? So you're saying the views is dictating whatever the fuck you say. By the way, whatever I said about
not entirely, but I'm saying that the views make it very clear that these are conversations that people want to hear.
By the way, what I said about Meg recently, Meg and Tory, that went viral. I could have put up a YouTube video about it. Like, by the way, again, I'm just going over facts. Since you're talking about numbers that dictate shit.
And for the record, what you said about Meg and Tory was almost exactly what I said about Meg and Tory, and I was on every fucking blog for saying it.
Okay, I didn't try to get at you about that. What I'm trying to say is that you're talking about, yo, well, if the viewers want it. So basically you're saying that you're not really even like a personality like me who, shit, let me tell you this. I hit 6ix9ine this morning because I had 200 niggas in my comments who said 6ix9ine got swung on at the Garden State Plaza. Now, of course I could post that. I could make a video on that. You know what that's going to get me? That's going to get me 5 grand, 10 grand. I could be living great off YouTube. But you know what? I hit that nigga. I said, bruh, this is what I'm hearing. I sent him a couple of things. I said, yo, did this happen? I said, don't lie to me. You know, it's always going to come out. They're sending it to me because I'm the hottest little Instagram blog nigga right now. If Six lied to me, and he said, I didn't get swollen. He sent me some videos. He said, yo, bro, just believe me. Now, what I'm trying to say is that if I was chasing money, my nigga, I would just make the video, which was false. He gave me proof that it was false, but I didn't have to really care about the proof. I was trying to be a journalist.
Right,
Bro,
and that's good. I think you should definitely fact check that before you post news.
And this is when you tell me views is driving your shit, I then pop up your channel and pop up mine.
I didn't say that. I was just saying that the views on those videos are very high, which proves that those are conversations that people want to have. I would have had the conversation with Billy Idol and Seiko Billy for free. That was a great time. I had a fun time there.
Yo, to my audience, I just call him Vlad. By the way, you know, I have no issue with Vlad. Vlad, salute to you. What I was trying to say to you, when you're telling me about what views dictate, nigga, if I want 6ix9ine on here giving his first interview, he's gonna do it. That's my nigga. If I want him to do anything, but you're covering every nigga. You're covering his baby mama, the chick who used to be with his baby mama, the nigga who tied his first red rag, the nigga who got on a plane to like walk him to his
baby mama, and then 2 of his former gang members. We did 2 different interviews.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you're validated by saying the views. So imagine I just like, my whole thing is about just hoarding it out like that. All I'm saying is that I understand for smaller channels. I see smaller channels make a story. You know what the latest fake story I seen like smaller channels do? Takeoff got beat up by Lil Baby. I don't know if you saw that, right? Now, bro, they're smaller channels, bro. They're not academics. They're not like no jumper. If you reach out to somebody, bro, like, yo, I've seen stories about Offset. I've seen stories about Baby. I've seen stories about Uzi. You and me, I'm not sunning you in no type of way. You're a powerful entity. You don't have to do the little nigga shit. So when you tell me you're moving on views, I'm like, how are you this powerful?
Posting a news update about somebody getting beat up when you can't confirm it, I 100% agree. I thought about posting the Lil Baby Migos beef stuff, but I haven't seen evidence that there was any actual violence. So I would have to see that in order to post that as news.
All right.
Now, me having 6ix9ine's former gang members on the podcast to tell their story, I don't really think that's comparable at all.
Okay. So, because you brought up numbers, can I get into some numbers? I'm a numbers guy.
Sure, let's hear it, yeah.
Okay, all right. So because you mentioned that, you know, numbers kind of indicate to you what people are interested in.
Right.
I'm a numbers guy too. 6ix9ine's a numbers guy. Me, I'm very fortunate enough that I've tried to diversify everything I do where like, I'm glad people just fuck with me. And when I do make a YouTube video, I haven't done one in 2 weeks. If I want to spam YouTube video, you remember, I was doing 40 million views a month. Bro, but I'm closer to shit now. I could have made a whole video on, I think I heard the Cardi and Meg Thee Stallion song. I could have made a whole video on that. Niggas send me the whole Uzi and by the way, it's not just me, you get it too. What I'm saying is that if we really are that thirsty for shit, we could really clickbait and do some shit. I'm just wondering why you're doing, but you're saying you're going off numbers. But then it makes sense to me. I'm gonna tell you why it makes sense. So when I go on my channel, I haven't posted in 2 weeks. Last shit was about touring and some make shit. 250,000 views. Migos, Blaming QC, 302. Pop Smoke shit, I think that was old I did, but whatever. Like 130, 150. Meg, 260. I'm usually around 200. Sometimes it could go up to like 3, 4. I go on your channel, and again, I'm not dissing you, but when you tell me you're going off algorithm, it tells me, it reminds me of when I just showed up to Complex, and Complex said, we have a whole, they showed me literally 50 people say, we're trying to copy what you did. And I said to them, I said, y'all are doing it like white people and like a company. Do it like a person that cares. So I look at you saying you care about views because that's all Complex cares about. Trust me.
Right, and for the record, I didn't say that I only care about views. I'm saying the views are evidence of what content is popular.
No, it says no. Of course, it's gonna end. But of course, yo, hold on.
And also, Ak, we really got to move this on because all my employees are trying to leave. Not to mention my co-host. This is going pretty late for us.
Send him home. I got my nigga right here. I pay him too. You want to stay?
I'm just asking you to kind of get to the point because I don't really need you to tell me how many views all your videos get. That's kind of I could look at that myself.
No. What I'm saying to you is that what that makes it seem like when you say that, and I look at your channel, a bunch of your videos when you don't talk about 6ix9ine, they don't get 100,000 views.
Right, yeah. I do interviews all the time that I'm clearly just doing because I want to do those interviews. That's not the only thing that I base my content on, but it is at least one of the things that's important.
Okay, so you know what that tells me? As much as you claim you don't like 6ix9ine, he's paying their bills.
What is that? Like, how does that prove anything?
It doesn't prove anything. I'm gonna tell you why.
What does that prove? We don't like him. If there's a conversation to be had about him, it's perfectly fair to have that conversation, right?
Hold on. If Meek Mill was paying my bills because I only had to talk about him to get views, if that nigga say, yo, Act, stop sucking another nigga's dick and making me look crazy because you don't get views when you don't cover me, I would probably have to say, you're right. You can imagine why 6ix9ine probably don't want to talk to you. You know why? You claim you have this anti-6ix9ine stance, but you need him to pay the bills.
It's not really true. I mean, we've had tons of videos go viral this year that have nothing to do with 6ix9ine. The fact that some of our interviews, and again, you're talking about 3 interviews this whole year with people that are related to him. And also, I've had all kinds of people from 6ix9ine's life reach out to me. I had the guy who he caught the child sex case with reach out to me wanting to do an interview, and I turned it down.
Hold on, you know why
just for an example. You
know why I reach out to you? Because realize you're like the home for that. Hold on, I'm just going over numbers. You should never bring up numbers because I'm good with numbers. In the last 2 weeks, your highest viewed video, Sarah Molina on 6ix9ine, Future dissing her. Richie, I think this was one she talked about me when she wasn't trying to get into talking about that. Yeah, and I was like, and she literally like she don't want no more smoke with me. And by the way, Adam, we could leave 6ix9ine alone. This is what I was trying to say about you. And when you talking about what's serious enough for me to bring up like your past rape cases or not cases, but rape accusations. Right, rape accusations was serious enough for me to bring that up is when you say to her, and I could play the clip. I got it right here. I got it queued up.
I would like to because I really am surprised that you took offense to that. Like I brought up the fact that you and her clearly have issues, and I asked her about it.
Adam,
and that was it. I didn't do anything to lead her towards a negative conclusion about you.
Adam, I got $20,000 on this again. You ain't trying to take no more $20,000. I want to send you $20,000 off.
I don't want to bet $20,000 on anything. It seems kind of weird that you keep trying to bring it back to that.
No, because when you keep walking around shit, I want to show people how serious I am about it. Because you can't stand on anything I'm saying and say, Act, you're wrong. So as you keep dancing around, you can't say, Act, you're wrong. Because if you could say, Act, you're wrong, you could say, 20,000, let's do it. When you are in this conversation talking literally about 6ix9ine, I don't care. That's her baby daddy. By the way, I don't care what you think about 6ix9ine.
And again, the thing I was asking her about was the fact that you've written a bunch of Instagram captions about her that I perceived as extremely negative, and I wanted to ask her what the nature of you guys having issues with each other was.
Adam, okay, I'm glad you said that. What you also said in the interview, and by the way, nigga, I hate her like the coronavirus. And she tried to pick on me, and I'll never let nobody pick on me like that. You know what you try to almost say, and again, I got 20,000 if you think I'm wrong.
And I know you're going to make this a race thing because I've seen you do this on the other stream.
Nope, it's not a race thing. You try to almost say, I don't know, Act don't really go at the men like that. It seemed like he goes at the women.
I did not say that. I said you go at her.
Bro, you mentioned Nicki Minaj. You say, yo, Act goes at Nicki. Bro, anybody in here.
When did you go at Nicki?
Oh, my God. I got 20.
I don't know you to have some big thing with Nicki.
Bro, they definitely had a thing.
Was that a thing? I don't know. Honestly, I didn't say that in the interview with her. I'm quite sure about that.
Hold on. Adam, you know how it could be seen if I say Adam hires a bunch of people but he only ever hugs the girl employees. Isn't that a narrative that could be very dangerous? Yes or no?
I don't hug my girl employees. That's weird. You can't do that.
I get it. No, this is hypothetical. But yes or no? Could that be dangerous? Yes or no? You know what time we live in. I know you're white, and you try to act like you see he loves using his privilege. Like, what?
I just want you to go somewhere with this conversation. Like we gotta get offline here at some point. I can't do this for 4 hours.
Adam, I am. You try to almost echo the sentiments that the reason why I'm going at 6ix9ine's baby mama, and even why I've had certain type of energy for other women, is because I only pick on women.
That's not. I did not say that.
I mean, I don't know if he said that, but that's how you be acting sometimes, bro.
I've heard a lot of people say that about you.
A lot of people have said that.
I definitely did not feed into that.
All right, great. All right, I'm glad. You see now, you see when y'all out of proof, y'all just go to, oh, that's what everybody says. My nigga, Adam. Chosen. Bend down, pause. No.
Bend down, pause.
Now, pause. When you walked in this morning, I told all y'all, get out of the room. I studied audio. I studied video. I studied all your past words.
Just for the record, you clearly had a lot more free time today than I did, because, man, I wish I could have dug into some of this.
Adam, because your livelihood never in jeopardy, my nigga. You're white. You got white privilege. Every single time when Freddie Gibbs comes at me, when Meek says I'm canceled, yeah, I'm battling for everything I got. I'm swinging for the hills. I got to go a little crazy. I'm sorry. Yeah,
okay,
I got to go get a little
whatever
animated.
you heard, I did not make it out like you hate women to Sarah Molina. That just didn't happen.
You continue the narrative.
No, I asked her about Instagram captions that you had written about her. Very specific. One woman, one man asked about the things that the man said about the woman.
Adam, I got 20,000 that you said that it doesn't seem like he has the same energy for other people. And then the conversation then went to, yeah, it seems to be about women. And yeah, and by the way,
I would not say that about you. I wouldn't say that.
Adam, hold on. 20,000? You don't do it.
Did I say that?
You did say that. You said that he grills harder and
hold on, does she have 20,000? You paid 20,000 or not?
I've never bet 20,000 here. That's not my intention to make any narratives about you hating women, but I think that she inserted that.
No, she defended me. I'm gonna tell you why.
She defended you?
200,000. You want to do it? I'm gonna tell you what she said.
Let's hear it.
Play the clip. Play the clip.
God, you say you got everything pulled up.
Play the clip.
Perfect. Hold on. I don't know if y'all can see, but my stream will be able to see it. Thank you, God.
Hey, can you share it on the screen?
And the retweet. Let's see the little Tracy retweet. Yeah.
Thank you, God. All right, hold on. Yeah, by the way, I don't know who does y'all little timestamps. That's so amazing. Thank you, guys.
This is mad long.
No doubt. Shout out Laura.
Hold on. Thank you, guys.
Oh, Laura got the timestamp.
Hold on. Oh, perfect. I could already see it from what you were saying. Adam, you lost a record. You lost a label deal because they thought or they didn't want to get near you allegedly raping a chick. And you had the audacity to throw around Complex just saying, yo, sit out for 2 episodes because like people or whatever. And you were trying to push that narrative with me? Nigga,
wait,
they said you raped the chick.
Wait,
I called a white chick a B-word. And by the way,
but again, what did I say about you getting fired from Complex that you found inappropriate?
Chat, everybody watching. I'm glad he said that. Hold up. Look. Yo, chat, I got it. Yo, I'm telling you, I watched all this shit. I'm so
for the record, we can't hear it, I don't believe.
I'll give you the timestamp. I'll post it in the chat. You can post it. You can play it on your own. I just want my chat to see this because I never lie. And
hey, you can screen share it.
I'm hungry, man.
I only came in to expose y'all for the bullshit y'all was on.
Yeah,
you feel me? Here we go. Chat, listen to this. Hold on.
Turn it up.
Oh, actually, let's bring it back to where she actually says to Adam, yo, I don't want to talk to this nigga. Don't bait me into it. But of course, Adam, you gotta get the views because it's all about.
We can't hear it at all.
I'm talking to my chat. My chat niggas in here, they going crazy. Yo, listen, chat, spam up the Scorpions. You know what the vibes is. Come on, man. Come on. Yo, chat. I was doing push-ups, sit-ups. I ain't do push-ups in years. I ain't gonna lie to y'all today. These niggas asked me where I went. Nigga, I had to go take a sabbatical, nigga. I had to go look at the mountains and stars. There was a hurricane going on. I sat in the rain. I had to make sure I just sat in fucking complete peace and listen to everything because I knew Adam was going to come with the bullshit. So let's play the clip. I'm so glad you said that. Here we go.
I mean, we can't hear it, so
Wait,
I don't know.
here we go.
We trying to hear it, though.
Wait, how do I don't know how do I do it?
You have to have your desktop audio shit on. But anyways,
Yeah, this is so...
I think he doesn't want you to talk about him anymore, period. Just don't.
No. You could talk about me, but I'm going to keep it true with you. You're not going to 6ix9ine me, nigga. You're not going to talk about me, and because 6ix9ine, you know why he called up? To laugh at you because he's thinking your girl got trained by 35 niggas. So he just wanted to laugh. He's watching you, okay? And by the way, he's looking at you and he's like, you can laugh at all you want. You got a baby coming through and he gonna see all this shit. So that's why he's being petty. That's not my situation because I don't want to even get into that type of stuff because I have respect for you and your situations.
It don't sound like it.
Yeah, it don't sound like it. I really thought that the tone of this podcast was going to be a bit more reconciliatory. Like I thought that we were going to be getting along by the end of this, but it seems like you've been kind of intent on just sort of ranting and raving the whole time. And it seems like every time I've given you a really good explanation for something that you seemed like very, very unwilling to accept it. And instead you just sort of spin these webs of other things that really don't affect what we're talking about at all.
Adam. Okay, great. No, you know.
I mean, that's just my opinion. I thought that we were going to do this this live stream, and that by the end of it, we were going to be cool.
You guys gonna like have some pleas.
It kind of feels like you don't want that, and you are.
No, I do want that. I do want that. No. There's a takeaway. There is a takeaway. We could get to the takeaway, or we
but this is my whole thing, Academics, is if you think what I've done in terms of my documentation of your life is anywhere close to the shit that you've had thrown at you by other people in the media over the course of the past few weeks, like where's this energy for Jesus and Miro who shit on you so 1,000 times worse than me?
I got at them niggas back when I did get at them, but let me tell you this. When niggas need, by the way, you could say whatever you want, but trust me, Adam, I don't talk about your latest scandal. I don't know who the fuck I'm letting be mad about you, like, I don't know, DMing or whatever. I don't talk about that. I only talk about you when you're usually talking about me. You feel me? What I'm trying to say to you is that with the Deeces and Mara clowns, them niggas, we had a run-in 2 years ago. They're supposedly on HBO or Showtime. They had a whole episode pretty much about me. Fuck Academics.
I remember it, yeah.
Okay, so again, does it look like I need their viewers? No, I don't. I don't need to talk about them. Have I talked about them for views? Remember, you're the numbers guy. You say whatever the people talk about is what they're interested in. By the way, I looked at the views of them talking about me. It was one of their best episodes. Oh, hold on. Wait.
Honestly, it's the only episode of this shit I ever seen.
I'm gonna be honest, me too.
Really?
I'm gonna be honest. No, but they funny as fuck though. You can't
they are funny, but that's the only episode I ever actually went out of my way to see, to be real.
Okay, no, it's great, but this is even like, again, I'm not even defending 6ix9ine, but it's where there's a similarity there, right? It's like, it's crazy when I even see you. You're like, oh, 6ix9ine, everything is fake. This, that, and third is fake. This is third is fake. Yo, 6ix9ine's faking this. Not tell you I was faking this. But yet you got to use the nigga who's supposedly faking shit to get your bills paid.
But you don't think that one of the biggest rappers in the game faking streams and faking a #1 is worth documenting if you're a hip hop media company? I definitely think that's worth talking about. I think my audience probably appreciates us talking about it. Do you disagree? You don't think that's worth covering?
You said what now?
You don't.
I mean, I got
getting
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm fucking starving.
I did hear you. I did hear you. I do think that's worth covering.
Right.
I gotta go pee too.
Do you want me to point out my issue with that?
Sure.
My issue is that you're mad educated on the industry and you don't really want to talk about it.
I'm mad educated in the industry, but what?
You don't really want to talk about it. You want to talk about it? Because I'm down to talk about it right now.
Talk about what?
You're talking about fake news. Are you down to talk about it? I'm down to talk about it. I expose everybody.
Listen, I'm really not trying to do like a fucking another half hour where we talk about fake views and shit, but okay.
Your whole thing is only because it's predicated because you don't like the nigga. I get it. But if you're talking about fake views, hey, do you want to talk about all of the baby practices of whatever they've done to keep that record at #1? You want to talk about that or no?
I mean,
you're down to,
I'm not in the business of defending the baby, so I mean, I don't care. You know.
okay, but you're not down to challenge me on that. But you're only,
I don't know anything about that.
Okay, you're a liar.
About what? The baby? What has he done to inflate his album sales? I have no idea.
Adam.
They put out the deluxe, probably. They put out a woke remix of one of his songs with Roddy. I saw that.
Adam. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you why I'm disappointed in you. This has nothing to do with anyone. Before I started to really deal with even certain entities, before labels, they used to be scared of me. I used to say fuck all of them. They never even try to talk to me. They now hit up people to make sure I'm okay, that it's good for a conversation. Trust me, I've talked to Atlantic. Atlantic used to be scared shitless of me. What I'm trying to say is that, Adam, before I ever even had conversations with some of these industry heads or labels, you were plugged in. You told me, and this is where I hope you don't mind me saying this because you said on text, you told me about your label deal and whatever you had in business with these label niggas before, bro. So when you were there before I was, how the fuck do I know more? You're not being honest. The thing is,
you think that because I used to have a deal with Atlantic that I know about the baby inflating his album sales? Because I can promise you I don't. I don't know anything about that, and it's not something I have any kind of insider knowledge about. You might be more interested. You might have asked more questions, but I'm not really sure. Like, why is that something that you would think that I would know all about? That specific artist.
No. It's not about the baby. It's not about the baby, bro. And I hate that you're just looking at me like so confused. It's not about the baby.
I am confused. This is a real emotion, yeah.
No, it's not about the baby. It's because you have chosen to single out 6ix9ine. Okay, cool.
6ix9ine got a #1 off of the bundle shit.
Hold up. But
it's worth discussing.
Hold up. Just admit you're only singling him out, not because he's the only one doing some bullshit. He's the only one you don't like that doing the bullshit.
No, that's not true. We talk about that with Travis Scott. We talk about that with Nicki. We talk about the bundling shit with everybody.
Yo, stop the fucking cap.
Kenny Chesney, we talked about it. You're accusing me of not talking about it.
Hold on. Hit Nav right now. DM that nigga right fucking now. Say, Act is talking shit about you. Say,
who?
He said Nav.
Nav, you got his shirt on. Nav was supposed to be neck and neck around 80,000 with Keisha Cole. Was it Keisha Cole or Kalani? My bad.
Kalani. I'm like Keisha Cole.
Okay, yeah.
Keisha Cole. Let my man OT Jensen.
Again, I don't know anything about Nav inflating his album sales.
Oh, all right. Now you don't know. Yo, let me tell you this. And this is where I'll get at you personally because I don't sneak this. You're doing a disservice to your audience that you have made it from the mud. You came on my fucking Twitch stream when I was interviewing thoughts and chicks who had trains ran on them, and you've made an actual brand worth millions, and you know, and you've seen behind the curtain, and you won't even be honest to just keep it real with your followers.
You're kind of making me feel bad, like as if there's something out there that I should know about the record industry that I apparently don't know. Because there's nothing that I'm not sharing right now that I know.
All right, hold on. All right. So this should be, like, since you called out 6ix9ine, this should be very blaring and apparent. By the way, 6ix9ine didn't even cap. He admitted it. He sat there with everybody else did. So let me say this to you. And you were in this fucking bad habits, but good intentions.
This really triggered you, huh?
All right, that's cute. But what I'm trying to say is that Nav got a #1 because he sold 60% more of merch. They had Vlone, NWO. They had. I counted it. 119 things appeared in that store in a week. Yeah. 119 items. You sell merch. You sell kendamas. You sell this. You have 119 stuff in your stores? Yes or no? I get it. You can do a little product placement. Cute. But do you have 119 stuff in your store? And would you promote that all in the week? So yes or no?
Yeah.
Would I promote the stuff we sell? Yes.
White people shit.
Wait, I don't sell albums, so I don't have anything to bundle it with.
I'm asking, have you put out 119 items? And
over the years, sure, yeah.
Have you put out in a week?
In a week, probably not, no.
Don't say probably not. You never did that in a week.
That's a lot.
119 different items in a week?
In a week. In a week. And by the way,
No, we have 119 items up for sale total.
And by the way, every single day, yo, the Velos, y'all love Vlone, right? Vlone sale ends tonight. Y'all gotta get your Vlone shirt.
Y'all love Vlone, right?
It's in super fine print. You even get a Nav's album. Okay, cool. So what I'm saying is that people have bought these items up. He got a number one. Do you look at Nav the same way you look at 6ix9ine?
The thing that we accused 6ix9ine of buying fake streams was primarily because of the YouTube pre-roll advertising, and that's actually why they were gonna not give him the number one, was because too large of a percentage of his streams or of his YouTube streams were from paid advertising. That is what we reported on.
Hold on. Yeah, that's cute that you reported on it, but you reported because you didn't like the nigga. So let me give you the facts, okay?
Right.
And by the way,
but nobody ever said that about Nav, for the record.
Hold on. Yeah, because you like Nav and you have a shirt on.
Right, but nobody ever reported that on Nav. If Nav did do that, that's the first I've heard of it.
Cash probably gave him like, yo, here's a little 50,000. Just make sure you support
Yo, for the record, I never talked to Nav and I never talked to anybody in his clique.
Yo,
he said
I can't even hear what you're saying and be like, I believe it, because you won't even admit straight facts. I'm telling you this is facts. I'm telling you I have money up on it. I'm telling you cannot prove me wrong. I'm telling you what I am saying to you is non-disputable. And you're in the same industry. Yo, you make millions of dollars off hip-hop. I graduated from Rutgers University with a math degree. I tried my best to learn as much about this industry because it's paid a lot of bills. It got my mama a house. Nigga, it got you Atlanta baby cribs. It got you a crib. It got you all this. I see the fucking tail y'all at. I see the new office. It got you all these things. And you're trying to tell me that you're as naive as a fucking fan who just online just searching for shit? Bro, you put me onto shit, whether it was TK, because you dropped the record for TK. I've been trying to drop a record. I've been going through hell. I got a YNW melody I've been trying to drop. It's a whole lot of shit to do it. You dropped the fucking record with 2 niggas and you did the DJ Khaled shit. I want to do it, but it's a lot of red tape. I'm learning. You did that before I ever even met niggas in the game. And you're trying to tell me that I know more about this fucking industry than you? Bro, I understand it's paying your pockets. And trust me, I've said shit about Interscope, and I've done business with Interscope because I don't cap. Salute to the people I've done shit with over there. And also, I sat through many little conversations, even with Juice WRLD. God rest his soul. With them trying to put his project out. I consulted. I did all that shit. But I don't cap. I'm not going to cap because they're going to pay me a check just to consult, or you don't even got to be consult. Oh, hey, help us with this content. Or, hey, we'll fund this for you. Could you do this with this artist?
I don't know what you're accusing me of, pretending that I don't know. This is like another weird rant where I don't really know what you want me to say, but it's not true, whatever it is you're trying to say. I don't know anything about Nav's album sales beyond what was reported.
Adam, let me tell you this. You sound smart to a stupid nigga. But hold on.
You're just making a shitload of assumptions about everything that I must know. I don't know anything about Nav's album sales. You know how much of my energy goes into inspecting Nav's album sales? None. Zero.
Hold on, Adam. You see, I hate when niggas cap. I love calling.
How is that cap?
No. Here's the cap. I got you. So you're saying you have no idea how labels try to put shit out, this and third. You got no idea.
I know about bundling. I know about whatever stream playlist placements. Sure, I know about that. Yeah.
So now you know about it. Because before, I was just talking about that. That's bundling. By the way, the reason why Nicki and 6ix9ine got number one is that they just saw what Ariana Grande and they saw what Bieber did, was stuck with you, and they said, oh shit, we got to do the bundles. By the way, the bundles that 6ix9ine did for Gooba while he was upset was for his album. So he didn't do it for the single. He's thinking about first week sales of the album. Then he got robbed. You know what they told him? You know what he learned? First of all, niggas is doing a credit card little fix. I know you're probably like, I don't know what that is. So I don't know. I'm just Adam. I
don't really want to sit on stream and listen to you talk about how much you know about album sales that I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I don't fucking care. This has nothing to do with me.
What I'm saying is we're in the same ecosystem. Because the same shit they sent to me, and they got to see you and your team post, which you just like an incoherent boss. You don't know what's going on? Because I know what's going on over my shit. When niggas ask me like, yo, Ak, what's going on? I could tell. Yo, ask some of the people I play Fortnite with. They be like, yo, Ak, why that was there? I say, yo, I ain't gonna lie, I did a favor for a favor. I want some shit done. I'm trying to build some shit. I need a little whatever. Yo, they say, yo, all right, we'll help this, we'll sponsor this for you while you're trying to build your company. Do this for us. Bro, that's how it goes. I'm not a capper. I'm not a liar. I'm not a nigga who's gonna sit here like how you're sitting here and acting like, oh, I don't know. I don't know.
What do you think I'm lying about? Please,
Adam,
just try to answer that question very succinctly without using an example or a metaphor. What do you think I'm lying about?
Okay, I'll answer it by asking one question.
Real quick, because we got to end this. Like, I got a lot of employees who got to go home to their families, man.
This is why you should never even hop on a live with a nigga like me, because I say everything. You know, I show everything in my life. How do you make your money?
How do I make my money?
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of different income streams, but I mean,
I say that too. So,
I want to do that. Again, I was asking for a
succinct
succinct question, not you asking me a question.
No, that is the question.
How do I make my money? There's a million things I could say. I sell these. I sell T-shirts. We do YouTube videos. We had a store up until a few months ago. I mean, there's a lot.
Adam. Stores, whatever, like, what is it? This, YouTube views, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't equal 70, not even 60% of your income. I know this. You know I know this?
Online sales definitely are a huge percentage of my income.
You must think you're talking to your fans.
Wait, what?
I said you must think you're talking to your fans. They believe anything.
Wait, you don't think that selling these things for $40 when they cost us like $3 to make, you don't think we're making a lot of money doing that?
No, that's typical white people shit. I know you make a lot of money from that. What I'm trying to say to you is this, right?
There's more than 3. I don't want to disrespect our suppliers.
I was like, whoa.
$3.99. No. What I'm trying to say to you is that you are in the same industry like me. Adam, because you're white and y'all like hiding shit, I'll give you.
What does that mean? That's just so crazy that you have to throw the white thing in and you hiding shit. What am I hiding? I want to hear it. What am I hiding?
No.
Everybody in this room seems to understand that nobody understands what you're talking about.
I have to mention the white thing because you won't ever be really transparent with the culture, how you make money off the culture.
I'm unbelievably transparent. Any idiot could guess that we make YouTube videos, we do sponsored posts sometimes, we sell shit. I mean, I have no secret means of income that you seem to think I have.
Has anyone, I won't say because, people they do it so great. But Adam, I know all this shit for a fact, bro. Like, I ain't even trying to expose you. I'm just trying to say, stop acting like I'm stupid, my nigga. Because Adam, the same money. Hold on, Adam. The reason why I brought up our past is that when I was in this shit and lit and good and still good to this day, you said act. I looked up to you to help.
No, yeah, you inspired me to start doing content on YouTube for sure. I've never done that.
All right. So as our business. And this is what hip hop business has become. Whether it's a consultation, I don't even want to tell you the bag that Atlantic did pay me to go host a Boogie. Atlantic and Amazon in conjunction with Twitch paid me to go host in person in Manhattan a Boogie's listening party. These all come from our platforms that we created. What I'm trying to say is that the bags are enormous. I see them.
Bag, yeah.
I know you're getting enormous bags too. My thing is that I look at young black creators, whether they're trying to do what you said you did with me, and you're inspired, or you're saying, let me try a thing. I'm just not gonna cap to them. Let me tell you this. This will, and I know, I'm not trying to say you're racist at all. I'm just telling you what white people has historically done to niggas. They never tell you how to get success. They won't tell you, yo, this is the formula. They'll tell you little enough that you go with.
I asked you for you to give a succinct answer, and this is the succinct answer. Right. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, all right.
But I just want to know, like, what am I holding back from my audience about how to make money?
Because Adam, I see certain shit that goes up on your page, whether it's music videos, whether it's certain interviews. By the way, I've seen a nigga who there was $10,000 offered for me to have a conversation with him. Remember that. By the way, it's crazy that you're not admitting it. My nigga, you're on Twitch or whatever platform selling like song shout outs for $100. You're shameless with that, but you're not you're not, yo, this is my
and that's
philosophy.
Another thing that I'm completely transparent about in terms of money.
Hold on. But this is where we flip. I love pimping the labels. I got a new idea. I love A Boogie, but everybody know I can't dress. Who's the nigga? I'm pitching the same idea to A Boogie's label that's Atlantic. I'm pitching the same idea to YSL 300. They don't can just. They got Gunna. All these niggas think they're fly aficionados or whatever the case is. I said, I'll make a custom episode. You take me shopping. You're my stylist. It's great promo for you. It's gonna do numbers because niggas love to joke about I can't dress. Great. Now here's the thing. I need not only for you to cover the budget, not only cover for production costs. I need this amount of money. Yes, that's how business works. I don't like charging my audience. Because you know what happens? There's a lot of young black impressionable kids, and hip hop was built off of a lot of people who ain't really had the opportunities. When somebody has to send me even donations, and I'm not saying this is a business model, so I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. But like when somebody sends me $100 or whatever, bro, the labels have billions. And I know you fuck with the labels who give billions out. So why don't you at least be that honest? I'll tell you
about what? Getting money from labels? I've gotten money from labels. It's less than 1% of my income.
Okay.
I would like for it to be more. If there's any labels that want to throw me more money, then that would be great. But I mean, it's an insignificant part of my income.
Also, a lot of people that donate to our stream aren't black.
Yeah, a lot of people on the stream are white kids.
Adam, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, you know, us being in the same industry. When I even talk about, like, when I see you mention 6ix9ine, you say, oh, fake this. Yeah, I could say, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Me and 6ix9ine argue about it all the time. By the way, I'm gonna tell you this right now, this is facts. His last Instagram post where he posted about a car, it's because I was dissing him. I say, yo, nigga, you know you don't get more comments than NBA Youngboy. That nigga way more lit than you. He said, accurate line. He's literally in the car. He said, yo, y'all pull over by the nearest I'm cop cruiser. I'm taking a picture. Look at how I posted it.
Okay.
Hold on. No.
We got to get back on track. I can't do this all night.
No. Yo, we are on track. What I'm trying to say is that.
I don't think so.
No, you see? No.
But what is this? This you don't. Whatever story you're telling right now, you don't have to tell because it's just irrelevant. Like we got to get to the point.
I don't think there is.
Yeah, I'm kind of starting to think there isn't one.
The point is, when you are going out of your way to say someone is faking views, but you act like you have zero idea about anyone. You have a vested interest in trying to say 6ix9ine is faking views, which, by the way, you were wrong.
For the record, I covered him buying a huge percentage of his YouTube views, which everybody in media was talking about. By the way,
you put it out as you called it fake views. Wasn't fake views.
They didn't give him the #1 at first because over like 40% of his views were bought.
No, you're wrong.
No, this is what was reported, and that's what we reported on. If you're telling me I'm wrong, fine, but I mean that's what was reported, and that's what we reported on.
I got 20,000. It's not. He didn't lose all views. Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez that beat Gooba, they submitted 60,000 sales at the last moment. That came from their store. See, yo, as I tell you something new, you're like, oh, well, okay. Bro, I
don't care about Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
But you're talking about what you reported on, and I'm telling you you're wrong. And I tell you you're wrong. You don't even say, oh shit, act. Oh damn, I'm wrong. I'm going to look at it again. You just say, okay, I don't care. What's up? All right. So then when you see a report that 6ix9ine didn't break the record for having the most views because some of them were paid views, you already had said, nah, these views are fake.
But is this really your issue with me? Is that you think that I covered 6ix9ine's album sales unfairly? Like this, this is really surprising to me that this is something that you want to spend so much of this time on.
My issue with you is with 6ix9ine. No, is because I mentioned all the issues with you already. What I'm trying to say is that you clearly the point is this: you clearly don't like 6ix9ine, and I don't care if you like him or not. Just when you're going at him, leave me the fuck out of it. Because when you involve me into it,
you into it.
How did you bring me in?
Like what 6ix9ine stuff did I involve you in?
Wait, so when you're interviewing his baby mama and his baby mama don't want to talk about academics, but yet you push the issue and then talk about.
Again, you're talking about like a minute and a half of an hour-long podcast where I just asked her about the Instagram captions that you had written about.
I don't like backtracking. I like staying on point. You said I had no point. I told you the point. You act like you dumb.
I just don't think it's a very good point.
Okay, well, whether you think it's a good point or not, I'm gonna tell you how I take it. I feel it's offensive when you don't like 6ix9ine and you're trying to make him look whatever way, which I don't care about. I don't care. Again, I'm telling you, I don't care about that.
It seems like you really do care.
No, I care when you mention me. When you mention me,
again, you're talking about a 2-minute conversation with his baby mama, in which I really didn't throw much shade at you at all.
Yo, Adam, because when you mention me, that fucking clip goes viral. And
no,
that
it didn't.
Goes into,
it went viral.
Adam, you're fucking a liar. It went viral.
Nobody talked about the Sarah Molina conversation about academics. Find me where that went viral. By what definition of viral did that go viral? This is the first time I've even heard anyone talk about it.
Hold on. Adam, do you want to bet $100,000 that
just stop with the betting? Like just remove that part from your speech.
No. I'm gonna keep saying it because you don't like to be held to the truth.
I just don't think we're gonna be betting. It doesn't seem realistic.
Adam, your regular interviews without mentioning 6ix9ine or me is getting 60 to 70,000 unless you have some really good shit going on.
I mean, it's not true. I got millions of views interviewing King Von this year. I interviewed, there's a shitload of different people I interviewed that did extremely well this year that had nothing to do with 6ix9ine.
One of the few. Hold on.
Just because you find a way to say something
that
implicate you doesn't.
Hold on. I'll pull it up for you. When you have in your topic, and sometimes y'all do breakout little episodes, right? And you have, Selena Powell, or even if another page does it, Selena Powell exposes how she fucked 6ix9ine while academics watched.
Which we didn't title it that way, for the record.
Okay, that's cute. But what I'm trying to say, it gets exponentially more views than your regular content.
But you don't have to explain to me that 6ix9ine gets more views when you put him in the title. I just resent the implication that that's the only way that we're getting any views. It's clearly not true.
I'm going back to it. I don't care what you say about 6ix9ine. Leave me out of it. Because when you keep putting me into it, you know what I'm going to do? Now I need to find that girl who says you raped her. I could get views off anything.
It's such a false equivalency to suggest that me talking to Sarah Molina for 2 minutes about you is somehow akin to you interviewing this imaginary victim.
Because you finally today admitted that you don't fuck with 6ix9ine, but when you're throwing shade at
you think I finally admitted that today? Of course I don't like him. I've made that insanely clear for like a couple years now.
All right, cool. Yeah, wait, so why were you usually questioning why he feels a certain type of way about you? So you don't like him, he don't like you.
I never really said that. I've kind of got the idea that he hasn't liked me for a few years. It's fine.
I'm gonna ask 6ix9ine if you ever heard that, because he asked me. Hold on, I'll call him.
Can we just not involve him anymore? Everybody's fucking bitching that they wanted me to go. I mean, this is just, you got to get to the point, bro.
The point?
I mean, I feel like the point is that your points aren't that strong. That's all I've really gotten from this.
Adam, I guess this is the point. You got a problem with this nigga 6ix9ine, you go at him directly. I'm just gonna tell you just like I tell his baby mama. And by the way, I ain't know and I ain't care how he thought about his baby mama when I was violating her. He couldn't tell me shit. If you don't want me to be on this energy, because I don't want to have a problem with you, leave me out of it and just only get at him.
Again, this is you're referring to me asking his baby mama about you for like 2 minutes on an interview that nobody fucking cared. Nobody cared about that part of the conversation.
Adam, he's about to do interviews. He ain't about to do an interview with you. You probably gonna bring up his little, bro.
Right, when he's gonna do interviews, and then I will comment on what he says in those interviews because it's my job to talk about rap music, right?
Okay, that's cute. But what I'm saying is that you're gonna probably bring back his baby mama later on because he might address what the fuck, blah, blah, blah. I'm just telling you, if you feel like me saying certain things or getting into certain details about either what you've done, our relationship, or what your baby mama has done, when you mention me, I feel everything is fair game. So now, when I thought I was being courteous, taking down your baby mama, admitting that 6 niggas ran a train on her and they love her.
Again, I don't know why you're so invested in making her seem like she's such a slut. And I don't really understand where that energy comes from. Like, why are you invested in that and why do you care? And it's so obvious I don't care.
I like this. No. That's what I'm saying. So, I wouldn't care that you were talking to Selena and giggling and keeping the narrative that Selena fucked I'm 6'9" in front of me and took a condom out of my hand. If I could talk about the great, hey chat, wasn't 2016 a great time? Like we had a great bunch of people on here, and as people now get more familiar with, Lena the Plug, and she's about to bring a beautiful baby. Is it a boy or girl?
Girl.
A beautiful baby girl into the world. Maybe they want to know about some of the escapades, like maybe the 6-man train. Maybe they want to know about that. So what I'm saying is that I
just let this nigga violate.
So that's the content.
You're so invested in hyping this up.
No,
Academics, I thought the point of us having this conversation was that we were going to try to make things cool. It doesn't really feel like you're too into that.
I am Adam. And I guess I just wanted to say to you.
I mean, I've been apologetic about the conversation I had with Selena, where I agree that I treated you unfairly by just sort of going along with her version of events.
Yeah.
And I think that you're overreacting about me bringing you up to Sarah Molina for like 2 minutes. But those are literally the only 2 examples in the last 2 years that you can find of me having anything negative to say about you. And I just don't really think it's that strong of a case. I've made it unbelievably clear that I like you. I am a fan of your content, etc. But you keep saying this shit about my girl, and I just don't see the reason why. Like, you don't have a problem with her, right? And you say you don't have a problem with me.
No.
Why do you keep bringing her into it?
I'll tell you why. I just wanted to let you know that when you approach certain topics and you think it's either funny or neither here nor there, I have a dark humor, and I love talking about trains. Like, I love watching that on Pornhub. So that's where. So what I'm saying is that if you feel like, yo, you're doing too much, or shit, I don't know, like. I'm with nostalgia. Maybe I want to go talk to the girl who claimed like you were like being a predator to her and shit like that. Again, what I'm saying is that
if we're supposed to be like trying to be cool through this conversation, why do you keep bringing up something that you are saying that you're not going to do by talking to one of these girls who I have an issue with?
Because I want you to say to me, or at least acknowledge publicly, not no more privately, because you've said it before and you're going back on. Oh no, blah 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 with Selena. She's back on 2 days after. Y'all talking spicy as fuck.
Literally, we already had the conversation with Selena, and I said that I texted her and told her I didn't want to talk about you.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying.
It's so obvious that my intentions are to mend this relationship between you and I. Because we have to wrap this up. I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to get to that point when you feel the need to keep bringing up my girl over and over and over when she's totally innocent in this. And it's so obvious that I don't care about her sexual escapades before me.
Hey, I ain't going to lie to you. I thought my chick or my ex was totally innocent in it until you retweeted something that insinuated that she fucked some other rapper. So I thought she was totally innocent in that. I thought it was a personal thing. So what I'm just trying to say is that if we're going to keep it cute, let's keep it cute. So if you're saying that, yo, I want to mend this shit, this is how we could kind of end it. Yo, I ain't going to really be bringing up it when I'm going to stay clear of your personal shit.
I said that hours ago to you on this live stream. I told you that I told Selena Powell, and you said that you even read the text. I told her that if she was going to come on the podcast, my stipulation was that I do not want to talk about you. Because, again, I was trying to respect our relationship, which you have made very clear that even if it was 2 minutes of me talking to Sarah Molina that I was talking about you too much and you didn't appreciate it, I made it very clear that I was going to go out of my way to not talk about you with her.
Yo, Adam, these little pussy-ass, like, wannabe media niggas, they've been attacking me like crazy. You made your shit. You good. Again, I won't go at Rory and, what was that nigga name? What's the nigga name?
Rory?
Rory and
Rory and Maul. Shout out Rory and Maul.
Shout out both of them.
Cute. They're Joe Budden's employees, okay? Of course, we can shout out all the employees of all the niggas. Of course. You feel me? I write my own check and I cash my own check. You do too, Adam. I won't shout out your employees. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is this. Unless you're completely down, and maybe you are, and comfortable with me engaging in that type of, because when I see niggas going tit for tat, I love it. By the way, Joe, hold on. I could even say
this is an important point, though, Academics, is that what you've said about my girl during the course of this conversation is 1,000 times more disrespectful than anything that I ever said about you previously. And she's an innocent victim in all this, but you keep talking about her, and it's like I think everybody. I've seen a glimpse of the comments, but I think everybody seems to agree with me that your whole intentions in this conversation seem a little weird.
I do have good intentions. No, my intentions is for you to realize that the next time you have Sarah Molina up, you either keep it at 6ix9ine, because to keep it real, nobody wants to talk about nothing about her but 6ix9ine. I can't tell you not to talk to her.
Right, but again, you're talking about me literally having I'm gonna guess 2-minute conversation.
I hear that, but I could get the chick that claimed that you raped her and have a 2-minute conversation with. I got.
And if you end up talking to her for 2 minutes about me, then I would think it was a strange decision. And again, I never raped anybody, but again, like, I mean, it just seems like a bizarre conflation of things to compare.
You're right. So how about, I think I'm trying to mend this with you, Adam. I love you. I'm gonna get
and I like you too, but again, you keep disrespecting my girl, and I think you owe her an apology, to be totally honest, because I know she's sitting at home annoyed by some of the stuff you said about her.
You owe me an apology.
You think I owe you? I've already given you an apology during this, but again, I'm sorry for misrepresenting you and 6ix9ine's whatever encounter with Selena. I already apologized a long time ago, but I apologized during the stream as well.
Also, as you say, you feel I owe whoever an apology. At least I've never talked about any of these things, because some of these things you asked me in privacy to take down and not mention.
Right, which I did on her behalf, for the record.
Yo, you have a whole video with 3 million views with Shorty talking about me on some fake shit. So I owe an apology? You owe me 3 million apologies. He said I owe an apology. You owe me 3 million apologies, bro. You owe me hold on. Let me see how many people watch my live.
This could get that many views, so I feel like your side of the story is kind of out there now.
Hey, well, if I'm capping, listen, I came on this shit to say I tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Hey, if I'm lying, y'all get at me for lying, but I had to get at y'all for lying, because y'all was saying cap, and y'all was repeating cap, and I don't like cap. And when y'all start talking about me,
it seems like the thing that you think is such cap is such a minor discrepancy. You might not have handed 6ix9ine the condom, but you did both fuck her in the same night, right?
Listen.
And it's all good. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, listen. Adam. The 6 niggas fucked Lena the same night. You don't call
again.
them.
She is saying that that's not true, and I would appreciate just leave her out of it, okay? Because
No. Because you're bringing up somebody I don't even want you to bring up anyway. I don't want to talk about Selena.
But Selena is somebody that I'm cool with, and again, I like. How does it not mean a lot to you that you saw text messages from me to her telling her that I don't want to talk about you with her? How is that not enough to make it clear that my intentions are to leave you out of it?
I never seen that. I seen alleged screenshots of somebody saying they're in LA, and you're like, you can't wait for them to get on your podcast. You know why? They bring the views. I get that. But then they're gonna let you know there's a couple things off the table. Let's not talk about academics.
I'm the one who said that I didn't want to talk about academics with your ex, for the record.
Hold up.
And then she unsent the message. For the record, whatever you're gonna see on Instagram, I saw that she unsent the messages. She did. So whatever I send you at the DMs, she deleted messages, so it's not complete.
Adam, chill. See, this is where you be fucking up and you be like slipping shit in on some typical white people shit.
No, I'm just telling you the truth.
She was never my ex.
Angelica was never your ex?
Oh, you're saying Angelica sent screenshots of me?
Angelica DM'd me, and the part of the conversation that we had about you, she unsent the message after I responded and said I wasn't trying to do the interview.
Okay, so you're saying
and I can't prove that, but I can tell you that that's 100% true.
No, yo, Adam, as I said, we here for the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but that. So call her a liar.
I mean, I don't know what she said to call her a liar.
You say she's on sending shit. You're telling me the story. So I'm saying that's not what I saw or what she even said.
The conversation with Angelica was really simple. I just told her I didn't want to do the interview with her because I didn't want to do a podcast about your love life.
Dude, you guys are going back.
Yeah, this is so bad, bro. Academics, we gotta get off of this.
Let me ask you one question. All
right, can we have this be the last question? Because we honestly all really gotta go.
6ix9ine wants to know if he finally sits down with you, will you stop interviewing every fucking bum he met in the last 8 years?
Because I don't really want to interview him, to be honest.
But truth be told, yo, Adam, you interviewed a chick that told the same story 3 times. You know the only story you've never interviewed and told? You never did
Okay,
that.
number one, I don't really think that the 6ix9ine interview has ever seemed like it was on the table for me past the first one, since we have literally
so because
not
he don't fuck
spoken.
with you, you just fucked with his ops.
I haven't spoken to him since that first interview that we did, I'm pretty sure. And then on top of that, what's wrong with me interviewing Sarah Molina? She exists in a realm outside of just being his baby mama. I actually consider myself to be friends with her to some degree.
Adam, I'm gonna show you how you're supposed to be a boss. I don't even like how you even moving on this live. Like you're supposed to be a real boss. I'm gonna show you that. You shouldn't be mentioning the janitor, the nigga who like who checked in his first bag on his first flight. Hold on, I got you right now. Hold on. I got you right now. Hold up.
Whoa. I'm about to pull up now.
Yeah, we got.
I bet. Six says if you apologize to him right now, he'll do an interview with you.
Apologize for what? And I don't want to interview him, so I don't want to do either of those things.
You don't want to interview him.
I mean, I would. I don't want to interview him. You know, it's not something I'm like. That's not what the long game is for me here to get a 6ix9ine interview.
Let me ask you a question. So you don't want to interview him, but you want to interview his baby mama 15 times.
3 times.
You don't want to interview him.
Yeah, I would interview her, and I wouldn't interview him.
What?
I don't want to interview him, and I don't want to apologize to him. I don't have anything to apologize to him. He should apologize to all the guys he put in jail.
Okay, that's a different. Well, you can say that during an interview. What I'm saying is that he's like, what he's kind of feeling is that, to be honest, he paying your bills, your house phone, you my nigga. But
I
the
mean,
reason why you get a check is because.
It's because 6ix9ine? I don't think that's true at all.
Total, like, okay, if I got 4 million views in the year 2020,
I wasn't even on those interviews.
What is 4 million views? It's like maybe like 5-10 grand. Like that's not.
House phone.
That's not paying my bills.
In Jesus' name, please stop the cap.
Hold on, house phone. The money all comes in one pot. Do you wanna bet with me that at least 40% of ADAM22's views for the last 6 months, cumulative. 40%,
we get 20 million views a month. You think that there were that much of it was from 6ix9ine?
Yes. No, hold on. Of course
40%. You think that we got? You think we got fucking 8 million views off of 6ix9ine this month?
Adam. See, when I start saying shit, we gotta rap. Yo, act, don't talk about it.
No, you can talk about this all the time because it's making you look crazy.
Hold on. Here's the thing. You dropped 2 videos 9 hours ago. Something about some nigga named Rod Swish, and he was talking about Pop Smoke fight story. 6,000 views. You talked about 6ix9ine, 40,000 views. Okay, let's just keep scrolling now. I just want to show you what the fuck I'm talking about.
Look, anybody could do this math. We don't have to keep doing this, Ak.
Okay, all right. So essentially, you're agreeing with what I'm saying. 6ix9ine is paying the bills. Hold on. Wait, so I'm gonna type in Sarah Molina.
I mean, I could realistically probably pay my bills through a lot of different ways.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, Adam, like, I write a couple songs for him.
Again, but you have to tell me why it's bad for me to talk about 6ix9ine just because I don't like him.
Here we go again.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about this. Ak, we gotta go. We gotta wrap it up. This fucking conversation has really just sort of run its time. I kind of feel bad for my audience.
Are y'all cool or what? What's up with y'all?
We could work on it. We could try, but I mean, Ak, you gotta. Some of the stuff you said during this interview, I don't know. I don't really appreciate it.
No, yo, Adam, I fuck with you. You're my guy. I just want you to realize that, like, truth be told, just because I don't say certain things, bro, just try to leave me out of whatever issues. Like, bro, you got a Nav shirt on. When I'm dissing Nav, I'm not gonna diss you. You get me? So I get it. Like, you've made clear to me you don't fuck with him. I didn't think you were gonna say that, actually, but you did. So when you're getting that 6ix9ine, when it comes to act, just tread lightly, because I tread lightly when it comes to you.
Again, though, with all the shit that you've gotten in the media, AKADEMIKS, listen.
Another last story.
With all the shit that you've gotten in the media over the course of the past couple of months, you're bringing up me talking to Sarah Molina for 2 minutes about you. I think you got to realize that your priorities should be in different directions. There's a lot more people throwing shit at your name than me. 2 minutes. 2 minutes in this whole year.
Adam, that Ruri nigga and the other nigga, I never gave no type of, like, Adam, I gave you passes. I took down shit because your girl was upset. I try to consider your feelings. Adam, you also won't keep a trill. You're
2
not
minutes.
a real nigga. Adam, you're not keeping a
this
real.
year,
You're not a real
2
nigga.
minutes.
Adam, you're
one
not
question with one
Adam,
person about
Adam,
you.
Adam, you're not keeping it real. Because
Yes, I am. I am 100% telling the
You
truth.
were getting a fucking pedicure, and Russ had niggas come in there and give you the Lil Reese 300 combination, swing on you. Russ told me that, and he did not tell me to tell you. but I fuck with you. And you were always confused why niggas swung on you. And I said, Adam, this is what happened. You brought it to the public.
You did tell me that. I appreciate that, yeah.
Well, shit.
But my nigga, if I'm trying to make sure if niggas is trying to hurt you, if niggas trying to make your girl look a certain type of way, I'm trying to look out for you. You think you should be asking any chick, fuck 2 minutes, 2 seconds about me.
2 minutes. One question with Sarah Molina about you writing Instagram captions about her. I really don't think it was that big a deal. But again, like, I mean, and now you got me worried because it's like I got to interview Nav, and at some point I got to interview Freddie Gibbs. How am I going to navigate these conversations without bringing up your name when you're such a big part of what they've been in the news for? It's going to be kind of rough, you know? Maybe we could come up with like a different name for you or something, like some code name we could call you. He who shall not be named.
Mort.
Adam, let me say this.
You're asking a lot to not be brought up like 2 minutes out of my whole year of podcasting.
No. If you interview Meek and you say, yo, Meek, why you don't like that bitch nigga act is fine. What I'm trying to say is that you're pushing narratives which I could push worse narratives about you.
I don't really think that's true.
Nigga, when you try to push a narrative, with Sarah Molina that I only pick on women, I could push a narrative.
It's not true.
Hold on. Well, you should have shut that down because you know me and you know my.
I see you beefing with Nav. I see you beefing with Freddie Gibbs.
So you should have shut it down. But you let that go. You have a big platform.
If
so
that's her opinion, am I going to really tell a woman that she's in the wrong for thinking that you attack women? Like, I mean, that would be a strange technique for me as an interviewer, right?
Hold on. Adam, you're also right. I think it would be a very strange technique.
Yeah. If anything, you've really kind of proven Sarah Molina's point by the way you keep disrespecting Lena, even though she's a totally innocent bystander.
Hold on. But Adam, as you said, it would put you in a weird position to really challenge or say something to Sarah Molina, she's talking or whatever about me, even though she tries to tell you she wasn't. But wouldn't it put me in a weird position if the girl who claimed that she was underage and like you were trying to fuck her and you were being a predator to her, if I was kind of like not trying to extend my whole platform to her, that she could fully expose and really get through the trauma that she thinks she feels because she feels that you were a predator. Well, ain't that the same thing?
No, definitely not. Okay. Definitely not. Again, the Sarah Molina interview, we talked about you for like literally 2% of the interview.
Oh, yeah, Adam, I don't care if you talk about niggas that got beef.
The false equivalency is so unbelievably clear to the audience as well as everybody in this room. And I feel like you, at some point, maybe you're going to read the comments and realize how absurd the comparison you're making is.
Adam, hear what I'm saying to you, brother. Don't try to ask any person about me that will have especially when you just saw what happened with the complex shit. That was honestly some media shit. Complex that do some shit. Twitch love me. Like, trust me, they love me. All these companies love me. They know I'm not no problematic type of nigga. They know I'm a little controversial, but I'm not no nigga who's
right. In the Chrissy Teigen thing, did I say anything negative about you? Not really. I reported on it.
You try to push the issue, nigga. Bro, I wouldn't try to push an issue with you about you being a rapist. I wouldn't do that, nigga.
Right, but the fucking Chrissy Teigen thing with you, I think you have to accept at a certain point that you're such a big name that you're just gonna get discussed in the media. I didn't say anything negative about you.
Didn't I just say, if you interview Meek Mill and you could say out of your mouth like, yo, why that pussy nigga Academics playing with you like that? I'm not mad.
I would not say that, for the record. That you would have every right to be mad at me saying that specific thing, not just because of the N-word. But if I called you a pussy, then
that would be completely different.
Yeah, isn't that different?
Maybe you don't got to do the pussy thing. Maybe like,
if you say, if he's like, yo, like, what's up with you and Academics, would you get offended about that?
I feel like that would be the conversation.
No problem. Hold on. What I'm trying to say is that, Adam, you lost a damn near $1 million deal with Atlantic because of
such a crazy. Who told you that?
See, yo, Adam is so white. As soon as I started mentioning the numbers, he's like, "Oh my God, that's so crazy." You're looking.
No, that's crazy. That's like that's way out of. Like, people are gonna think I lost $1 million. That's not true.
Adam, you can keep capping all you want because I'm flexing on these rappers. I'm doing good. If you're not doing good, I hope Little House Phone's getting paid more than $20 an hour because you're acting like you're not doing good. I know you're doing good. But what I'm trying to say is this, okay? Certain narratives or certain conversations got a damn near $1 million taken out of your pocket because nobody actually wanted. I was the only platform that put Adam on to talk about what the fuck he was being accused of.
I mean, for the record, I could have done that interview with a lot of different places. I chose to do it with you, and I appreciated that you gave me a platform at that time to speak about it.
All right, Adam, the next time a chick accuses you of trying to rape her underage, don't come to me then. You know why? Because I try to be the person who tries to I don't look at what people are saying about you. I stand on my own too. And I
Right,
go
but
my
again,
own
I don't see how me
Niggas
doing
still
an interview with
criticize
Sarah
me about
Molina where I
interviewing
talked to you
6ix9ine.
about her for 2 minutes really contradicts that. Academics, we got to go. I appreciate you having us on and everything. Hopefully we can work stuff out. This has been a pretty weird conversation, to be totally honest.
Nah, we could, but don't be bringing up my name when it comes to like women issues and pushing that, because I think I
asked a specific woman about your issues with her, so I don't really think that I did anything wrong there.
I could ask a specific woman about her thinking that you took advantage of her when she was underage.
Right. I mean, but again, I was interviewing her about something completely different, and I talked to her about you for like 2 minutes.
I think
really
the girl
seem
but
that.
no. I think that girl who think you took advantage of her. I think she had told me like she was into arts and she like wanted to be a painter. So I could interview about painting. I could interview about painting, and I don't know, maybe I could just throw it in and be like, oh hey, what's your opinion on Adam?
I don't think that the point that you're trying to make is as good as you might think it is, but I accept the logic that you're attempting to demonstrate here.
Adam, all I'm trying to say is that if this is not the energy you enjoy with us, the next time you see there's a situation where you could be someone peddling a narrative about anti-women or anything of that sort, you should probably stop. Because
and again, this is about a 2-minute conversation in the middle of an interview with Sarah Molina.
You could say that, but there's many more instances. I got a list. You want me to go down?
Not really.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So you don't get all right. Cool.
It was good talking to you. I appreciate your time.
Hold on. Yo, treat me with respect. I'll treat you with respect, and I'll treat Leno with respect. Because,
honestly, I think I have treated you with a lot of respect. I feel like I've been disrespected during this conversation to an extent that I was really surprised that you came with. But you know,
he's been nice to you, my G.
I've been nice, bro.
He's been mad nice to you. You eat this.
He did the same thing.
We can't. I can't hear Chosen.
Wait. By the way, I love to say this because people love to say I pick and choose. I felt I was also nice to Joe Budden, even how he left and some of the narratives he carried on with, and I didn't really say nothing. Until I felt, nigga, I'm still doing good business with Complex. And he was kicking in, not only Complex's back, but my show's back too long. And you know what I had to do to him? I had to say, you know the difference between me and all these other niggas? As you sit here and act like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I know everything. And I'll expose myself in you.
You seem confused about a lot of stuff, though, that we talked about today, particularly how much I've talked about you. If anything, I think it should be pretty stunning to the audience how little disrespect you've managed to get so offended by.
Adam, that little 2-minute clip that you talked about me and nigga, that was 80% of your views for the month.
No, it was not. Nobody cared about that 2-minute clip. We didn't cut it out to be its own clip.
Hey,
I think you're giving yourself a little too much credit there.
No. I think when you are speaking to people about other people you don't like, you should leave academics out of it. Because 6ix9ine, if I call him again, he just want to laugh at you. He don't want to even talk. You feel me? And by the way, I was capping. He don't want to do interviews.
We're all laughing at him, so.
That's kind of true too, right? That's fine. But what I'm trying to say is that the person you dislike won't really give you the energy that could possibly, you see when Meek Mill went at me? I said, this fucking fool, when you respond to academics, everybody wants to see what academics says to you. Thank you, dummy. I'm about to go crazy on you.
I guess we got to do a Meek Mill interview now, huh? Where's Meek Mill at? I guess Meek Mill, we gotta talk to Meek Mill.
He needs the views. You should do it. What I'm trying to say is that 6 won't give you the interview. So you got to keep interviewing. Yo, let me say this.
Yo, this nigga's joke. I can't even lie.
6 got a secret baby mama, baby mama number 3. Not as baby mama number 3. I'll hook you up, millions of views. He ain't gonna do interviews. So just interview her, whatever. What I'm just trying to say is that don't ask about me. Because when you ask about me, I get on some other shit. Just like when Sarah was upset she's not getting child support, and I had to violate her whole life. By the way, Sarah was on your show the last time, the podcast, whatever it is, and from sources, she was wearing a fucking $7 shirt from the thrift store that was bought in 2013. She's struggling. I offered her $40,000. It was $50,000 because I paid the taxes on it. It's fine. I offered her some bread. You know what I mean? She was hurting. She was in an Uber pool calling me fat, this, and third. I think she's getting a little bit of weight, but a BBL could. I'll pay for the BBL. I'll pay for the BBL.
It was a good conversation. Maybe we can continue this privately. I think this conversation's kind of run its course. Maybe about 3.5 hours ago, in fact. But
no, Adam, this is great content. I love you though. All I'm saying is, and by the way, I'm not gonna keep dissing you. I'm not no sucker like that. But I do know from here on out, because I've made my issues with certain shit public, I know you're not gonna be bringing somebody up, or if you do, you know already the type of time I'm on. Okay, I got my investigators on. I said, let's find the 6 niggas right now. I want to talk to all 6 of them. What they're doing? I heard one's a construction worker. I heard one works with a garbage truck. I heard one was actually like, he was in the back.
All right, Ak, you don't got to keep going with this, guys. Appreciate you, academics.
I love you, bro.
Good chat.
Hold on, Adam. Hold on, Adam. Can we have an air hug? No. Done. Y'all get out of here, man. Adam's my guy. No. Adam's my guy. No. House phone notifies. I fuck with house phone. He notifies. Hold on, Adam. Let's get an air hug going on. We can't end this on a negative note. Come on.
We'll do an air bump.
No.
Appreciate you.
Air hug.
Shout out academics.
Give him a hug, bro.
Yeah, I know you got to apologize to Lena before we're going to air hug. Can we, Josh? Yeah. Appreciate you, Jay.
Wait, hold on. You want a group hug? All 3 of us.
No, I'm not hugging.
No. I ain't talking about you. Who is that talking? I'm talking about.
Hang up.
Yeah, Josh. What
I'm
the
talking
fuck?
about you. I'm talking about me, you, and Lena. Like.
Dude.
Are we live? What?
Yeah. Can you?
That was.
Is it just me or was that a little deranged on his part?
Okay, so when it first started, like, no offense to you, but I don't like being on your side. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna see what he's gonna bring.
Right.
He had some points, like you were kind of a few points.
No, I think that
but then,
the Selena thing in general is. I agreed on that a long time ago. That I thought that
But then the conversation just went like this.
Right. He
so
just
many
could not stop
times.
saying the same things over and over. It was so weird.
That was deranged is a good word to describe it.
Right.
That was crazy. That was insane. I'm looking at people are sending me tweets of like what the audience thinks about it, and one person summed it up perfectly. They said Adam and academics have been on live stream talking about nothing for 4 hours.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like.
It kind of makes me wonder to what extent the viewers at home, like how many of them are going to get through that whole thing. Because like myself, I could barely handle sitting there because it was just so boring to listen to him say the same thing over and over. And it just, at a certain point, I start feeling bad for Lena because, again, she denies the 6-dude gangbang thing. And it's also just like, why do you keep bringing up this shit with my girl over and over? And again, I'm having visions of him saying, well, I talked to the girl that said that you raped her, blah, blah, blah. It's like, it just is like, at a certain point, it stops feeling like a conversation. And it's like, I felt like I was making it so clear that I wanted to get past our issues.
I think he just felt like he just needed to get his shit off. Like I don't know.
Over for 4 hours.
Yeah, right. He seems like he just like really.
He seemed drunk. I'm sorry.
He's always, I think, at least a little drunk on stream.
Are you drinking every fucking night? Like,
I have to pee again so bad. I can't believe that this stream has forced me to pee 2 different times in the same stream. That never happens.
So what now? Like what?
I don't know. Because like he's trying to air hug. I'm like, bro, I feel like you just disrespected the fuck out of my girl and brought up mad unnecessary shit during a conversation in which I was making it so obvious that I didn't intend to disrespect you. I don't feel like I did that much to disrespect you.
I don't really think so either, but I will say that one point he kept making, which is like, again, something you won't understand, that he has to fight more being a black person who...
For his respect.
And it's like, because they've been killing him a lot recently, but I think that was playing into him being so defensive and so mad because he was been getting killed from every angle.
Right.
So
but
now
then
he's
it's
just
weird
on the
for
defense.
it to be coming out on me when it's like, again, I tried to make this point with him a lot. Was like, what I said about you,
it wasn't that big of a deal.
It was like nothing. I
really
asked
wasn't.
Sarah Molina about him, and it was like, it was such a brief conversation for him to keep saying that was like a huge percentage of our views, and that was so that was not viral.
But look,
nobody reported.
That's just him being academics and like trying to like fake sun you and fake just like
weird, right?
Like but
he
like
just wanted to argue. Honestly,
that's what it felt like, and it felt like he was really intent on sort of like doing this character of him like ranting and raving and stuff, whereas I felt like I was just sort of like sitting back and like trying to interject actual questions. Like my conversations are so like fact based or like opinion based, argument based in comparison to what I felt like he was doing, where he wants to go on these long tirades of like drawing these different examples and showing how some of them are like that. It was just bizarre to be in the middle of that.
At the end of the day, it's like,
I feel bad for her. I want to talk to her because it's just like, it was like he was going so hard trying to like paint her as something that
that was unnecessary.
That made me really not like him.
And he's trying to make the argument that like, oh, you tried to paint the narrative with Sarah Molina that I'm so anti-woman, which I don't think I did at all.
I don't think you did at all.
But it like through that podcast right there,
I've heard plenty of people try to make that argument.
Oh yeah,
that
that's like one of the most common arguments about academics, but it's not one that I've ever done anything to perpetuate.
They're hard on thoughts.
Right, he says it constantly.
And it's not like you are proving your point any better by just trying to constantly attack your girlfriend / baby
If anything,
mother.
it's like pretty obvious that I think like a large percentage of people who see that are going to end up feeling bad for her getting dragged through, which is certainly how I feel. And that's why he's like air hug. I'm like, it feels like a weird time to air hug after you were so unnecessarily offensive towards her.
He said he wanted to air hug with you and Lena and him.
I know, right?
I don't think that's like gonna happen.
Kind of weird.
He was just trying to.
Also, sorry we're eating fucking.
Yeah,
I feel so bad for you guys. Normally, I don't make you guys hang out for 4.5 hours when we do these.
I was like kind of texting him like, should we just?
Yeah, I kind of thought at a certain point that I should be like, you guys can just go, but then I didn't.
I mean, I was like, we might as well just finish it and talk about it a little bit after.
You're right.
That was so long. I can't wait to see what people have to say about it.
I didn't think that it was ever gonna end.
No, you know what was the funniest thing? Him kept thinking that Nav paid you to wear this shirt.
Nah,
right?
He's fucking around.
He's acting like I'm getting so much money from labels because I think
he does.
Exactly. I think he gets a lot of money from labels, like much more than me.
I've never heard of you hosting an A Boogie Twitch event.
I think he does more like corporate shit, and like he was trying to get on you, being like, "Why are you stealing from the black fans?"
Like from my
most of the people that pay for our live streams, I'm gonna be honest, are not black kids.
There's definitely black dudes in there,
There's
but
a couple.
It's not the majority.
Majority are like emo rap singer.
A lot more emo sing-songy type stuff. But by the end of that conversation, I started to kind of feel bad. Like, damn, I should be getting more money from labels. Maybe I need to be like working on my label relationships more, right? Like, I'm kind of
hit up the fucking labels.
Apparently, there's a lot more money out there that I don't know about.
A drip video. Because you have no drip either.
We never even got to that part of like what happened to the video of him getting dressed in drip by a rapper or whatever.
That was a great idea. He should do that.
He's saying, wait, what do you mean? He's saying like
pitched that idea.
He wants to pitch
labels.
Right.
That might have been a whole hypothetical thing.
But that's just like one of many things that he brought up that I really have no idea why he was bringing it up.
I don't remember either, but
I think that he's very influenced by 6ix9ine. They just seem like he just seems like he's on 6ix9ine time.
Me being anti 6ix9ine is so much more of a bigger deal than anything else, and he won't really acknowledge that. Like, I think that is the whole. I think that he feels like 6ix9ine's the only person that's, well, not the only person, but like the main person who's been a good friend to him. And so he's kind of like really got to ride out with him. Keep in mind that I know things that he and 6ix9ine have said like around Selena that are not on the public record. So I kind of feel that way for other reasons. I have to pee so bad.
Should we just end it?
This has been the No Jumper Show, 54. 55 is going to be a lot more back to business. It's 55. 54, right.
Tune
okay.
in afterwards. We're listening to your music, guys.
Dude, looking at my phone is going to be so crazy right now. Holy shit.
Follow me on Twitch at twitch.tv.
Appreciate y'all. My phone.
Follow me on. Hey, give me to 100K on Instagram at Lil House.
Shout out Nav. Meek Mill. Oh, yo, and now I know that Cardi B has seen at least one episode of No Jumper, which I never knew before. I never knew that before.
Shout out to Cardi B. Fuck Selena Powell.
Cardi B, DM me. I'm a big fan. Offset too. Keep it safe. We out. Pow.